The manhwa reunites us with images of the end of the world. A year has passed since humanity's defeat. Most people have been killed, and the survivors have become vessels for the monsters. For some reason, he fails. The girl says her name is Mercedo, and she is an ancient angel who has come to transmit the will of the gods due to the insistent petitions of various gods. There will be a large raid. The temple knights will find an object that will shake the entire continent. Jeff wants to get his hands on this artifact by any means necessary in order to change the hero's future, using the release of energy through his sword. It's obvious that he is using the power of an insect, as his attacks have intensified, but their effectiveness has decreased considerably, with fewer and fewer serious blows landing. Apparently, he became nervous seeing his opponent's excellent defense, so this is the opportunity. Lucius calls out to Arno and immediately realizes what he has to do. He uses his best spell, Battlefield Light, which improves the strength of his allies by 120%. Amplifying magic envelops Lucius and Riona, and even the spirit is affected. The animated artifact transforms into a huge, spiked mass and uses an enhanced chain of light on Castor. The knight struggles to dodge this attack and jumps back to get away from the magic spike, but it's already behind him. He defends himself again, shouting that such slow attacks will never work on him, and suddenly, Castor begins to feel strange. He has the sensation that the world has become faster, but in reality, he's the one who has become slower. This skill is Falling Star, a spirit-based ability, made of enhanced stone that slows the enemy and reduces their stats. Lucius unleashes his final attack, stabbing Castor in the side, and inflicting colossal holy damage so powerful that the impact causes a massive explosion, leaving Castor with only his legs. The Son of God wonders if they have finally managed to defeat the knight, but the feeling of victory is fleeting. For long, the sound of a building creaking is heard behind Lucius. A piece of the Temple of Light begins to crumble. Without hesitation, the Son of God turns to see Riona, who is being saved from the rubble by a stone spirit. Due to the fact that two heavyweights were battling within the temple building, not even the protection spell could save the walls. He is already registered as a hunter, and mentions that he didn't make it to the last big raid because he became a hunter afterward, but now he has a chance and will have to work hard. Of the temple, and with each new attack, the cracks continued to widen. The Golden Knight's attacks were not aimed at Lucius, but at the building itself. The temple was beginning to fall apart, and there were many brainwashed priests whose deaths had to be prevented, and Lucius's uncle was among them. While everyone was distracted, a red flash leaped from It was Castor, who survived and executed a deceptive maneuver. A third of his larvae were incinerated, but he managed to regenerate his body, although he lost his combat capabilities. He has to ask Olden to restore the insects as soon as possible. The knight can't believe Lucius has caused him so much trouble. In fact, his goal was to stall Castor, because of the healers and the damage-reflecting armor. It would take him too long to kill them all, so escape is the best option. Olden's safety is paramount. Remember that when their sister usurped the throne, forcing them to serve the priest, Olden not only accepted them and restored their faith in themselves, but he also showed them that this world was wrong and that together they had to change it, to make the world where false gods are worshipped belong to the one true and faithful God. Remembering this, Castor races to Olden's rescue at incredible speed, right before everyone's eyes. You can't tell that he's lost much strength, and that's because Castor cares deeply for Olden, the man who gave both him and his brother a reason to live. But then, an obstacle appears in his path, in the form of an energy sword that slices through his helmet. And more than just his helmet, Ned uses the Mirage Sword, which changes size and shape depending on its owner, to cut the knight in two. Ned, the extremely serious man, who has encountered one of his nemeses, stands with his back turned to a devastated Castor. Not even dismemberment kills that filthy bastard. He questions why Castor is getting involved. Hard. The hero has an ingenious plan, but the problem is that he doesn't know when to put it into action. His musings are interrupted by Gott, who tells him to go to the supply department, and he heads off, always meddling in his affairs. Ned says that after 12 years since they last saw each other, Castor should still recognize his face. Has he forgotten how he killed Ned's father, Leonardo Stry? Castor answers that he hasn't. He remembers, but he's dismembered so many people that it's impossible to remember them all. He takes off his shattered armor and rushes to please Ned, because he is now too lazy to fight. So if he escapes from here, the knight will pretend it never happened. This surprise attack was quite powerful. Ned had detected Castor's movement accurately and with the stealth skill eluded the knight's ability to detect mana flows, so don't underestimate him. However, If they decided to separate and attack in turns, then Ned doesn't trust his own abilities. Castor gets into a combat stance, exuding a murderous aura, trying to scare his opponent. He says he'll give him 10 seconds, but Ned is completely calm. He takes out something wrapped in a rag and tears the gray cloth off of the object. Castor angrily asks where he got that from. The sword that Ned pulled out from a gray rag is the Silver Knight's favorite weapon. The Moon Sword mocks Castor, promising to reveal his brother's last words if he wins. Enraged, the Golden Knight yells at Ned to attack, and then, instead of a logical continuation of the battle, we are transported to Gare and Olden. Olden's attacks tear through the trees, turning the forest into a sieve. The demon realizes that the hero is quite skilled, noting that Temple Knights would have perished from such attacks long ago. He thinks, I can't even believe he can move so fast. The demon. Olden uses mimicry, employing the worms from his body to transform his hideous growths into arms. He then unleashes a series of powerful attacks against the hero, who, he heads to the infirmary to report that Dee and Mark survived and are being treated. While Gott was worrying, the same thugs who killed the heretics at the beginning of the blocks the growths with his sword, and then severs the repulsive stumps. Jeff launches a powerful attack, attempting to overcome Olden's regeneration, but in addition to the regeneration from mimicry, the demon can create not only limbs but also armor-like growths. He's also capable of spitting out worm digestive juices, which Gafira easily dodges before counterattacking the bastard mid-flight, cutting off his legs. He then smashes the scum into pieces using the Royal Tiara sword technique. Olden doesn't care about the slash damage, spitting out a mist of juice, gastric worm, from the severed limb, and the rest of the stumps turn into flesh axe-like creatures that surround Gafira and begin attacking the hero. Monster is collected piece by piece, saying that his name is Olden, that he has long surpassed human capabilities, and the human, Gafira, uses mana. So the result of the battle was already predetermined, but he grabs the hero by the chest and says that he has earned the demon's respect, appreciating the strength of the most worthy warrior, and after dealing with him, he would feed the demon, hero with a worm and turn him into his slave. Having finished his tirade, Olden punches the hero in the stomach, sending him flying deep into the forest, crashing through the trees. The enormous slag flies above the hero and delivers a blow with such power that the ground splits in different directions. He creates a giant blade from his hand, delivering a powerful attack to the hero. Or at least, that's what he believes. Olden recalls how he swore allegiance to the head of the cult, seeking not only fame, wealth, and power, but also unlimited power. However, the boss said that the insect that grants the kind of power Olden wants does not exist, and it all depends on how he uses it. And from day one, the bastard had chapter passed by them, Gott saw them, and, in a panic, made Gafira bow to them. These men are slaves under the orders of the Inquisitor of Heresy, but even considering, used the insect's power to grow, killing people with the granted power over and over again. When the insect's growth was complete, it had consumed the stone of the revelation was that he had become a demon of his own free will. While pondering all of this, Jetty, holding his sword arm with 2 fingers, rhetorically asks, is this the power of 1%? Or perhaps the demon is yielding to him. The demon doesn't understand how he is still alive after such an attack, but the hero simply ignores the monster and begins his monologue, saying that if he had wanted to, he would have killed Olden and the paired knights all at once. But he didn't do it for several reasons. First, he wanted to reward Ned because his revenge would not have been meaningful if Gare had done everything for him. And secondly, demonic creatures are rare these days. After these words, a bright flash of ancient magical energy illuminated the space, and Gafira thundered, transforming the demon sword into a half-dragon. He just wanted to test his new power and can only use the draconic ability once a day, temporarily drawing on the power of the dragon heart for 1 minute, increasing strength by 9%. For bosses, the experience gained from the fear of demons is very important, as is the fact that Olden is immortal, but he is merely a pawn in the hero's hands. The demon is in complete shock, unable to comprehend why the dragon heart resides within some random passerby. He feels incredible pressure of Jafir, and the hero is going to test his new power. Olden immediately decides to retreat, flying away while thinking that he doesn't want to die. He can't die like this, but mid-thought, he has just been cut to pieces. It's Jafir's punch that connects even at this distance, and the scrambled bastard collapses to the ground. Jafir has many more techniques in his account that they are slaves. They should be treated as important figures, since, under the pretense of searching for heresies, They can kill anyone without consequences. The most repulsive of all, arsenal that he wants to test. And we return to Net, who is being knocked out of the hands of a man who has been knocked out by a moon sword. Castor tries to stab his brother's murderer with a hate. Incredibly, Ned clings with all his might to the tip of the sword, which is just a couple of millimeters from his throat, remembering what Jafir said about the weakness of the paired knights. And everything will depend on the damage that Lucius and his henchmen inflict on Castor. But Ned's role is just as important as theirs, because since they were children, the paired knights had a quirk. When they were close to each other, they would begin to synchronize and resonate when using magic. Archmage Henrik, master of the magic tower, told the twins' father, Count Hugo, that their mana reserves were large, that they were naturally good at detecting magic, and that with the proper training, they would become powerful warriors who could complement each other. However, if left to their own devices, they would live in their own world. Due to Count Hugo's careful attention to their training, the paired knights had a great potential that Olden noticed. He secretly encroached upon the inheritance of the Hugo family's title and turned the twins into his puppets. He then gifted them swords that resonated with each other, enhancing their innate abilities. Thanks to the swords, sun and moon, there's a split-second opening after an attack, precisely when the opponent shifts their stance, which is every fighter's weakness. However, the Silver Knight's strike appears to compensate for the Golden Knight's vulnerability. Eclipse is a technique that seems to conjure a storm of blades, searing the enemy. Twin blades, and the strikes from these blades surpass the limits of speed and precision. They wield the blades freely in a duel. Thanks to the linked magic, there are no mistakes in the force flow. He, Sahak, entered the Inquisition with the sole purpose of killing people. Sahak, as if hearing Got, calls out to the boys and approaches them. He then turns his attention to Gafil. Got tries to take on all the strokes of this paired technique. This technique resembles the flowing clouds of the Royal Tiara flow. It's a defensive technique employed by the disciples of the Royal Tiara flow. They practice their martial art by deflecting blows. Regarding yin and yang, there is a significant difference between yin and yang electricity flows and twin magic. However, these techniques are still similar in the sense that the knight's swords also exchange attractive and repulsive forces, successfully completing both attack and defense. Ned, who has grasped the cloud technique, F. Louis, quickly familiarizes himself with the power of the paired swords, calculating Castor's attacks and closing the distance before wounding him in the stomach. The knight immediately realizes what is happening and jumps away from Ned, increasing the distance between them. Only Olden knew the secret of this technique, which means that Castor's brother was tortured to the point that he gave away the secret. Realizing this, the knight became so enraged that he didn't even hear Olden's voice calling for help. In his fury, he promises to take care of. Ned makes the payments in what feels like less than a minute, delivering hundreds of slashing blows in rapid succession, just as Ned expected after demonstrating the sword and twin techniques. The Silver Knight, Castor, was enraged to the point that he could no longer ignore Ned. If the Golden Knight escaped to Olden, he would make any sacrifice to save his master. Losing the Silver Knight would definitely make Olden cautious, as no one knows who else that bastard might bring. After dealing with his soldiers and master, Ned makes a lunge, a counterattack, but the knight's sword manages to cut the red-haired beauty's face, although Castor receives a similar wound. After that, he gathers all his power in his hands and slashes. Responsibility, stating that he is Jeff's commander and that any problems are his fault, but Sahak silences him and allows a murderess to escape. Got immediately enters at Ned, but is surprised to discover that it was an illusion, as the Raven Robe teleports Ned right behind Castor, creating an illusion in his original spot. The robe-wearing Ned uses a Thunder Palm, stabbing his opponent's back with a powerful lightning strike, and taking a risk, plunges his sword directly into the opponent's back. The enemy manages to block the sword with his own. Ned can't move his sword, and Castor turns around, declaring that Ned is trapped. His arm flies forward like a bullet, piercing Ned and causing him to spit out a blood clot. In an instant, Castor is already on top of Ned, attempting to drive his sword into Ned's throat, but Ned desperately clings to life, cutting his palms against the tip of the sword. He withstands the knight's assault and remembers his father, who loved him immensely and had great expectations for him. The memory of his father gives Ned strength, who places his fingers on the tip of the sword, gathering energy within them, and with a clear strike of yin energy, rips the sword from Castor's hands. Then, he encircles the knight's eyes with his palms of his hands, burning them with a discharge of lightning, savoring every second of the moment. He hears the fallen beaver's screams of pain, but due to the super-fast attack, he cannot recover. All he sees is darkness and lightning. The bastard tries to track Ned through the energy flows, but Ned uses Raven's cloak, creating a multitude of his own illusions. Castor, on the other hand, is desperate. He's reduced to blindly flailing, but Ned smashes him to pieces, not giving him a chance to win. And then they annihilate their nemesis with a volley of lightning, and all that remains of the Golden Knight is his sword and a handful of ashes. It's the sweet revenge his father had long awaited. Prion is in command of those who have already state of stunned fear, but Geffel says that he is now definitely convinced. Jeff just stands there, but it's immediately clear that he's not a bad guy. He's barely noticeable, recovered from their injuries, to help rescue those who need the most help. Arno reflects on the fact that Olden's actions had cleared almost the entire building of people and had destroyed the ruined building while minimizing damage with defensive magic. With these thoughts, Arno gets to work and begins treating the priests who were previously under the control of Olden's larva. Lucius watches Arno, thinking that if people are starting to break free from Olden's hypnosis, then Olden must be either dead or disarmed. A familiar voice called out to him. Lucius turned around and, with a smile on his face, thanked the goddess, because Jeffire was carrying Ned and had safely brought back the wife and child of the Son of God. Lucius immediately ran to embrace his family. The hero, observing this, felt satisfaction with the work they had accomplished, as they had managed to thwart Olden's plans and restore the Third Ward. During the Quadera weeks, everyone forgot about resting, caring for the wounded, arresting Olden's followers, and countless other tasks. There were truly many things to do, but the first and the important thing was to secure the support of the allies, and also, at the party organized by Lucio, the temple attendees were poisoned, who turned out to be servants of the sect. They had been hiding in the temple for many years. After all of this, we are taken to a pleasant conversation. Bishop Alphon cannot believe that the mind of a priest like him was completely subjugated, and the worm's internal injuries were so severe that he remained in bed for days. Later, Lucius asks his uncle if he is feeling better, and his uncle replies that he is doing well now. Alphan turns to Ned and Shafir, expressing his gratitude for their assistance. He doesn't even know how to adequately thank them for their helpful contribution. Shafir says they have only done what to others, but Sahak knows instantly that Air is an incredible master. However, no matter how much of a master he is, Sahak believes he can handle him with ease and decides to ask him what they were obligated to do, and wants to give the bishop something in honor of his recovery. He takes a silver key from a birdcage. The creatures imprisoned inside this cage do not. They can use magic and remain in the state they were imprisoned in. Inside, it is Olden's head. Alphon immediately panics and shouts that he must burn the abomination, but he says that he has killed the royal worm, so its ability is gone, and it is safe now. He is obedient because he has been taught a very good lesson, and since he is part of the cult's leadership, a lot of useful information can be gleaned from Al. The bishop accepts the gift, and Jeff whispers to Ned, asking if they should give him the head. Ned responds that he has done all he could regarding Olden, and that he has already done enough. And with great pleasure, Ned says that he is satisfied, but most importantly, he realizes that he cannot do it alone. Jeff hands Alphon everything they have managed to extract from Olden, the sect's hiding place, and information on other members. Alphon begins to look at the papers, and what he sees stupefies him. The plan for the coming of destruction, reconstruction of the world, and the people who were promoting that reconstruction. The Eastern Alliance realizes that this is a much larger game than they initially believed. In the Kingdom of Cayenne, which occupies half from the continent of Aslan, there exist two major powers, the Western Alliance and the Eastern Alliance. Initially, both factions were on equal footing, until the Western Alliance produced a Saint Son. This factor upset the balance of power. Also, due to other, lesser factors, the Eastern Alliance is currently in decline. Furthermore, some of their territories have already been sold to the West. The difference in their power became too significant, so for several years now, there have been worshippers of Error secretly operating among the aristocrats of the Eastern Alliance, and thanks to them, the two great, specifically, the three supreme gods decide to give Jeff a second chance, meaning the hero can change the outcome of the battle. However, there's one condition. He will go to the past without the questions. Jeff thinks Sahak is attacking him for no reason, and now wants to punch him in the face. Sahak and Jeff stand facing each other like heroes in a Western standoff. The silence is palpable. Unsolvable problems of the world, the Blue Dragon Artal and the Ice Dragon Marina, are currently devastating the Western territories. Lucio begins an internal monologue, thinking, This is the reason why. They were in such a hurry to raid the Blue Dragon's nest, which is located in the continent's largest grain district, and the Ice Dragon has seized control of the central western port. If they don't deal with it, the South will soon disappear. Due to the current situation, people who have lost their homes and ruined aristocrats are joining the sect of the He can't even believe that the cult planned all of this. The cultists are only pushing the world towards the abyss, and the dragon race isn't on their side, so all of this will end after the destruction of the Blue and Ice Dragons, so Jeff and Ned discuss a couple of issues with them. Alphen is astonished by the hero's recklessness, saying that killing a dragon is unthinkable, and doing it alone is simply suicide. Lucio sighs with a satisfied smile, pointing out that it just means he doesn't. They need Jeff, saying the Son of God is required here to protect the third chamber. They cannot be allowed to seize the temple, and furthermore, nothing must happen to the hero or Lucius's family. Lucius humbly accepts on his own behalf, appointing Jeff and Ned as senior holy knights, and formally expresses his gratitude to them for their assistance in the defense of the parish. They will receive gold, magic, and gems. The senior holy knight status grants many privileges, including access to any location under the temple's control. Furthermore, they can use items and magic within the temple, and Lucius will also provide them with a certificate allowing them to gather and guide people, as well as half of the offerings paid to the temple. Alphen was interrupted by a question from Sahak, who asks if Jeff knows anything about the demon god worshippers. Our hero knows everything about those traitorous bastards who betrayed humanity, those worshippers of. Clearly annoyed by this decision, Jeff and Ned accept the documented status as holy knights, but refuse to be ordained as priests, stating that they cannot, due to certain circumstances, specials, but in reality, they simply don't want to be controlled by the goddess Year. And Lucius shakes hands with Geofire, and the Son of God says that he will prepare everything for the next hunt. Lucius asks how. They plan to go on the hunt soon, as they need to hold a reception before leaving, but Geofire refuses, saying there is something else. But before he can finish his sentence, a horrible laugh erupts behind them. The cage holding Olden's head flew into the air and began to exude demonic energy. With disgusting sounds, Olden's head began to transform, and a voice that wasn't Olden's began to come from the head. So, these are the same heroes who defeated Olden? The Son of God asks the head who it is, and a tremendous amount of energy begins to surge from the cell. This magic proves to be enough to destroy an ancient magical artifact with legendary enchantments. The head floats above the heroes and says, with a gloomy voice, crouching before he bites, he reveals himself to be the head of a demonic cult. Everyone tenses up badly, and Lucius thinks this is extremely inopportune, especially since all their weapons are currently being repaired. The boss looks at J-Ray and declares, "That's it, you are the owner of the dragon's heart." Jeff doesn't understand why this scum is here. He knows that whether he got the heart or not now makes no difference to the boss. He either obtained the heart or he didn't, because everything that transpired was part of a much larger plan, and he continued to enjoy his double life. The heroes were only able to deal with Olden and his paired knights in peace because they were permitted to do so. The cult leader was supposed to remain inactive for a few more years, and during that time, Jeff planned to take care of the cult's leadership, ordering Lucius to initiate a torture, and because of them, people are on the verge of defeat, but now they're known as vulgar heretics. Sahak says they're different from ordinary humans, and he takes the war between the temple factions and then rip the boss bastard's balls off. Why the hell had the boss decided to act now? She really seemed to have a special relationship with Holden, but then he would not have watched them torture him and would have intervened sooner. These questions alone plagued him as Jafide pondered. Ned and Lucius, wielding their swords, of the moon and the sun, they stood directly before their new commander, prepared to die for him. Ned tells Jafide to flee, that they are buying him time, and Lucius realizes that, since the bastard has destroyed the cage of law, not even a son of God is a match for him, but he has an ace up his sleeve. He can use a glimmer of honor. There is no way he will allow the leader to carry the dragon's heart. Jafide is surprised that his comrades defend him so fervently. Ned asks Lucius if he also knows how to fight with a sword, and the Son of God tells Ned to keep up with him, and with the knowledge that the binding spell is broken if the mediator of the binding is destroyed, Lucius gathers energy in his legs, and the two advance like lightning. Ned and Lucius attack, simultaneously attacking the head from both sides at incredible speed, but their attacks miss because the head defends itself with a spell, easily capturing both opponents with its magic claws. Ned can't understand what this ability is. In terms of speed, it even surpasses the Raven Cloak skill, and Lucius is unable to use any skill, because his magic is constantly dissipating. The monster tells them to retreat, stating that this is all they can handle, as the ability is the shadow of the ancient dragon. The people trapped in this spell lose most of their characteristics, and their magic is completely blocked. The head didn't sense any trace of that woman, and wondered if she had changed. The merit of noticing these differences with just a glance, adding that his instincts are screaming about how dangerous Jeff is. Sahak points his knife at him. Now, as an executive officer, situation by intervening. Well, apparently it had wasted its time, and had nothing more to do here. The chapter unleashes a whole series of curses upon Lucius and Ned. Illness, decay, pain, and herpes. The poor creatures writhe in agony, having never before experienced such infernal pain. Alphen attempts to pray to the goddess to help them in some way, but suddenly a cry rings out, "Let there be light," and Shafir uses the Sword of Light to remove all of the curses. To wield the Sword of Light requires base stats or direct permission from the goddess, which was a unique case for Gear, but the newly minted Dragon Slayer is not one to beat around the bush. He simply boosts his statistics to the level required to use the sword with the help of the draconic skill. Juridic's Secret Medicine, the meteorite tear that multiplies his statistics for 2 seconds, and a find God-given skill that increases the effects of all potions and medicines by 500%. He will only be able to use the Sword of Light for 10 seconds. The worst-case scenario could be that the head was personally sent here by the Tartars to eliminate the hero before he becomes a top-tier boss. He realizes that he stands no chance against the sect leader. Right now, he could, of course, break Olden's head and send the bastard packing, but the collateral damage would be too great, so it's best to avoid a direct confrontation. He calms down and regains his composure. Jetty remembers how the Tartars were enraged, that the hero managed to injure him, and demanded a rematch. So, the god clearly doesn't want to mess with him. The hero plans to fight Jeff's perfect form on fair terms, meaning that the head appeared here of his own volition. The head says he thought he came here for nothing, but here there is. Of the Inquisitor, he will lead the interrogation, and anything Jeff says or does can be used against him. The hero casually asks if he can ask something. Such an interesting guy. Who is he? Why was he chosen by the Goddess of Light? Jeff says that since he's being questioned by the sect leader himself, he can't refuse to answer, but he pulls out a coin and he warns that he doesn't intend to answer questions for free, so he proposes a bet where they each get to ask one question. Furthermore, if Jeff wins, he will reveal the true face of the head of the diabolical sect to his companions, and Jeff will be able to do the same in return. In response, the chapter is completely shocked by the words of the hero Lucius, and they do not understand how Jeff knows the face of the cult leader, because not even Olden was aware of such information. The monster says that his magical search ability allows him to detect lies. Does Jeff really know my real face? And the hero tells the chapter not to do anything foolish. If he starts a massacre, the hero's companions will, of course, stop him, but Gear will have time to escape and enough time to ruin the chapter's life. Otherwise, Jeff doesn't need to reveal the chapter's secret now. So the cult leader agrees, and Jeff, he throws a coin into the air, the moment slowed down by the tension of everyone present. Lucio and Ned's eyes glued to the coin. As soon as the coin landed, Geoffroy covered it with his hand. The head bet on tails, and the hero on heads, and he began to open his hand to check the result, revealing a tails. Apparently, a bad omen, but it is just a deception by the authors. In fact, it is Ned who demonstrates that predicting how a coin will fall is easy for an untrained person. The day Geoffroy challenged the chapter, everyone, except Bishop Alfonso, saw the result. As soon as the coin fell into Geoffroy's hand, everyone knew that the correct answer was tails. Ned's interlocutor wonders if Geoffroy has trusted fate again. Before the interrogation, Sahak's partner tries to interject, but Sahak gives Jeff the floor, who asks if they can change the location of their conversation, as there are too many people around. Fate, or if it is another trick, and if not, why he has chosen a game where the first answer wins, but not everything is as it seems. As soon as Geoffroy opened his hand, as if from his own, when a sharp burst of magic erupted from the coin, it seemed to explode, but the light was actually the combined energies of Jeff and the cult leaders clashing in battle. Victory or defeat would only be determined when the hand completely covering the coin opened, meaning the winner would be the one to flip the coin while breaking through the opponent's defense. Unable to open his hand in time, Jafir was immediately struck in the jaw, but he quickly retaliated against the head's tentacles, severing them with his powerful attack. Instantly, the hero's hands became enveloped in a powerful spell, and a gigantic magical hand hurtled towards Jafir on the ground, shattering the stone slabs and slamming the hero's body against the ground below. If they fought without clear rules for victory and defeat, it would be difficult to back down. So JRA established the rules by using his incredible physical strength. He opened the hands immobilized by a powerful spell. He shot the coin like a bullet. The hero and the captain's gazes locked onto the coin, and like twin bolts of lightning, they both flew towards it. But Jaffar's energy surged forward as he literally used lightning acceleration, striking his already pumped-up body. The captain was surprised that he knew the technique of the man from the east, but it was too late for surprise. Jaffir slammed the coin onto the floor with such force that it shattered and fell to the floor below, startling the nun into a superhero pose. As a superhero, Dracona's time ran out, and when she looked at the coin, she saw it showed a tie. In the end, the building simply collapsed, and the Jaffir managed to drive the leader away from the smile. Jeff says that if any impropriety were to occur, the Inquisitor's executive officer could find himself in a very uncomfortable position. Sahak, excited by the audacity of a sect without loss of life. You could say he got off easy. All this time, Ned tells Claudia, Lucius's wife, about it, and she asks what's happening with the bet between Jaffir and the captain, since it was a tie regarding who would reveal the enemy's face. But instead of Ned, Geofire answers, saying that they decided to postpone the fight until next time. Lucio, along with the hero, they arrived from an important mission and, sitting next to their soldiers, began to discuss the matter. Ned asks if they were able to break the spell, to which he receives a negative answer. Apparently, even priests are unable to break such a powerful spell. During their wager, a skill was placed, a promise ring, which serves as a testament to the promise between two people. If one of them breaks their word, they will lose one of the 5 basic senses for a month, and the ring will disappear from the other person's hand. Therefore, until the second fight, Jfire can reveal the bastard's face. Lucio says that it cannot be helped, since that is how things stand, and that they should follow Mr. Jeff's plan. But mid-sentence, Mr. Jaffir interrupts him and says he can't give that information directly. Lucio's eyes widened as he looked at the hero, and Ned knew that Jeff would be cunning once again, wearing a demonic, evil smile. The hero says that if he gives them a clue or riddle, it will only be an indirect mention, but because this information is far more dangerous than the history of the Eastern Alliance, he can only tell it to someone he trusts completely. Lucius and Net are frozen by such incredibly important information, and we are shown the cult leader looking at his hand, seeing the promise ring on it, which means Jeff hasn't revealed his secret yet. He is quite surprised that the hero hasn't used such a trump card. Now, when he deflint, Jaffira surrounds the hero. This ability creates a red field whose strength depends on the number of people struck by the spell, giving a boost to allies. Jeff says it's quite suggested competing this way. The leader thought he was crazy, but it may or may not have been a bluff, as his nefarious motives are all too obvious. Either way, it's just a game too. The leader approaches a pretty girl, who notices him and turns around. He congratulates her on her 20th birthday, and it turns out that she is Altair, the first princess of the Kingdom of Cayenne. He thanks the leader for his presence, and tells him he's unrecognizable without his temple robes, calling him brother. It turns out the cult leader is the first prince of the Kingdom of Cayenne, the youngest cardinal. From the Temple of Light, Pice Albert Cayenne. After such a plot twist, we are thrown into a more nocturnal era, in which Lucius lies with his wife, turning over all the words of Geofire focuses on the cult leader, since, judging by the hero's words, he is practically invulnerable. However, the family of the Son of God cannot avoid this battle, so he must win at any cost. Right now, Ned is polishing his sword, and unlike Lucius, who is thinking about protecting his family, he is thinking about the retribution he has yet to exact. He finished off the master, the senior student, and the other henchmen Olden told him about. Until they were all dead, there would be no peace in Ned's soul. And he also thought Spire would be lost, drowning in self-pity after betraying the sect. In fact, he owes him his life, so Ned intends to repay that debt, even if it means fighting Jeff himself. Meanwhile, he will meditate and try to figure out why the sect leader has suddenly appeared. No one changes so easily. Not man, not the devil, not God. Every action is preceded by a reason. If there are other actions, it means that someone who knows the future is changing history. However, in his past life, the sect leader had remained in the shadows, even after delivering the plan of the Blad. Interesting. And he waves his arms as coldly as possible, getting into a combat stance with an indifferent face. Sahak says he'd better observe his opponent first. But, Apocalypse to the 12 Apostles, so his historical role remained the same. When he attacked Nettie Lucius, Jeff hadn't felt particularly threatened. It was as if the leader was shooing away flies, nothing more than that. Maybe he was just wondering who had taken the dragon heart, or if there was something the hero didn't know, something he might have forgotten. At that moment, Gafil's hand begins to glow brightly, snapping him out of his thoughts. It's an upgraded silver key. Now Gafil can not only take objects from it, but also move around inside it himself. The last time Geir saw Mercedo in Juridica's room was at that moment, when he threatened the gods. The angel had said that he would expand the key's abilities, because it had something to give the hero, so she would be waiting for him inside the key. Apparently, she was already angry because Yetir hadn't visited her yet and started to rush him. Unfortunately for her, the plain hero decided to get dressed before entering the key. A bright flash illuminated the room, and Gefil disappeared. He found himself in an ornate, whitewashed castle. This is the same subspace. Connected to the silver key, he found Mercedes waiting with her tamed pet, Gefir. He couldn't stop wondering who granted him this ability, concluding it must have been his supposed guardian angel. He was unaware that angels could also bestow special abilities. Mercedes explains that she is responsible for him, which is why he possesses special powers, and furthermore, the gods are interested in seeing if Gefir dies in some uninteresting way, his reputation will suffer greatly. But Gefir doesn't really care about that. He begins to talk about Angel and Mercedes, saying that he snaps his fingers and teleports them to a more pleasant environment. Angel decides to get straight to the point, stating that he would like to discuss additional rewards and abilities. Even though Gefir's antics were, he immediately jumps out of his seat, shouting that that's what any idiot would think, and pounces on Gefira while under the effect of the red field. Sahak launches a series of assertive, interesting, but the gods will no longer tolerate such insolence. Therefore, if Gefir acts like that again, all of his privileges will be revoked and given to those who are hunting, to the hero, and is hunted by many because obtaining the dragon's heart has turned him into an essence. Jeff, like a true vagabond, drinks without lifting his pinky, and contemplates the fact that the gods have finally started using their brains and found a way to besiege him. In fact, he knew such a trick would only work once, because if the gods could be fooled twice by the same tricks, they couldn't be considered gods at all, but none of that matters. Jeff is more interested in rewards than punishments. He's definitely heard that the goddess of light wants to give him a couple of cool things, so he asks the angel not to beat around the bush and get to the good part. But Mercedo says he already has some privileges, such as relaxed conditions for using the Sword of Light. No priest has used the artifact before, but to completely remove the restrictions, Jeff has to get permission from the five. Being a goddess, or receiving a quest from one, is another rule. Now you have to run errands for the gods. Special abilities are prepared not only by the goddess of light, but also by other gods. God-given abilities will be rewarded for successfully completing tasks, and of course, this time the skills will be much better. As Mercedo has already said, nothing in the world is free, and now we move on to the next day. Gefira wears her armor, and proudly sits upon her new horse. All the important people have gathered to say goodbye to Jeff and Ned before their departure, even though they don't want to draw attention to themselves. Now, they leave through the back door. Upon their return, the heroes will be given a meeting with all honors. The bishop guarantees it, but the heroes reject this farce now that the end is approaching. His abilities or stamina, but he will retain his memories, and since he already climbed to the top of the human pyramid once, with his knowledge it won't be difficult for Jeff to do it again. The hero doesn't believe. Attacks against his opponent, but Jeffy repels his attacks with his bare hands. Then Sahak launches a strong thrust, but the hero easily repels it, counterattacking the fanatic. Raid officer. The temple is under special surveillance, so they need to go as unnoticed as possible, and the mist bracelets will help them with this. Thanks to these bracelets, the heroes, you won't have to move during the night. Lucius's wife gives Ned something to eat, but it's an unusual food basket. It's Claudia's food basket, and once consumed, restores stamina and mana. When the Golden Knight stabbed Ned in the stomach, Claudia used it to treat her savior. For the rest, Yetir trusts his new comrade, and Lucius wishes him luck. Into battle, and the heroes set out on their way. Not only are there cultists, but those hunting for the dragon's heart are countless. Lucius's role is to pretend he has the heart, which will buy his master Yetir time and space to maneuver. From behind the door, we hear Lucius shout, "Close the door and don't let anyone in." From now on, the third room is sealed off, and we see the ghost of Juridica, who senses Jeff's footsteps fading away. She assumes that Jeff has already left, and that now she and her lover can finally pass on to the afterlife. After this lyrical digression, Geir's journey Some time has passed, and we are now at the hero's destination. Alt receives a carrier pigeon delivering a letter from her brother Lucius. In the letter, her brother apologizes for not being able to attend the reception in person and sends a gift as an apology. While Alt was reading the letter, a fight broke out on the other side of the window, and Lucius's letter mentioned that his gift is a man who will help his favorite sister. They decide to show how this happened, starting the story at Lindell Castle, which was given to Alt when she received the title of Archduchess. At the age of 16, Gier arrives at the castle gates, presenting a letter from Lucius that allows them to pass without hindrance. Her grandfather immediately rushes to escort the two, and Ned, almost punching him in the forehead, Sahak has to backflip away, and, while airborne, successfully counterattacks Gafira's leg. He already thinks he has won this fight, but after, admires the beauty of the castle, and recalls how Lucius gave them the letter, saying that Alt would help them. But Ned is unsure how such a wealthy princess can assist them on a hunt for dragons. Jaire, remember that he is of high blood and used to be an aristocrat. He asks his companion if he knows the princess, to which he receives a negative response. Ned tells Jaire that he is skeptical about the princess, but his words are interrupted by a body landing at his feet. He doesn't understand what they are, but the grandfather accompanying them explains that they are just the princess's favorites. Princess. Ned is surprised that a group of bandits are the princess's favorites. Altair had it all from birth: beauty, nobility, and talent. Even luck was on her side, since that one of her brothers renounced the throne to become a priest, and the other was very ill and unable to become king. For these reasons, the crown passed to her without a struggle. Naturally, all the aristocrats began to think that if they married a foolish princess who, in effect, gave them the throne, they would become kings. They all fell for it, but Altair was not so. Naive as they thought she was, she declared she wouldn't say a word to anyone who didn't demonstrate their strength. Anyone wanting to gain her favor would challenge her, marry her, and then get back in line, and so it continued. Painting Altair's first knight defender, Ophelia's, face red. Almost everyone in that queue is actually a mercenary hired by the aristocrats. Jafir believes that Elinette doesn't. They aren't rivals for them, but that doesn't mean they're weak. They're only being blown away because their opponent is one of the 10 strongest men on the continent. Year reflects on the fact that Ophelia looks younger in this life. Apparently, they met much earlier than they thought possible, but their musings are interrupted by someone, a big and ugly man, who, thinking about it a little more, he realizes that he hasn't hit his leg, but a piece of iron. Jeff's crushing fist unleashes a series of lightning-fast blows to Sahak's face and body, and asks who they are. He also points out that the end of the line is on the other side, so the newcomers shouldn't disturb the order by cutting in or even staying, watching them carefully. His patch, Yetir, realizes that he is a priest from the Temple of Heaven, a temple that rivals the Temple of Light. The hero states that they are no competition, so the big guy should mind his own business. This angers the priest, as Jephthah is interrupting him. They have come to deliver a letter from the Son of God, and he says it is urgent, or he will take responsibility for the delayed delivery. The priest's fury is immediately suppressed, and it melts away into a smile with kind words. He allows the heroes to pass through. Behind Jephthah's back, discussions begin regarding Lucius somehow completing the raid too quickly. Apparently, the princess helped him organize it. The big man says they don't know anything. After completing the raids, the Unikli, people send letters in a specific order, first to friends, then to the temple, and finally to lovers. The word provokes Year, and he turns questioningly toward the impertinent bastard, saying the Cretan, everyone in the capital knows that Lucio and his cousin have an unholy relationship. Rumor has it that they even had a child together and are secretly raising him in the temple. Before he can even say the next sentence, the bastard's face meets his fist, and with Jaire's punch, the bastard flies a good 20 meters away. There may be enmity between the Temple of Light and Heaven, but what does this have to do with Alta Jedi? He feels deeply hurt by the words spoken about his favorite woman. He turns to the others in the conversation, asking them to approach him. He tells the boys that they have been queuing for 3 days for nothing, as they are bored. He will put them to bed after the fight. The old man says there hasn't been a fight in the queue for months. Jaire. He then falls unconscious. God alerts the hero to an aggressive attack from the right, and a Morgenstern flies towards Jeff, who manages to block it, sending him flying back a few meters. The Morgenstern-wielding bully asks him, apologizes for it, but he couldn't have done anything else. After all, they insulted a very important man. But the old man says that it is his fault as a butler, that he shouldn't allow. Conflicts arise, and the butler thinks to himself that these are clearly unusual messengers. Year dealt with the favored ones too quickly, but their clothes aren't even those of a knight or a stable hand, and they are interrupted by Altair, who asks if they enjoyed the greenhouse. Jeff finally meets his love. In his past life, he wouldn't have met her for several years, and his true mission wouldn't have started until after his training with Ned. Jeff immediately kisses the princess's hand, like a true gentleman, princess, and in one fell swoop, she feels something incredible. A little later, she has already read Lucius's letter and says that he recommends his temple knights, J-Ray and Ned, but they will tell her the details personally, so she asks them to respond with what they can do for her. While they are talking, Ned notices Ophelia looking at him with a very unfriendly expression. Ned doesn't understand why, since it wasn't him who caused the disturbance, but Yetir, and they've been spotted elsewhere. We're not focusing on them just yet. As for his abilities, Altair hasn't mastered the skill of contact, and can't. He perceives other people's memories as Juridica does, but given his innate talent, he can discern whether the person before him is good or evil with a simple touch. Using this gift, he assembled a team and launched into battle against the followers of Being. As Princess Gefira's battle companion in resisting the cult, even for a hero consumed by the thrill of battle and the desire for revenge, she became the one who guided him toward the right path and a grander dream. The absurd search for a boyfriend was merely a pretext to find Strong. Gefira is surprised that the big guy named Phil can talk and advises him to do it more often, or else he'll just seem like a dog who has warriors. The cult was gradually poisoning and seizing control of the kingdoms, and even Altair's abilities, along with his claim to the throne, didn't guarantee victory, so he needed a strong companion. Thinking this, Yeti uses Dracona, demonstrating its power so Altair realizes its usefulness. Ophelia and Al immediately recognize this power of the dragon and the princess. He asks his first knight if he has fought Sir Yer, receiving a negative answer, but the peace doesn't last. The girl knight plans to deliver 3 blows, and a moment later, 2 warriors. Incredibly strong, they are already facing each other, ready to fight. Yeti stares at Euphil, waiting for her to make the first move, and she in turn notices that the dragon hunter, Dragons is still, but her stance shows no weaknesses, and if she rushes into an attack, she will likely be in serious trouble. Still, she decides to attack cautiously. The butterfly that wanted land on the flower as if it were a signal to begin, and as soon as her feet touched the rose, the battle began. Lightning on the first clash, Jeff made no effort, deflecting the blade with a single hand movement. In the second confrontation, managed to strike the hero, but none of his attacks even left a scratch. In the third clash, the sword went flying out of the woman's hands. The girl, and Jeff pushed her lightly with his hand, causing her to fly back a dozen meters. Jeff's clawed hand was already behind her neck. Ophelia didn't even have time to realize how the dragon was behind her, but Jafil asks if they should continue, to which Ophelia replies, no, as she has seen enough. His mana, movements, and defense, this fighter has them perfected, everything is top-notch. Then Yetir turns to Tyre and tells him that the blue dragon has destroyed the food districts, and the princess is looking for a solution to this. Raised Sahak. In a fit of rage, Clay slams his spiked mace down, shattering the stone floor. Spectators try to dodge the stones flying in all directions. Got starts to realize, problem. It wouldn't make sense to create new farmland, since the followers reproduce like cockroaches, so these lands have been devastated once again. But because, faced with the imminent threat, they will have to cultivate areas of the mountain range, so Yetter suggests the princess knock down a couple of mountains. This way, attention can be diverted from the cult for the duration of the raid. If Altair follows Jeff's plans, Jeff promises to bring him the head of a blue dragon within a month. The princess is quite impressed by the hero's ambition and asks him what he wants in return. Jeff tells her to choose the reward for him, but more importantly, during the clearing of Juridica's tomb, problems arose, and now the third room has been left with almost no healers, so he asks for her help. Altair is surprised that the hero is not only after money and fame, but also cares about the common good, and asks what the odds are against the blue dragon. Jeff leans towards the princess and tells her that it depends on her, handing her the magic crystal of Juridica, which contains the knowledge of Medea's magic. That Medea's magic no longer exists. Altair was able to master it to a certain extent, thanks to a certain person, but according to his stories from a past life, his progress halted around that point. Jeep says that his ancestor gave him this crystal and told him to give it to the princess personally. If Altair uses the artifact right now, he will gain immense power and be able to control the heart of the dragon. Jeff and Ned then bow, requesting to be summoned as soon as they are needed. As they leave, Jeff thinks that their first meeting was beautiful, unlike in his previous life. The hero missed her dearly, even though he was only allowed to approach her now thanks to Lucius. but he will be able to show her what he is capable of. Realize just how powerful Jeff truly is. He may have defeated the traitor in the dungeon, but here he eliminated Sahak in the blink of an eye. And even now, while Flair, to do, and then the princess will pay attention to him, she herself will fall in love with the hero, and he will wait patiently. But Altair is already interested in her new acquaintance, and, in her opinion, he is a very interesting. The princess asks Ophelia for her opinion of him, and the girl replies that he is very strong, but the fact that Lucio recommended him makes her suspicious, because the son of God is not a good judge of character. Ophelia believes that Jeffrey possesses all the abilities Altair is looking for, but that he is too weak for someone who carries the heart of a dragon. But Altair reassures her friend, since she does not yet fully control the heart, she will be much stronger in the future. The princess is lost in thought, and considers that Yetir's words about her ancestor sounded as if Juradis had spoken to him personally, although, considering she was an archmage in life, that could very well be true. If Yetir wasn't lying, then most likely, it was Juradis herself who performed the ritual on the hero and the heart. With that in mind, she can surely help Altair achieve her goals. But there is something else, which she cares about him. She had always felt either heat or disgust when touching someone, but when she touched Jra, she experienced something new, as if she had encountered an incredibly strong feeling that she had never known before. And we are now transported to the cult leader's lair, where a henchman has approached him. This henchman is the deputy boss of Elfrida, and he inquires about what his master's orders will be. Master. The boss reveals that there is a vacancy among the two apostles. Elfrida wonders if Olden has been defeated, and the boss questions whether he is trying to ascertain this information from him, adding that his deputy should have investigated the situation and suggested the same course of action. The leader also reminds his deputy that he is free to dispose of the apostles as he sees fit, but the apocalypse plan, he slams his Morgenstern against the ground with all his might, but Air defends himself against absolutely every rock. Got thinks that at this rate, Gefil might win, and Sahak will burn with shame. Upon awakening, must be executed without fail. Olden's failure must not disrupt the overall operation. After the leader reprimanded his subordinate, the entire location vanished, as if it were merely an illusion. Elfrida, he asks his entourage if they can hear him, and upon receiving a satisfactory response, he orders the preparation of the ghostly horse. The chapter's adjutant heads to the third room, and we are transported to Altair, who is contemplating Gavir's gift. She finds it deeply touching that fate has brought this object directly to her. With this grimoire, she will be able to increase her magical energy. This magical crystal, created by Medea's ancient magic, will elevate Altair's abilities to a new level. The princess recalls her teacher, who tells her that her time is finished and that she will no longer be able to teach the girl, but seeing her talent, she is certain that Altair will grow stronger and defeat the leader of the sect. The princess concentrates and begins to absorb the grimoire, and the entire room fills with light. Altair feels as if she is in a place she has never seen before. At first, she even thought it was subspace, but quickly, he realized that the crystal was connected to his mind. She thinks that magical knowledge is like the stars surrounding her, but these thoughts are interrupted by a mysterious voice that asks him, "Isn't that the ancient magic of Medea they are studying?" The mysterious voice belongs to the spiritual body of Juridica that remains in the glass. Although she isn't the real Juridica, she still wanted to see her heir, but this touching moment is interrupted by a game of rock, paper, scissors, which Gear wins, meaning that he will go to the party, and Ned, in turn, will look for the followers of N in the castle. Ned is glad he even got this part of the plan, because he doesn't like, and his pride will not allow him to denounce him to the Inquisition, so Got shouts to Gafira, "Keep going, because if he loses, Got will be taken as an accomplice." But then the blonde intervenes, and says that the friend of noisy events. But still, Ned asks Gare why he doesn't want the mist bracelet, on which the legendary amulets of secrecy are applied, especially since he himself said not to. Their faces should be beaming, but the hero replies that he is among the 10 strongest here. So Ned will need 2 bracelets. Otherwise, he and Ophelia will be tracked down quickly. Somehow, she showed an excessive amount of disapproval towards Ned, and he doesn't understand why she disliked him, especially since it was their first meeting. It's rare to encounter such a southern woman in his region, particularly. With that much magical power, Ned would remember this encounter. She takes out the Eye of Truth, which can initiate the worshippers of thee, saying that perhaps she knows him from the cult of, but Gafira, although caution wouldn't hurt, still fully trusts that Ned can manage without her help. But overall, it's time for her to start preparing. She takes ashes from the fireplace. She applies it to her hair, dyeing it black. She also uses the Oriental technique of facial alteration, which allows her to change her appearance by shifting the bones in her face, a technique special focus on the disciple of shadows, who in the future will become one of the 12 apostles. His facial expressions and posture, all of it strongly impresses those around him. The expert of such a technique can easily fool someone and immediately disappear into the crowd. Gear's skill is not as refined as that of a true apprentice of shadows, but considering he'll be in a place where new faces wander around every day, and most of the guests are drunk as skunks, this trick might just work. The people who challenge Ophelia for the right to become the princess's suitors are aristocrats and priests from all over the kingdom. They are guests of honor, so they should not be addressed without the "God is out of luck." Although he defends himself like crazy against all the attacks, he has been struggling for a few minutes. Lil manages to grab Japhira's hands, even though the red field is active. Proper tact. Every night, a social gathering is held to observe the favorites and their representatives. Jeff's job here is to gather information and find significant fighters, eavesdrop on the aristocrats' numerous conversations, and even participate in some. He is searching for people he knew in his past life. Jeff wants to find useful warriors who died while training in the cave. They will undoubtedly be useful throughout the night. Jeff began making new acquaintances by introducing himself as Smee, and everyone was discussing the news regarding the Third Ward. Many people believe Olden occupied the Third Ward because of the smoke emanating from the main temple building, but intelligent people say that doesn't make sense because Olden is neutral. Whichever table Jeff sits at, everyone is interested in hearing about how the raid went. He posed as a man at one of the tables, and everyone present was talking about the assault, but no one actually knew what had happened because the information was being deliberately concealed. And while Effer was obtaining information, a stranger began following him, sits next to the hero, and tells him that they recently sat at the same table. He was surprised not only by the interlocutor's erudition, but also by the fact that many people here personally know the man. But as soon as Japhira sat down next to the man's acquaintances, who had gone to dance, they immediately began mistaking the hero for him. "It's really not a bad skill," the man asks. "Didn't you recently take down the priests of the Temple of Heaven?" He is amazed that, although this man doesn't seem very skilled, he immediately recognized the hero. "So we won't know yet who is good. We are transported to another part of the castle." The servant walks through the territory, but suddenly someone grabs him by the neck and brutally slaughters him, in the goodness of the gods, and asks what the catch is. Jeff thinks to himself that when demons were killing people by the thousands, and people prayed with all their hearts, the gods turned. These bastards are getting stronger and stronger. Sahak wakes up red-handed, injures the heroes from behind, and says he's going to make Jeff wish he had asked to be thrown in jail to begin with. Sahak, brutally, "But everything is fine." The murderer turns out to be Ned, who recognizes the servant as a cultist, and against the beautiful night sky, Ned flees the scene of the murder. For a second, he stops to, looking at the castle. He can't believe it belongs to the same person. Ned could never get used to such a large property. Lucius's house was similar to Ned's, so he felt very comfortable. It was not only spacious there, but also warm and cozy. Once upon a time, Ned's house had been like that too. He thinks about the last time he saw his sister alive, and if it hadn't been for the disaster, she would still be alive. Perhaps she would be someone's wife and mother, but his thoughts are interrupted by Ophelia, who tells him that he has chosen an unusual place to wander. Ned didn't even sense that she was approaching due to the effect of the 2 mist bracelets. Her presence is almost impossible to detect. No wonder she is the princess's main protector. A place in the top 10 strongest is not achieved with just pretty eyes. Ophelia says she only came here because she felt a strange energy, but beyond that, she has business with Ned. He interrupts her by asking how much. He has been following him for a while now, and Ophelia laughs, saying he isn't so easily fooled. She's been following him since the building's first floor. This Ned is even happy that she has. He explains that he has killed the cultists, which is evident from the insects lying near the corpses. Having seen everything, the conversation will proceed much faster. He apologizes for the fact that they had been wandering around the castle, but their leader thought it would be better for him to explain the plan to them, because now every second counts. Smiling, Ophelia tells him it's a reasonable one, but Ned misunderstood why she came to him, and after these words, she's already launching an aerial attack, which he reflexively dodges. The princess desires the assault on the dragon, for which he prepares and executes an incredibly swift attack, achieving superhuman speed. He manages to injure Japhira, lightly slashing her face. The enhanced fanatic claims he is now. The strongest warriors are selected, and Ned's companion, Air, has already demonstrated his strength, but Ophelia wants to personally test the red-haired beauty, and Ned accepts the battle. Of course, instead of a battle, we are shown the area near the third parish hall. Elfrida and her ghost dogs search the site of the battle between Olden and the Cardinal's diffusion, and the lightning burns, immediately make it clear that a warrior of the royal tiara stream has been at work. Based on these facts, Elfrida believes that the East is obviously involved in it somehow. Next, the deputy chief finds the place where the Silver Knight was killed, but there are also traces of several other people there, and holy energy was also used here. But the most interesting thing is the carriage in which Olden was supposed to escape. In it, Elfrida discovers Geofire's poison, and after testing it, the deputy chief determines that it is Persephone's poison, which shouldn't be here at all. This leads Elfrida to believe that the tarantula, who joined the cult TR years ago, the Holy Sun and the disciple from the East have teamed up to eliminate Olden. I can't even believe they've embarked on such a crazy mission, upon which the future, the entry, and the exit of the cult depends. The entrances to the third room are closed, and because of the curtain spell that prevents magical analysis inside, nothing can be seen. The carrier pigeons are gathered in one place as if they don't know where to fly. These facts give the impression that the heart of a dragon is hidden within the temple. Frida remembers the chief's words. He said that there are 3 masters on the continent who can perform the ritual, and one of them is most likely the chief himself. What if the Holy Sun managed to acquire such a master and is now just buying time? Improved by 80%, and that no trick will work on him. Enraged, he screams for Gafira to suffer and inflicts dozens of cuts, but suddenly, something appears before his face. It turns out to perform the ritual and stabilize the dragon's power. Now everything makes sense. If you possess that kind of power, then the patron's indignation over the closed parish office is insignificant. Nothing. There's no problem now. If this information leaves the temple, they have everything covered. Only one question remains. Who is the heart's true owner? The Holy Sun or the man from the East? If it's the Sun, there's a possibility that the Eastern man has betrayed the cult, and if it's the latter, it's most likely that the Eastern man is insane and has manipulated the Holy Sun. By the way, it turns out that Frida is a girl. She believes she must act because a significant amount of time has passed since the fight with Olden. She needs to find concrete evidence before the heart transplant is completed. Before she can finish her thought, Frida notices a mysterious, cloaked figure observing the tracker. She immediately recognizes the deputy chief by his bird beak mask, but he doesn't linger for long and runs away. Frida trusts her intuition, which tells her that this man is involved in what happened, so she can't lose him out of sight, and sends his ghost dogs after him, who quickly catch up to Stoker and even manage to wound him in the shoulder. Frida already believes that victory is within her grasp, but Stoker electrifies his hand and uses the Thunder Palm, sending a powerful lightning bolt through the dogs. Frida immediately recognizes the royal tiara's energy and is pleased to have met the apprentice of a man from the East, because she has business with him. Frida asks him if he will cooperate willingly, but judging by Stoker's reaction, there can be no peaceful negotiations, and we return to Lindell Castle, where Ned is fighting against Ophelia. She is forcing him to give it his all. He realizes that they have each landed 3 blows after a long exchange and begins to think. Gafira's fist slamming against the ground. Sahak is already losing consciousness, but Gafira grabs him by the hair and slams his face into her knee, all while criticizing his teamwork in that Ophelia is prejudiced against him. Is it not possible for someone who is slightly weaker than her to participate in the Dragon House? With these words, Ned unleashes a series of cutting attacks that the knight easily deflects. After deflecting one of these attacks, their swords become intertwined for a second, and at that moment, Ned's sword envelops Ophelia's sword. This is the ability of the Mirage Sword, which allows its wielder to change shape at will. With the most serious expression he can muster, Ned forcefully knocks aside the knight's sword, but Ophelia doesn't lose her focus and attempts to kick his head off. Ned easily dodges it, but her foot changes trajectory and still manages to strike him in the face. Looking at it from a more distant angle, you can immediately see how powerful that kick was, but now Ophelia is alone and doesn't realize where her opponent has gone. Ned is already standing behind her, stating that if she hadn't struck the illusions, he would have been severely injured. He teleports behind her back, using the Raven's cloak. The red-haired beauty retorts that it was impossible not to have. He's heard of such a famous figure who, as far as he knows for sure, didn't reveal all his tricks, but he has an ace up his sleeve. And if they start fighting seriously, it won't end well, so maybe they should leave it. Ophelia asks him if his ace up his sleeve is the royal tiara's flow, but Ned wonders how she knows that. Then she says that the most valuable part of her body is her eyes, so that invisibility or curtain spells are no obstacle for her, which is why she was tasked with doing it. We are not told what she was commissioned to do, or by whom. Now we are shown a stalker, who is following the cult leader's assistant. He says he barely escaped from these dogs. The master always feared her because she is a very difficult opponent. Interesting situation. The raid has equipment. Fi insults the hero and reminds him that he is also fighting him, pulling him with the chains. But what bothers Jeff is why a guy of his size is staying back and is afraid to. Finished, and due to the betrayal of 2 students involved in the operation, the deputy chief is snooping around. And after these words, Stir begins to take off her hood. Meanwhile, Ophelia says that she tried to prevent the dragon heart from being stolen by an apprentice of an Eastern man, better known as Smiling Girl. Her movements, expressions, and breathing. The smallest details of Ned and Smiling Girl are identical, as if they had been trained in the same place. Jeff is also similar, but he has already proven that he is not a danger to the Afinda princess when he touches her. At this point, we are shown a shadowy apprentice contemplating how and where he needs to set things right. Ophelia says that Smiling Girl resembles Ned as if they were siblings, and asks if he is definitely an ally. Ned doesn't quite grasp her words, and we are transported back in time to before they left the 3rd room, where we are shown Olden's remains tied to a chair. The immortal half-cores, desperate, marries his tormentor, apologizes to Ned, and assures him that he never planned to harm him or his. The family supposedly only did what they were told to do. Olden tries to convince Ned that he should be grateful to the bastard. After all, he was the one who sent Ned to the Eastern Man and provided him with the money for his training. Now he is strong, and if as a child back then he had ended up on the street instead of with his teacher, he would have suffered the fate of children who die from hunger, are sold into slavery, and devoured by mad cannibals. Olden begins to shout that he created him, that he gave him life, and after calming down a little, what remains of the monster asks him to listen and not trust JRA. However, Ned didn't listen to him because these were the words of a crazy old man in pain who would say anything to stop his agony. But not even these knew. Get any closer. The hero retorts that if his subordinates had shown such teamwork in a past life, he would have already finished them off. He wraps the chains even tighter around his hands, and dull facts align with reality. Ned only trusted JRA because he presented himself as a martyr in the shadows and had irrefutable evidence. And now Ophelia tells him that his sister, who was supposed to preferson, Muerta turned out to be a shadowy apprentice of the royal Tiara lineage. He doesn't realize who is lying or if he has trusted the wrong person once again. Watching JRA from the street, he doesn't. He doesn't want to believe it, but he needs the truth, and he will find it out. A nocturnal sonata plays, informing the guests that it is time to leave. This interrupts the conversation between J-Fire and his new friends, and they reluctantly say goodbye to such an interesting acquaintance. The hero walks away from the trio, who were able to recognize his true face even through his disguise. Looking at J-Fire's back as he departs, the man remarks that he is a very interesting individual. As a merchant, he has seen many things, but this is the first time he has encountered such an amazing young man. Amazing. Not only is he strong, but he is also incredibly talented. The merchant has extensive experience in casual conversation and took the initiative to connect with J-Fire, but, even so, he succumbed to the hero's influence and inadvertently handed over state secrets. He looks to be about 20 years old, but he gives the impression of being 40. It's no wonder Lucio chose him. To have a man like that as his assistant. Although perhaps in the near future, this son of God will become Jeff's assistant. Although you could say he already is, the Son of Man asks his father if he is joking, and his father responds that he must be careful with such men because they can take every last coin from him. They are like merchants. Unlike aristocrats, they can only rely on their wealth, not their status. The son's name is Edwin Pilgrim. He is the heir to the Pilgrim Company and Altair's accomplice. Edwin asks if they should tell the princess that Geofire is no match for. He utilizes reinforcement, magic control, combat skills, and snatches Phil's Morgenstern, obliterating the faces of everyone who entered the red field, the witnesses. Her, but the father, whose name is Philip Pilgrim, responds that it is foolish to lose such a talented young man. They should bribe him before others do. Altair's third accomplice. Listbrent completely agrees with her comrade, stating that it's necessary to either capture him or eliminate him, because no one wants an enemy like that around. Yer has already moved quite a distance away from where the feast is being held and shakes his hair. Lion utilizes all the information he can recall from his previous life. Naturally, he knows nothing of the people who died before he entered the great game. What he does know about Philippe is that he amassed his wealth through trading spices from the East. He is widely known as the princess's investor, Altair, but in reality, he was the one who transformed Altair into a key figure in humanity's destiny when she was still a young girl. He became her secret advisor, and he told her to pretend to live a secular life and, in the meantime, build up her military forces, and he would assist her in this endeavor more than anyone else. That is precisely why he became the sect's #1 target. As Ned tried to escape, a shadowy apprentice stabbed the old patron. Edwin took charge after his father's death and wanted revenge on the cult. He was motivated to do well in work of his father. He had plenty of motivation, but even so, he could not avoid making a great sacrifice. Now Jafir has an added problem. First, he has to prevent Philip from being killed, and then he has to deal with the shadow apprentice. This will be difficult because she can take the form of a man, a woman, and even an old man. Jeffrey enters his room and thinks that Ned should have already returned, and he was right. But instead of the usual Ned, he sees an incredibly bitter companion who is clearly up to no good. With a menacing look, Ned asks his. From the event, they silently and shockingly observe what unfolds next. A humiliated Sahak asks, "Who is Gefil?" The hero responds that there are more interesting questions to be asked. Companion, if he has finally arrived, and throws a small knife at his feet. Jeff reflexively tenses and walks away as if he is afraid of Ned. He does not understand the reason for his fear, because he is much more stronger than his red-headed companion. But he quickly remembers that during their training, Ned used to hit J-Fire whenever he felt like it. It's all just reflexes. After calming down a bit, he asks Ned what happened, and Ned responds that Ophelia told him about meeting his sister. Geoff is genuinely surprised by this, as he truly wasn't aware that he even had a sister. All he ever said about his family was that they had all been long dead. Ned asks Geofire in a low voice if he can imagine that his sister, whom he believed had drowned, not only is alive, but is also a shadow apprentice of the royal tiara current that Ophelia was trying to prevent. Jepta did not expect such a twist. Hundreds of thoughts raced through the hero's head. He couldn't imagine that the shadow apprentice was Ned's sister. Maybe it was Altair's test. But no, that didn't make any sense. Ned wasn't mistaken. He knew the truth would come out. The light comes sooner or later, but now it was too sudden. When they had met El Aprendiz Sombrío in a past life, they had fought, and not literally, after something so interesting. After the fight, she said she didn't remember her real name. She was swept away by a river as a child, and didn't remember anything. She was found by a foster family, and then a teacher noticed her. But she did remember something. Her little brother, or rather, she only remembered that she had one. She hoped to meet him one day. She would like to reunite with her real family, Gefil. Gefil was surprised by the new information. How had he not guessed? He had personally heard from the Eastern man that she had a gift for martial arts. There was a good. During his interrogation, it turns out he was merely curious to know who he was. But even to this question, Sahak isn't entitled to an answer. Meanwhile, he observes the entire skirmish. Chances were that her younger brother had it too, so the Easterner had teamed up with Olden to deal with Ned's family and get some capable students. But when he no longer needed Ned, he simply discarded him. Disgusting. Ned interrupts Jeffrey's thoughts, questioning, there's no point in Ophelia cheating on him, but what if everything Jeffrey is saying is a lie? He's also foolish, considering his father trusted Olden, and Enet trusted his master, who betrayed him. Ned is extremely afraid to trust people, but Jeffrey has become more than just his ally. All the trials they have faced together, staring death in the face and watching each other's backs. Yes, for Ned, Jeffrey is the most genuine of battle companions. Ned throws the Mirage sword to the ground and says, with a tremor in his voice, that he wants to believe. He wants their friendship to be real. Even a single word is enough, even if it isn't significant, just enough to prove that he can be trusted. Jeffrey, composed and gathering his thoughts, says that originally they weren't supposed to meet until 3 months later, after he had stolen the heart of Dragon. Ned was hiding from the world in a ravine in Oblivion, one of the most inaccessible places on Earth. The son of a man from that place, the first apprentice, had seriously injured him and taken the dragon's heart. Yer was a temple slave who was pursuing him. During his search, he fell off a cliff and tumbled into a cave where he encountered Ned, who began to teach him the flow of the royal tiara. But due to his injuries, Ned was unable to leave the cave by himself, and judging by the look on Ned's face, he doesn't even understand what Jeff is wearing. But the hero continues the story using the knowledge he acquired. Jeff managed to escape, but he couldn't prevent the arrival of the and save the town. He is the last of the humans, the one who lost everything and returned. A red-haired guy claims that Gefira is Sahak. The astonished crowd cannot believe what is happening. Sahak, for his part, is even more shocked and declares that he will absolutely kill the hero, Gefira, to the past, and is also Ned's only apprentice. In the past, Ned had to create a plan of action, calculating how much strength Gear would need to escape the gorge and assessing the hero's health. And throughout the grueling training, Ned was determined to survive, and his desire to avenge himself against the Master sustained his fading life for many months. However, the heroes, they were unable to execute their plan because the Master of the Hondur Gorge attacked them before they had enough time to prepare. Jeff Fear couldn't help but lament that in the future, if he had obtained his powers by then and acquired a little more knowledge sooner, things would have been different. Ned grabbed his apprentice's leg, ready to defend him at the cost of his own life, and threw him into the opening of the gorge, following Huro's destruction. And once Jeru was a safe distance away, Ned refused to give up on his retribution and sacrificed himself for his apprentice. In the last moments of his fading life, he looked at Geir and asked him to watch closely, showing him the weapon he had never been able to pass on. And that day, what the hero witnessed was forever etched into his memory. Ned listens to this story, unable to fully grasp it, and although it's hard to believe, it doesn't seem like a lie. Jeff is using her, the holy sword. Although he isn't a priest, he knows too much. If he truly has the favor of the gods, then none of this seems quite so impossible. Jeff says that he realizes how difficult it is to believe, but everything is true, although he has kept some things quiet, such as his relationship with his apprentice, Sombra. She apologizes for deceiving Ned and betraying his trust. Jeff wasn't sure if Ned would accept the truth, so the best option was to make him suspicious. Colt had resorted to lying only because he would have to fight Tartaros again, and his mission was far too important. Their backs on them, and, furthermore, they took away the power of the priests who could fight against the demons. Taking power away from the gods makes him realize that the gods don't care much about absolute, or so the defeated fanatic crows. What's important to him is how this incident even reaches the ears of some geek. Suddenly, the hero falls to his knees. A sharp pain grips his entire body. To trust a plan he wasn't sure about, but that's not the only reason for his deception. Jeff also wants Ned to move forward with his life. Inet realizes that, in addition to the ACO, Revenge has the duty in his life to survive in the name of his species, and although he no longer holds any status, it is his duty to protect his tears of blood, his family, and everything that remains to him. His master had given him a new name, given him a purpose, and taught him martial arts, and Ned wanted to repay him with unwavering loyalty. He obeyed his orders without question, believing that each of his words reflected justice. Ned considered his master, his family, and helping one's family is a sure thing, like a chess knight who doesn't know the boundaries of its own board would think. After thinking about it, Ned tells Jeff that he blames himself for having lived his life so shamelessly, but that life had meaning if he left something behind. He places his hand on the shoulder of J-Ray and thanks him for avenging Ned in his past life and for saving him in this one. A hero returned to save the world. Wow, a simpleton she took on as an apprentice. Well, she must have chosen him for a reason, so Jeff must truly be at the level of a world-saving hero. Ned exits the room and tells J-Fire not to shoulder everything alone. They will work together from now on. Everything went smoothly with Ned, and he vowed to keep it a secret because the less people who know, the better. If the impending end of the world becomes common knowledge, panic is inevitable. Besides, this information is an advantage. Then Jeff and Ned went to meet with Philip and the rest of the high-ranking confidants. Philip says that the princess has a strong interest in the heroes, but she is currently absent. If she isn't here, she most likely fell into a torpor because of the grimoire. The crystal grimoire pumps knowledge directly into the brain, but there's a drawback. As the information enters, the body's inability to move, not even a finger, is due to the mana freezing effect, which occurs when mana is completely exhausted, causing excruciating pain, Gefil say. The head, the person is forced to sleep. The higher the grimoire's level, the longer the sleep lasts. Furthermore, throughout the entire process, the person may experience fever, chills. Furthermore, there are probably healers attending to him, but since the illness is mental, they will be of little use. It all depends on how quickly he learns the knowledge, and Yer wishes him luck. Talently asks him to do his best, but the following days flew by as they prepared for the dragon hunt. Air prepared poisons, and Ned learned new fighting styles and mastered the arms. He also kissed a large-breasted nun, but the process was unpleasant because it involved the ability to embrace an angel, which allows one to determine the state of health and the physical features of a person. The person on whom this ability is used gets the sensation that thousands of slimy slugs are crawling all over their body. Looking at this image, Ned suddenly had things to do, but Philip said that things would have to wait because the medical checkup is mandatory to join the squad. Despite his reluctance, Ned is tortured in the sense, for a health check, and now Ned feels like he's been abused, but Felia stands in front of him and notices how pathetic Ned looks. She also tells him that the princess wants to see them, which means she's awake. Yet he remembers what Juridice told him about the crystal that must contain Juridice's thoughts, a kind of fragment of her soul, and upon opening the door to the room, he sees his beloved greeting him and Ned. Yet he can only think about whether it is possible that the fragment of Juridice's soul has spoken to the princess about the hero and his past life, in which Altair was in love with him. Well, it's a little more complicated than that. We are then shown 3 stars in a row. Juridice congratulates Princess Altair on achieving level 3 of. He wonders if he was this weak 10 years ago. Suddenly, a strange creature materializes out of nowhere, appearing to be the spirit of Psylocke, a member of the Lord Dur family of the great god of knowledge of Medea's crystal. Now, only training will increase her power, and with each new level, a star will appear. Juridice is completely confident in Altair's talent, and that, sooner or later, he will learn the final level, something no one has ever achieved before, and then the path to the throne will open. But then, Juridica's words become increasingly unintelligible. He has spent a lot of energy, so he will have to fall asleep before advancing to the next level. It will be difficult for Altair to remember the words, what his mentor said. But he must remember one thing. He needs to believe J-Fire, because he, just like in his previous life. And at these words, Al wakes up and stands up abruptly, startling his entourage. His head begins to split, and the entourage, Doctor tells him that he should not make sudden movements because the princess has been asleep for an entire week. Altair has the feeling that he has learned something important, but he can't quite remember it. But the most important words come to mind, that he must trust Geofire, and he orders Sir Geofire to be brought to him immediately. And we return to our present time, where the Geofire Fiver, the princess says she was eager to meet her new companions, but she was feeling unwell and apologizes for receiving them in a manner unbecoming of a princess. But Jep only cares about what that he has learned from Juridica, as it will affect not only their relationship, but also the upcoming battle against the Blue Dragon. If Altair has acquired the ability to contact and read memories like Juridica, feelings can wait. The important thing is that he won't have to convince her of the importance of tactics, and that will save him a lot of headaches. Jep extends his hand to Altair, but she quickly realizes what he's implying. It's as if he's asking her if she has the ability to make contact. Altair says that when he Malta debts, and says he is about to begin collecting the debt for the Iron Wall ability. It's not simply a skill that grants protection and resistance. Its essence gave her the crystal. She thought the hero just wanted to join her, but it turned out that his goal was to make her stronger for his own interests. The princess refuses to touch Jep, rejecting his hand, saying that she can't use the contact skill because it's only available at a high level, and she only knows level 3 spells. So, they return to their last conversation, so that she can take action within 3 weeks. A plan must be prepared to destroy the Blue Dragon. Jeff has to be very convincing when he starts explaining his tactics to make her believe him. Jeff raises his hand, holding a silver key, and offers to discuss everything over lunch, pulling out a stack of parchments from under the table. He says his story is too long to start on an empty stomach. Well, naturally, we aren't shown Yetter's plan, but he did convince the princess, and a few days later, having finished all the preparations, they set out to fight against the Blue Dragon, bringing knights and healers from Lindell Castle with them, and also using Jeff's silver key. They took a couple more useful items, and to organize the Altair's story, a maiden disguised in Altair's clothes departed to see the sights in a luxurious carriage. Altair traveled with the heroes, and it is clear from his satisfied face and the fact that he is humming a double-duck melody that he is glad to be out of the castle. Jaira, back on the case, deliberately hid the dragon heart in the third room, so that the cult would focus on Lucius, who has locked himself away and doesn't let anyone in. This would last a month, 2 at most, and they should be able to accomplish many useful things in that time. And the first thing will be to hunt the Blue Dragon and reunite with the companions of Jeff from the past. Following Ned's advice, she decides not to tell Altar that she has returned from the future until Altar masters contact, because, in fact, if a stranger tells her that he was her boyfriend in a past, is that the damage and fatigue received accumulate and become a debt, and the moment the user's mana reaches 0, all the accumulated damage and fatigue return at once. Often, life, she will think he is a pervert or an idiot, and while the princess, for some unknown reason, believes the hero, they must proceed with caution. Jeffrey doesn't understand why the princess trusts. So much depends on whether Lucius's letter had such an effect on him. Perhaps she is more confident now than she was in her previous life because she hasn't lost important people in battle. Meanwhile, the son of Felipe reports that they have arrived in the largest cereal district on the continent, and this is his home. Ned comments that he visited here as a child on a family trip. The wheat fields stretch on endlessly. It's truly spectacular. Edwin says that in any house in Dankill, travelers are always fed, as hospitality is considered common courtesy, but that was in the past. Edwin opens the carriage window and asks the heroes to observe what is happening to the place now. Ned can't believe what he is seeing. The wheat fields that once sustained almost the entire place, one of the Saf continent, providing for its people, have now become a lifeless wasteland. Looking at it, only thoughts of death arise, with destroyed and burned houses and corpses strewn about. This horror, it started exactly 3 years ago when the blue dragon arrived, settling near the reservoir and beginning to poison the water with its venom. The healers were unable to cleanse the land of its corruption. Over the years, almost 80% of the towers were destroyed, and soon the remaining 20% will likely be destroyed as well. It's a miracle they are still producing crops. This is most likely due to the special water from the river. Now is the most opportune time to save these lands. And upon arriving at the local settlement, the heroes are greeted by guards. The Pilgrim Trading Company has visited them before, bringing food, so they let them in without question. This aid station provides assistance to anyone who has lost their homes. The heroes won't be staying here for long. They will gather what they need and continue onward. Killing the user. The debt god Yara is a double-edged sword that brings ruin, devouring the desperation of people drowning in debt. Jeff thinks this beggar is definitely watching his. As Altair speaks about this, Yetir hears more groans, enters the hut from which cries of agony are emanating, and gives water to the doctor. Asking who the sick man is, the priest replies that it is Sir Gims, a knight who came from the fortress and was attacked while exploring the area. Although he defeated the attackers, he was still. He analyzed all the symptoms and immediately realized that it was dragon poison, meaning that he was either attacked by a monster from the nest or he drank poisoned water. Poisoned, so the healers can't do anything to help him. He can only wait for death while the doctors try to ease his pain. Alta whispers in Jeff's ear that he is an honest gentleman who can be trusted, surely sent by the Lord of Donna Aquil. Jeff asks the princess how safe this place is, and she replies that she can make it as safe as necessary. Hearing this, the hero takes out the silver key, which contains needles with the powerful Feta poison. If no one can help with this poison, then Gefira will make an antidote, because the poison has an antidote. Currently, this station is a secret level 1 military base. Fad still needs more time to complete his poisons, as the ingredients are very rare, some of no, which can only be obtained from the body of Gefil, a strong poison based on the blood of a dragon man. Number 32, ASM, destroys all connective tissues, but if its concentration is precisely determined, and the patient's condition is monitored with the help of healers, the body can fully recover after neutralizing the poison. Gear orders the healer to heal every 3 seconds after injecting the poison. Altair, on the other hand, is delighted with her new ally. He is so skilled that he can turn poison into fighting and choking on his own saliva. We see that this is indeed the case. Usara is already anticipating collecting debts. There's a measurement of accumulated damage, at the end of which the countdown begins, medicine, and vice versa. But his thoughts are interrupted by the detector skill, which indicates that someone is approaching the aid station. Filippo hears the guards greet. Someone is at the door, and the uninvited guests turn out to be a squadron of Knights of Donna Aquil, commanded by Regulus Dane Kill, nicknamed the Scarecrow. He greets Filippo, and the merchant says he is glad to see his old friend, but Regulus's face tells a different story. He has learned of the contents of the letter they sent to the Scarecrow's father, that is, to Master of Dan Kill. They have been planning a joint raid against the dragon for a long time, and in fact, have become like family in that time. So, as the eldest son of Master Dan Kill, he can't help but wonder who is behind Philip's actions. The merchant, for his part, does not understand what the Scarecrow is talking about, but he clarifies his statement. The House of the Dragon will not begin until within a year, and that is on the condition that the Holy Sun finds the heart of the dragon. So Regulus has sent a man to the third pavilion to keep an eye on things. But now, the temple was closed, and Lucio had locked himself in his room, so the situation was not conducive to hunting. To put it lightly, it would have been better if they had arrived at the castle sooner, in person to meet with the landlord, But the fact that they are preparing in such a hurry and requesting military assistance leads Regulus to believe that someone is manipulating Philip and not precisely honest. The peddler replies that his caution is commendable, but that he has already received a response from Scarecrow's father, saying that he will provide assistance. Military. So he has sent his son to personally verify everything, or this is an initiative by Regulus that his father is unaware of. Scarecrow says it's useless to stall with sharp spikes. Shafir finds it increasingly difficult to remain standing. He can't endure it and collapses to the ground. In the 4th second, he tears the bandages from his arm and pulls out a stash of restorative potions. And orders the aid station to be cordoned off, but is interrupted by a scream. He glances quickly at the cabin where the sounds of agony are coming from and runs to see what's happening. He immediately sees a purple-skinned man spits blood, but even with these physical changes, the Scarecrow recognizes Sir Gims, a knight from his kingdom, as Jeff injects poison needles under his skin. Naturally, he thinks the hero is mocking his comrade. He immediately lunges at him with his sword, but fortunately for him, he can't land a single blow on Geofire. He is stopped by a kick to the back of the head from Ophelia, who demands to know why he drew his sword. Regulus doesn't understand what the princess's protector is doing here or why she stopped him, but the princess, who is behind him, tells him that she overheard the conversation between Regulus and Philip with the help of a detector, and that his fears are not unfounded. However, he has no right to interfere in the hunt or harm his companions, because the letter that the Scarecrow's father received was not a request for help, but an order given to him personally by the princess of the kingdom of Kaina. Rulu was immediately startled and fell to her knees, greeting the Archduchess. After a while, Sir Graham, having been saved from the poison, thanks Geoffrey for saving his life. Scarecrow apologizes to the hero, saying that he misinterpreted everything and insulted the princess's knight for no reason, and that he is very ashamed of himself. Jep tells him not to worry, but thinks that since he is apologizing, he won't have to teach him a lesson. To Regulus, Alta addresses Scarecrow, calling him Zumbe, and asks if he remembers their time at the academy when they were given joint assignments. His classmates feared him for his brusque temperament, but, to be honest, he always paid more attention to detail than anyone else. Thanks to him, there were never any disagreements within. Last second, just before the plum bob falls, Jeff drinks the potion. The plum bob flies towards the ground at full speed, but at the last moment, it finds a point of mana and stops. The team and he was, in a way, unattainable. And now, just like when she was a child, Eva suspected that something was wrong and decided to investigate it personally to get to the bottom of the matter. His curiosity regarding details makes him trust him, and the fact that he misunderstood everything isn't a big deal. But since everything was resolved peacefully, he can finally officially declare his feelings. As the Archduchess, Sir Geofire was personally sent by the goddess Arya to save the Holy Sun and the entire world from destruction. Even Geofire was shocked by such information. Greed clouded our minds, and we did not recognize the heresy, but Lord Yetir came to save us at the personal request of the goddess Arya. So, the dragon's heart was given to him. His will is Arya's will, and we must obey her unconditionally. According to Altair, that's what Lucius wrote in his letter. Regulus, for his part, is incredibly elated. He is like a child happy to be able to be a comrade of the messenger of Arya and takes an oath regarding it, accepting the will of the goddess. Yetir can barely contain his laughter at such nonsense that Altair has invented and planted in his head. She is, of course, outraged by this, but says nothing. However, apparently not everyone believed that lie, but it no longer mattered. The reins of the mission had been handed over to Jeff, and, as such, he had quite a few responsibilities. Jeff used the needles on the other patients, but they won't be completely cured. In a few days, the poison will take over them again. Of them, it is necessary to create an antidote as soon as possible. The ingredients for it can only be found in the Great Elfin Forest, which is located in the western part of the continent of Aslan. Upon arrival, Ned is surprised that the forest hasn't been destroyed, like the rest of the peasants' arable land, and J-Ray notices its fantastic size and feels almost crushing Gafira. Until next time, with a mocking smile, the heroic Gafira taunts God, saying that he has survived the entire year since the disappearance of different because the forest is full of mana. So, past the village, they can't ride because the horses are afraid of the strong mana. And after receiving this information, Philip asks if he can stay close to the village and don't venture into the forest, but Geofire insists it's safer that way. He can't tell her that the smiling girl is going to kill him, so Geofire keeps that information to himself. He also thinks it would be very convenient to put Philip in the subspace to keep him safe, but Angel has already told him that, although it's possible. The last owner of the key complained that when he put his friend into the subspace and brought him back a couple of days later, the friend went crazy and started howling like an animal. Angel sarcastically says that he can't understand what happened to him in the subspace. So the only way to protect his friends is to keep them close, and no silver key is worth risking that. Their destination used to be the village of Dan Kill, but now there's an outpost there. The companions who arrived earlier are already waiting for them, so they have to arrive as soon as possible. And during this seemingly easy walk, Yetir is invaded by a Brogzazai, a sharp feeling, as if someone was watching him. Alta asks the hero what's wrong, and he replies that he wants to check something out. Alta mentions that the last message from the village arrived 2 days ago. One of Regulus's men says that the wizards from the magic tower installed a device in the village that releases magical smoke if there's trouble, but she hasn't seen it in person. She's only heard about it from other magicians. Ophelia says she checked the area with her miraculous eyes, but didn't find any ambush or any ability to camouflage. And Scarecrow says that with their incredibly strong team, even if they encounter danger, there won't be any problems. Jeffy remembers what he knows: humanity, and the angel betrays the true will of the gods, who demand bread and circuses. The angel tells him that the gods greatly enjoyed watching Jeff fight the demons, humanity, and that avoiding the collection of the unfortunate god is nothing. He impolitely suggests that the god leave, at which point Usara angrily breaks the magic stone. After a while, Jeff, about this forest. Once, during a break, his elf companion told the hero about these places, although nobody wanted to listen. However, Gare didn't care, because he liked to absorb. He absorbed any useful knowledge like a sponge, using his mind to memorize all the useful information. Gefira had learned enough about this place. Elfin may be a beautiful forest, but behind its beauty lies something that can completely consume a man. He tells Ned to protect Philip, saying an attack could come at any moment. When Alta interrupts, there whispers, because the heroes have come across something very strange: a forest door that blocks the path to uninvited guests. It used to be on the other side of the village, but they haven't arrived at the location yet. So, why is the door here? And the magic door turns out to be alive and talking, telling people that they are not welcome and demanding that they leave immediately. Naturally, Yetter is not satisfied with this and draws his sword, the Great Silver Key, and says that in the 2 days since they last heard from the village, it could have easily been invaded. The hero: so, what did they do with the townspeople? And dismounting from his horse, he orders all members of the squad to halt. Altair attempts diplomacy, stating that as a princess, he has only come to talk, but the sensible Gate is outraged that they would come to talk while bringing an entire army with them. He asks if the carrier pigeons that transported their demands have also come to see her. Because of her brother, Altair has nothing more to discuss. She came to negotiate with the forest dwellers, suggesting that each side build strong forts on their side of the barricade and refrain from crossing the borders. From then on, there would be no fighting, the bloodshed would cease, and she also declared a temporary truce. He regains consciousness, disoriented and unaware of his location. His confusion is broken by a kind nun who asks him how the hero slept. Upon waking, Jeffer realizes, presenting a mysterious gift that compelled the forest dwellers to agree to her terms, and in the end, she treated their ruler cruelly in an aristocratic manner. Finishing his story, the roots of the trees began to move, startling the horses. Their enemies are the elves, who are characterized by their long ears, lifespans several times longer than humans, and a strong affinity for magic. Long ago, the elves established a kingdom that lasted for 2,000 years. By utilizing the life force of the forest and alchemy, the elves constructed an impregnable fortress, and now it demands he leave. Well, here they will only find death. Regulus shouts to his warriors not to be afraid, because if they act as they did in training, he is unable to finish the sentence as his horse steps on a strange ball, which bursts and causes an incredibly powerful explosion. Alta is angered by the elves' response, and then the jaws of the gate open, releasing a gigantic beam of energy that strikes the princess. The bastard elves, who have been observing all of this from inside the watchtower, rejoice in their victory, and one of them wonders how such a girl, despicable, was able to transform into a princess. But when the lightning dissipates, the princess standing behind Gare is completely unharmed. The Dragonslayer's robe mitigates any magic damage, and the holy barrier that Ellis had erected extinguished the remaining damage from the enemy's attack with compacted holy energy. Jeff and Alter exchange compliments, and the conclusion: elves are completely shocked that their attack failed. Yetir, meanwhile, reflects on the fact that the elves are merely soldiers, and that whatever the device powering their fortress is, it won't stop him. He uses his dragon tongue and commands the gate to open, creating an opening for him to fight his way through. Jeff, that he is tied to a bunk bed, and, besides the nun, the room contains two half-naked men and a collection of instruments used for organ harvesting. The nun reassures the hero, telling him, immediately locates the watchtower from which the elves are observing him, and the long-eared elves are completely dumbfounded by what this gray-haired bastard is doing. But before, realizing what just happened, the boys fly away, and Gefira grabs the little elf. Although she looks like a little girl, she is actually over 100 years old, so the first thing what he's going to do is kick her in the face and then sort out the negotiations. But upon closer inspection, he realizes that the little girl is different from the other elves. But those eyes, before he finishes his thought, an arrow with an incredible amount of energy flies towards the watchtower, which explodes into pieces. Altair is worried about Yer, and the little one curses her savior, saying that he almost killed her, but the local gunslinger apologizes and says that he doesn't know how to control the power of his attacks. Jeff withstood such a powerful arrow by practically catching it with his face, and recognizes his power, the power of one of the 10 strongest, an accomplished archer who in the future will fight on the side of humans against the demonic threat, an elf named Dariel. Located, Jeffy promises to take him down with a single arrow, and that arrow has already been launched. Everyone tries to figure out the projectile's origin, but the forest is too dense, not even. Ophelia, with her miraculous eyes, is able to track the attack even under these conditions. Then, one of the wizards uses the Eye of Greya. This ability transfers information between the golems remotely. The first golem will target Jairi, and the second will determine the direction of the attack. The trees are too tall, and the skill's range is only 200 meters, but fortunately, it was sufficient, and she saw from which direction the attack would come. The distance from which the arrow was launched is simply monstrous, at least 1 kilometer, but Jeff was already prepared, that it's simply her workshop, and reminds him that his deadline was an hour ago. Then, she asks the client if he's perhaps getting a little cocky. The nun says to face the arrow. Jeff easily repelled the powerful attack with a simple movement of his sword. The elf woman doesn't understand what just happened, and Altair, who was watching through the golem, is overjoyed that his knight survived. The wounded Yer is thrilled by the enemy's strength, and is already anticipating the fun to come. The elf tries to convince herself that the arrow was just an accident, but regardless, he has an injured arm, meaning he won't last long. And then the elven woman, whose name is Kiara, sends a telepathic order to Dariel to use something more serious. Next, the local archer uses red kites. It's not just a fancy name for the hero, as he actually flies real magic kites, and he immediately understands what kind of skill it is. Due to the projectile's speed, it will be very difficult to reflect the arrows, and if they dodge them, then Gear's allies will be covered by a shockwave. He then decides to use something new, and having activated Dracona, Jeff starts performing some flashy maneuvers. He makes a graceful swing of his giant sword. At that moment, only Net realized what had made his comrade. The hero's body appeared slow, as did the swing of his sword, but in reality, not even a second had passed, and in the very next instant, his movements sped up. They transformed into a dragon, and destroyed the comets before they even reached their target. Royal Tiara techniques, the pinnacle of the skill, is called Dragon, but it all depends on strength, the mana. Despite the name, the technique has nothing to do with an actual dragon, but it turns out to be incredibly powerful. And of course, after a successful counterattack, Jeff strikes a cool pose and basks in the glory in front of his allies. Ciara can't understand if Jeff is a human or a beast in human form. The elves have already lost many of their brethren to the blue dragon, has learned of the hero's misdeeds, grabs a knife, and expresses her concern that Jeffer must settle his debt, nearly stabbing Jeffer while asking if he intends to pay. And if this continues, her mother will die as well. Kiara falls to her knees, admits defeat, and promises that they will stop attacking. It doesn't matter if Jeffy is human or dragon, if he wants something, she will do it. But he tearfully begs for help for the forest people. And so, Gefil's men silently enter Eden, while the locals fearfully watch the invasion. But the hero, he agrees to help them, and after a while, we find ourselves in the elven settlement itself, where the settlement's 3 leaders examine the Night Gims. They are amazed that someone managed to cure the poison, although not completely, but at least his life is saved. Sira knows how risky it was for him to go on the quest, because moving alone dispersed the poison throughout his body, but he still decided that, if he couldn't fight, he would at least serve as proof of Sir Gear's marvelous abilities. It is the dedication of a true knight. The 3 elves are finally officially introduced to the humans. Jerome, the eldest elf, sits in the center. Kiara, the forest defender, stands to the left of her grandfather, and the local gunner, Dariel, is the only one of the strongest warriors remaining, and he stands to his grandfather's right. The high elves possess considerable strength, evident in their unique pupils, which indicate the presence of a special, innate gift. All of this is, of course, interesting, but Kiara is nothing like she was in her past life, when she was, shall we say, a bit older. Gafira looks at the girl and wonders how elves grow, if they have some kind of rapid growth spurt, but her musings are interrupted by Jiran, who says that they have already found someone who can stop the poison. Jiran isn't the first person they've encountered in their forest. After making peace with Prince Peas, a man who saved him from the infection had already approached them. Hero realizes that he cannot use magic at this moment, as he would immediately be ensnared by the god's debt, and Sarah mentions she will be paid next week for cleaning the dungeon. The nun had used poison needles in the same way, just like Gafira. Fad, but everyone called him Snake. Gafira hears that name here, but Jiran says that Fad was looking for his comrades are here, and apparently Jeff is one of them. Since Fat's friends are friends with the elves, they'll obviously work together, but they decide to take us to the Lake of Life exposition. It nourishes the forest by spreading its currents throughout its territory, and the healing powers of the lake became the foundation of the Elven Kingdom. When one of the rivers flowed towards the Dankill Plain, these lands became the most fertile on the continent, and the tree that fed on the lake's water became the Tree of Life. The inhabitants of the forest drew energy from it. Thanks to this, the Elven Kingdom remained standing for more than 2,000 years, but everything changed overnight when a blue dragon made a nest in the Lake of Life, and the poisonous moisture poisoned everyone around it. Following the exposition, we are shown Lindell Castle from a few days prior, where the Chefir tactics. The plan is that they need not only Altair's forces, but also an alliance with the elves. But will they be able to reach an agreement? The princess asks Edwin, no doubt about his diplomatic skills. Furthermore, Yatir has told him about the position his queen is in now, so the elves will have no choice but to accept an alliance. But the problem lies with the people of Dankill. The prejudice against the elves in the minds of the peasants is too strong, and those who live near the forest generally treat them more like pests, comparing them to wild boars and bears, and perhaps even worse. Especially now, for the people of the plains, the elves are the fiercest enemies. 4 years ago, the Red Moon and Dark Moon High Elves attacked Dankill. Dice angrily says they'll confiscate it as it is, and what will she do about the interest? Well, she'll only get 3 pence for the dungeon. She distracts the men and cuts the rope he was holding, because they believed that all the lands where the waters of the Great Tree flow belong to the elves, and consequently, the fields of the people belong to the people of the forest. They almost succeeded, seize a portion of the human lands. But Pies, along with a group of knights, intervened in time, and when the Golden Dragon appeared, the elves retreated to the depths of the forest. The war ended, and the humans were victorious, but just a year later, a new attack arrived in the form of a dragon, poisoning almost all of the fertile lands. Lord Tanaquilla and his son, Regulus, believe that they need the elves to defeat the dragon, so they put a stop to the false rumors about them. But the troublemakers are foolish and believe that the elves are the ones poisoning the lands of cultivation to take revenge on the humans, so there is a great risk that their own allies, caught up in the confusion, will abandon them as soon as they learn about the friendship with the elves. But Altair says that it only plays into his hands. Edwin does not salvage the princess's game, and she recalls the popular saying that any failure is a blessing in disguise, even if things are going poorly now. Bad, but it can be looked at from another angle. But from what angle? Exactly. We don't know the full situation yet, but we do find out how Gear met Fod. He once helped a fellow snake, and so he decided to take him on as an apprentice. Garyon, Riona, and Dariel came to believe the hero was like family and began to treat him well. Well, at least partially. Meanwhile, Jeff begins to court the prom, Dariel's mother, and Ciara is surprised that Jeff's poison works even better than Freud's. This poison was supposedly created by the hero himself, but in reality Fad wouldn't invent it until years later. Jafir told Ciara that a traitor had infiltrated Fod's guild and destroyed it from within, and after that he tried to ask the girl if Fod was there. Geffel's arm. The men pin the hero's hand to the table, and the nun says that, for now, she'll cut off a couple of his fingers so he takes the church seriously. Jeff tries to remember the name, but Ciara doesn't trust the hero completely, so she tells him with a sarcastic smile that she doesn't even know if she can answer him. But Dariel immediately tells him that the snake abandoned their forest from exactly a year ago, and Kara is outraged that the gunslinger revealed everything so easily to a suspicious new comrade. Dariel lifts the little girl by the neck and tells her to get down. The tone, considering she herself had just begged Sir Yapar for help. This confrontation between brother and sister is interrupted by Jiran, who tells the hero that the elves poisoned by the blue dragon endured for a long time drinking the poison left by Fit, but their supply is almost gone. In other words, they had to choose who would live and who would die, and if it weren't for Yer, their kingdom would be mired in a civil war. Jiran thinks to himself that Geir can not only neutralize the poison, but his strength is superior to Dariel's arrows, so, by getting him on their side, he will be able to get the last queen's chest hidden in the infected area TR years ago. The second to last chest was taken from the 12 towers to establish a new kingdom with it. The strong elves had separated to create new homes for their brethren. Jiran resented their betrayal, as they were going to abandon their queen, who was the reason they were alive, since she was the one who stopped the blue dragon. But, according to the stronger elves, she did anything times except times stop the dragon. If you look closely at the forest, only a fool would defend the queen. She failed in her duty to protect the people. Even before she was struck down by the poison, she was nothing more than a sickly, bedridden cripple who was unable to stop the Black Moon and Red Moon when they took their troops and left quietly. The queen is useless, and the Red and Black Moon showed the elves a different path. After being banished, they destroyed the elves of the nun, panicking, but she orders the men to cut, and one of the big guys balances himself over Jeff's fingers. The hero says the name, which they decide not to reveal to us yet, the nuns, watchtower, and took the chest, rebuilding a new kingdom and showering their queen with insults. And the ungrateful bastards simply left, but Jaren didn't stay with the queen for nothing. Loyalty. He simply couldn't reach the chest, as it was beyond his grasp. When he recognized Dariel's talent, he decided to raise him and bring him under his control. But Dariel has grown strong, not only physically, but also in spirit, and therefore won't abandon his mother. Naturally, if he discovers the old man's schemes, he'll immediately throw him into the dungeon. So, as he's meeting with Jay, the old man is hatching an evil plan in his head. He tells Tair and Jay that he only sees the village because they were forced to do so out of necessity. Of course, now he has given the order to release all the villagers and assures them that they have been treated with respect. And while he's insincerely flattering the heroes, he's plotting to send them to reclaim the tower, and, once Jay succeeds, the old man will seize the king's chest and become king himself. Edwin is surprised. Everything is progressing so smoothly. The old man has agreed to the alliance, and the elves are grateful to the elves, humans, for saving their families from the poison. As for the people of Dankil Alta, they were brainwashed with the ridiculous idea that Yer is a messenger of God, and they began to worship him as a messiah, taking his every word as gospel. Felipe doesn't understand why these children love the goddess Arya so much, and his son suggests it's because they have been protected by her, goddess, for a long time. However, the temple charged them a huge tax for this protection, so the question of their faith remains open. Edwin, for his part, says that things didn't turn out so well anyway, but her father says that the real difficulties have only just begun, and we are introduced to a new character, Melia, the magician from the magic tower, and her friend, with immediately change their expressions and order the butchers to stop, perplexed, asking who Gefil is. The butchers ask the nun what happened, but she pushes them away with a whom they are already familiar. However, we only know one name at this point. She is called Daisy, and she is also a magician from the magic tower. Mia turns her attention to Altair and says he hates that witch and only thinks about how to reach her so he can kill the princess without any trouble. Meanwhile, in the plaza of the southern metropolis of Barun, the Altair project of building the princess's mountain range is being documented by the Southern Construction Company. Naturally, instead of Altair herself, her maid Katie is there in her place, whose special ability is imitating sounds, and her speech is being followed by a spy from the sect, who comments that the scatterbrained princess's actions are useless because the sect will ruin these farmlands anyway. Anyway, if you analyze this project more closely, even a complete idiot can see that it's a distraction. But after Olden's death, there's no longer a vacant spot on the list of the two apostles, and the man from the east is arousing the suspicions of the other apostles. So, the followers have plenty of their own concerns and don't have time to investigate the princess's project. Meanwhile, in the elven forest, Kiara shows the heroes some poisoned flowers. This is a magical plant called Plent, which creates materials and food. Depending on the magic code entered, Plent creates different things. The elves invented these plants for a comfortable life. They also invented the magical mana flower plant. It sends out roots towards the riverbank, stores and filters the water of life, and subsequently spreads mana into the air. But now they have been poisoned, so they emit poisonous vapors, and plant has become a breeding ground for monsters. As Kiara explains this, an incredibly disgusting creature, created from the roots, lets out an ear-piercing scream. The elven archers have already lasted for 5 years, walking to the very end while knowing that only death awaited him. They even helped him along the way. Merced asks him if he remembers all of these fortunate coincidences. Kick. When the nun is left alone with the hero, she asks him how he knows her name, to which Jaffe replies that he can't help but know someone as popular as the runner. Begun to shoot, and the monsters are falling under this deadly hail. The first and most important condition of the alliance with the elves was to protect the village from the attack of these creatures. Due to the poison, the forest people are forced to move further and further away from their home, and if this continues, they will soon reach a place where there won't be enough food for everyone. What's more, although the mother is feeling much better thanks to Gafira's needles, she is still very weak from being poisoned for the 3rd consecutive year. She simply won't have the strength to survive the trip, so they have to stay behind. Fortunately for Derry, the destruction of the scum was already part of the hero's plan. The monster's magic stones will serve as an excellent material for production, and thanks to the coordinated efforts of human mages and elven archers, the monsters hardly stand a chance. Furthermore, Ophelia delivers divine leg kicks, piercing through the monsters' bodies with her foot, and Ned uses the remains as projectiles, now without any reservations about utilizing the royal tiara's flow. Well, after a brutal battle, but pretty easy, the heroes are thanked for their help. Ariel mentions that even her own brothers abandoned them. She didn't think people would come to their aid, but they didn't come for free. That's the problem. Their payment is the young branches of the Tree of Life, and the water from the Lake of Life that feeds the tree, items that the heroes are requesting to protect the town from infections. For that reason, Dariel can't just give them away. Gefil covers his face with his palm. He has a small request for the gunman. Before he starts spouting nonsense like "excuse me" or "understand," he should just say what he wants. Dariel isn't thinking clearly, but Jetty is about to explain everything to him point by point. The first request, in exchange for the branches and water, is to create a cure for White Rose monsters. Anna Primos, a nun from the Temple of Light, is also an agent for the White Rose monsters. Through her contacts, she trades in stolen goods, equipment, and monster corpses. The Queen. The second is to restore the Tree of Life using the lake, and the third is to kill the Blue Dragon. The main component for the success of the first request is the sap of the tree. As for the second point, everything will restore itself once the Blue Dragon dies. What else remains? Only the third condition is left. If Yatir said he will kill the dragon, then he will do it. What else does the stinking elf need? Maybe he should get a girlfriend, too. Dariel asks if the hero is 100% certain of his victory without these 2 ingredients. The village will be covered in an ominous cloud. They can't allow that. Saphir is not sure of his victory. Among the 4 high elves, the only one remaining in the village is the only one capable of fighting, and it is his duty to protect his companions. Gefil, however, points out to Dariel that he can talk about his duties, but he simply has no other option. If they don't attack the dragon now, then when will they? The Blue Dragon and the Queen's illness won't wait for Dariel to grow a pair and decide to take the risk. Gefil makes antidotes with his blood every day. He looks like a blood donor. The hero steps towards the gunman, engaging in a face-to-face confrontation, telling him he needs to wake up and start taking risks, or his house will be finished. However, the dialogue does not. Dariel agrees to speak the language of power. An incredibly potent flash illuminates the area, demolishing a large portion of the elven building. Altair can't believe that his beloved managed to find an adventure right behind him, and through the smoke, he can't see what happened there. But as soon as the dust from the battle settles, whoever shot the arrow says he understands everything. Jeff said that the archer will be one of the main helpers in the house, but how will he help if his arrows can't even pierce the scales of... Jeff says he was going to see her and asks her to untie his hands because it's not very convenient to make a deal in this position. Then, he offers to talk in a more normal setting. We are then shown Sahak. A Yeti? That's his limit, so he doesn't think he's going to win. He'd like to kill the idiot himself right now, but reality forces him to reconsider, no matter how much he wants to, no matter how much he should. Doing so is impossible. So, what does Jeff offer in exchange for victory? The hero tells him to get up, saying he's about to explain why Dariel is crying, and with a shout that his team's equipment is dog crap, he breaks the Dariel's bow. Even Alta is scandalized by such jokes, but Gear only has the ingredients for a new bow, and it would be better to save the shooter's tears for later. He'll cry when Gafira speaks to Ciara. She's annoyed by Jeff's brazen behavior, even though he's going to make a new bow for Dariel. Breaking his old bow was completely unnecessary. He could have given it to another warrior. Furthermore, this bow is considered to be of hero-class quality by human standards. Philippe and Lys, being true scholars, are disgusted by the destruction of such a valuable item. People have a common item tier list that they use to classify equipment and artifacts. There are ordinary and high-grade, rare, heroic, and the most powerful, which are called legendary items. Elis notices that this bow is not only of heroic class, but it also belonged to a famous person, meaning it could be sold for at least 50,000 gold. However, the angry Dariel doesn't care about the bow. He believes that Geir wanted to symbolically break him of his greed. The old weapons and items that were preventing the pollution are gone, things he relied on, and now he can only move forward. Dariel's curiosity is also piqued about what kind of bow the boss will make for him. He wonders if he will use a young branch from the Tree of Life, but on second thought, the branch is too small to make a bow. But we'll find out what Jaira is plotting. Now, we move to another room where Cider and Elan have prepared a Yagua branch, which is sacred to the elves, and the girl, at the hospital, scattering food everywhere. The doctors try to calm him down, but Gafira's words are interrupted by a mysterious man who asks her, presents this gift to Mr. Jeff, and at first glance, it seems like an ordinary Yagua branch, but if you look closely, even for Javir, who has seen the end of the world, and had many adventures after which his atrophied sense of wonder is revived, leaving him breathless at the indescribable beauty of a seemingly ordinary glass of water. Daryl gives it to him. He informs him that the glass contains the last sip of life-giving water, but he gives it away with complete faith that he will defeat the dragon and the spring will be pure again. And to reinforce his faith, he takes a drink of the life-giving water. After that, the hero's body overflows with an incredible amount of mana, because the water from the Lake of Life contains enormous magic, amplified by the effect of Hermes' ability. Increases the water's beneficial effects by 500%. Following this, Air immediately uses the Dracona, increasing his magic and physical strength to the limit of his current capabilities, and in this form, the hero begins to fight in melee within a small celestial circle, which further increases his mana. The hunting conditions will be as harsh as an assault on Juridika's tomb. It will seem like an easy stroll, but it's a poisoned area where healing will be impossible. Serious problems will begin 10 kilometers from the lake, and most importantly, in the center, they will encounter a huge, evil, and extremely ugly dragon. The human body can't withstand that, so, with the help of water, Yetir wants to unleash as much of the dragon's power as possible and extend its lifespan. Dracona Altair comments that, with such colossal damage to the dragon heart, its power must be built up gradually, much to the dragon's displeasure, as it has so little time, but it will help its lover with Moira's spell. Medea's ancient magic allows her to control the magical flow of another person. Furthermore, all the pieces are in place. The magic of the elf forest, the vital energy, why she is making the hospital dirty. He turns out to be the red-haired guy who saw Jeff and Sahak fighting at the end of last week's episode. His name is Net Zumbe. Zumbe says he will take care of it right here. Of the water from the Lake of Life, and the dragon form, the enhanced Dracona. And, on top of that, Moira's ability. One can only hope that Gafira doesn't die in the middle of the process, but as expected, things do not. They proceed as planned, but his body is suddenly racked with horrible pain. He spits out a considerable amount of blood, but fortunately, the best healer is already rushing to his aid. Meanwhile, the overall power of the Dragonheart increases. Even Altair begins to bleed from the strain of overexertion, but despite this, the power begins to fluctuate and gradually decrease. Suddenly, Gefil is overcome by the Mcura, incredibly pleasant sensation of a warm and reassuring hand. It's Ned, who noticed that the hero's breathing is becoming labored, and only another master of the Royal Tiara can help him with the mana flow. As a fellow master of the Royal Tiara, Gefil can fully trust Ned to guide his friend, and Ned will have to contain the runaway energy. Everyone involved in the NRA process is at their maximum level of concentration, and Gefil finally opens his eyes. Dariel is the first to see him, blinded momentarily by the incredible flash of the transformation, and is stunned by what Jafir sees. For his part, it shows that Dad is willing to tear down the stalls. Finally, everyone can take a break from such a tiring process. Altair can finally enjoy the beautiful view at last. His Dragon Knight's total Dragon Heart power has reached 10%, and the duration of his draconization has increased to 10 minutes. Jfire, on the other hand, thinks that he is still nowhere near his true form, past life, but now he felt like he had dove out of the water and taken a deep breath of fresh air. He asks Dariel to bring him a towel, and Dariel immediately comes running like an errand boy. With a towel in hand, Dariel wants to wipe the hero's sweat, but that's not what he needs a towel for. It's time to gather material for the bow, and holding the towel between his teeth, J-Fire begins to. After dismissing the staff, he explains that he has found out about the incident. Sahak tries to justify himself and says that Netzumbe shouldn't bother with it. Immediately, the redhead shoves a knife into his mouth, dig his claws into his chest. With great difficulty, he manages to endure the extremely painful process of extracting dragon scales. The scales of the blue dragon cannot be broken by iron, but, and if he used the scales of another dragon, even if they aren't even 20% as strong, but they are the scales of Khazar himself, the strongest dragon, and he will undoubtedly pierce that blue bastard. Jeff has never crafted a dragon weapon, and crafting one requires mastering the materials, so he makes up for his lack of experience with the best elven mana alloy known as pure gold, which the blacksmith, Noel, a servant of the queen, knows how to craft to perfection. All the ingredients have been gathered: pure gold, dragon scales, Juridica blood rubies, and a moonwood shaft. Now remain the little things. Altair uses the mana circle. This ability forms a field within which the power and duration of all spells is increased by 100%, and under empowerment, Yetir begins the enchantment with Dracona. He points his finger at the liquid gold and uses his dragon tongue to command it to flow, to merge, and to be reborn. Dariel sees the fruits of Yeti's labor. Judging by his appearance, it is magnificent. The black dragon's longbow and arrows increase the elves' hopes tenfold. Meanwhile, there were still 15 days remaining before the raid, and humans and elves were actively preparing. This time, during the 2-week training session leading up to the raid, Ned was already acting as an instructor instead of a slave. The hunter team, hunters were destroying plants infested with monsters and advancing. They needed to advance 1.5 kilometers to the Lake of Life within 10 days. As the monsters along the hunter's path were extremely numerous, the magic crystals accumulated in mountains, but they didn't remain for long. All the stones were used for various needs, from crafting golems to fortifying their position. They also, reminding him that Mr. Matthias told him not to cause any embarrassing problems, yet he still allowed himself to be beaten in front of a crowd of slaves. A panicked Sahak doesn't know. They needed to create safe zones with the help of magic circles. Alter invented new magic circles. If a branch from the Tree of Life is used as the core in this circle, dragon poison will not. She will be able to penetrate there, but Amelia can't even understand how this magic circle works. Furthermore, Yetir ordered them to use magic stones to make weapons, requiring a large quantity, and they are very skilled at it. But for the best blacksmith on the continent, this task only fuels his artisanal fervor and passion. The dragon heart's power is currently at 15%. Although it has reached the second dragonoid form, Dragonborn, its power will only last 10 minutes, and then vanish quickly. The power of the dragon heart slowly spreads through the owner's body, but the more often the power is used, dragonized, and dragon magic fills the user's entire body. Yetir should maximize it before the raid. The best option is to reach 19%, but 17% will do. If they achieve that, they still have a chance of winning, but in any other case, they shouldn't expect to win. Geffel will use force again and again, until he reaches his limit and crosses the line, and now everything is prepared for the upcoming raid. During their 2 weeks of training together, the humans and elves had grown very close, with some even becoming friends. All the key figures of the raid were having dinner during a break from training. Ned wanted to discuss something, but he was distracted by Gefira's food. Only a couple of seconds after the food appeared on the table, and after a rapid, 2-second meal, Jeff gets up from the table and says he needs to get some sleep before the battle. Altair, having seen her knight leave, says that it is time for her to sleep as well, and Ophelia wants to join her mistress, but Ned grabs her arm and reminds her that she was going to fight with him. Naturally, she hadn't planned anything like that. That's right, it was a trick by Ned to leave J-Ray and Altair alone, so that they can finally what to answer, and Netson cuts his cheeks with a sharp, abrupt movement of his hand. He says that everyone was lashing out at Sahak's recklessness because they had such high hopes for him. When Altair began to reflect on the fact that they were now doing things that had seemed impossible just a month ago, like sending countless letters requesting assistance to the Dragon House. I had heard mostly negative opinions, many expressed quite rudely. Even Lord Dankill, who fully supported her, doubted they had any chance of winning. Furthermore, there was a rumor had reached her older brother that she was increasing the combat power within the castle, and he asked her to be careful because the others might consider it an act of betrayal. No one helped her, neither the aristocrats nor the great families. She could only trust her own men. However, things started to improve as soon as Jeff entered her life. Was it luck or destiny? Some would say, but Altair doesn't believe in such things. Yatir realizes that his beloved has entered his tent. Before he can say anything, Altair lunges at the hero and kisses him. He himself does not. He doesn't remember how long he's been waiting for this moment, but not everything is as rosy as it seems. It was Medea's kiss, an ability that places a seal on a person, putting them under an effect where he is. Unable to lie to the pitcher, Yatir pretends to be clueless, acting as if she doesn't understand what's happening. However, Altair, being the dominant one, tells her to be quiet because now she's the one asking the questions. The sick are recovering, humans are united with the elves, and the raid, which seemed impossible, is set to begin tomorrow, all thanks to Yetter in only 1 month. Altair had long harbored suspicions, so she continued to observe him. When she witnessed him tearing off his own scales, enduring immense agony for the sake of others, her suspicions only intensified. She questions the hero about his true intentions, suggesting he wouldn't do so much purely out of kindness, as everything in this world comes at a price, and he discovered the first heretic. Netsun thought he had a special talent, but since then, Sahak has only found 2 heretics in 6 months, and those above are already beginning to doubt him. Sahak falls to his. Gefil has become so powerful that if he conceals something or carries out someone's malicious intent, no one will be able to stop him. That's why she wants to understand his plan, and with the assistance of Medea's kiss, she commands him to talk about who is really behind everything. Jeep removes his mask of the misunderstood fool and declares that he is here of his own free will. Nothing more, nothing less. He's doing all of this solely for the princess. Words that leave her in a stupor. The magic is definitely working, and he isn't lying. She demands details, and Yatir has no choice but to tell her the truth. That she sacrificed her life for him, and he went back in. Time to fix it. Altair is in disbelief, so, summoning a magical hand, she begins to strangle the hero, screaming in anger that he should stop toying with their minds. Eventually, she starts to behave like the real Altair that Yetter once knew. Her furious voice is like a blade in the wind. Apparently, she was caught off guard and lost her composure. Yetter tells her that she knows perfectly well that he can't lie under the seal's influence. Medea's magic is like a cheat code because, by utilizing Medea's magical spells, it's used at the same time. A complete analysis, thoroughly checking if everything is working as it should. Even if it's her first time using the kiss, she can be 100% sure she has done everything correctly. Jeff takes her hand, saying that he has been waiting for her to make up her mind. He says that his beloved can ask him anything she wants, that he will tell her everything she wants to know without hiding anything, and that there's no point in lying. Alta is flustered with embarrassment, and Yatir asks if she has any more questions. She has no questions left because the kiss doesn't last forever. He grabs her by the waist and tells her that if she reuses the kiss, he won't mind. He then kisses the princess boldly, but this romantic scene cuts to the golems, where Melia complains that she is tired. Daisy asks what the problem is, to which knees and begs for just one chance. He says he is willing to do anything. Netsun tells him that first he must kill the guy who publicly humiliated him, and then they will decide what to do with him. The loser Netsun. Melia says that the bitch and the others are her subordinates, and Melia knows it, making her even more pissed off about it. When they were at the academy, Melia spent all night chasing after the Inmai teachers to pass their subjects, while Altair was always resting and doing whatever he pleased, solving all his problems with money and connections. That's why he never acknowledges her. Although Altair actually didn't have any problems because he was very talented and didn't need to study books day and night to show results. Daisy says that Amelia was insulting her so much that she decided to see if she was putting her team at risk, but surprisingly, she did her job well. The thing is, she's just jealous of the princess, but she'll probably do something stupid out of jealousy. So Daisy tells Amelia a secret. If she successfully completes the task, she will be recommended as a court mage to several aristocrats in the capital. Amelia can believe what she's hearing, and Daisy explains that these aristocrats were looking for a battle mage, and there were no suitable candidates, although the conditions are not easy, and they focus not only on age, but also on achievements. Most warriors have external support, but Amelia is the only mage who relies solely on her own strength. If she participates in a raid, in which a dragon is killed, there will be absolutely no questions asked, and the aristocrats will welcome her with open arms. Amelia's sour expression immediately softens, and she cheerfully leads. Daisy away from the golems so they can properly rest before tomorrow's battle, all while being watched by Jerome, who has been standing there for a long time, as he is incredibly happy that they're finally gone. This guy starts changing the golem's magical runes. The golem performs specific actions depending on which runes are placed on it. Before he could finish his next sentence, Jeff attempts to kill the angel by unleashing a powerful mana blast. The hero remembers how he and his beloved fought desperately because throws a package to Sahak. Sahak unwraps it and is surprised to find strange demonic objects that were found in the room of the heretic that Sahak had discovered. It's up to him now. Twist them a little. The golems will only obey the orders of that rotten old man. After such a twist, we're transported to the next morning, where the beat starts to pick up for morale. The warriors are ready for battle and realize that it might be a single point of entry, but despite this, their morale remains unbroken. Many may die today, but those who survive will witness a turning point in history. Jep approaches his girls, and Altair gives the order to use all reinforcement spells, and the three use everything they have to buff Jeff to the maximum. Last night, Jeff recounted the path he took in his past life. Altair doesn't understand why he took this case if it was so bad the last time, but Jeff says that she moves forward without knowing the future, while he knows everything about her beforehand, so he will do much better than her, and in the end, he will get what he wants. He will overcome all the obstacles, kill all the enemies, and help his beloved to get the throne. And when the Dana moment arrives, he will ask his queen to make him her king. After these memories, Altair commands the stars to grant strength to the hero, and, shedding his cloak, Jeff unfurls his wings. Fully prepared for the deadly battle, the hero is about to initiate the assault on the Blue Dragon. The group's total strength is 225 men. The rear attacking squad is responsible for ranged attacks. The rear adjutant squad handles healing, strengthening, and weakening spells, as well as golem control and repair. Detachment of rear defenders. Their duties include positional defense and assisting the vanguard. There are 224 people in the rear detachments, but only one in the Electa vanguard. Of course, it's Gear, who casts a farewell glance at his beloved Alta and, fully prepared for battle, takes flight. According to the Dragon Slayer's tactics, the rearguard, loser, use these items or don't, but you're not in a position to choose. So, you must make a decision that you won't regret. Zumbai departs, leaving Sahak alone to make, and the front lines are positioned far apart from each other. And although it may sound absurd, this gives them a much greater chance of victory. The closer they get to the dragon's lair, the more thick the poison intensifies right next to the dragon itself. All of them, except Yetir, will last a maximum of 5 minutes, and that's with the help of magic, in addition to their naturally high poison resistance. By Draconiachi, a hero also imbued with Tears of Gold, an elixir that prevents the devastating effect with a powerful protective energy. And if we add the secret of this ability, Hermes, granting 500% effectiveness to potions, elixirs, and medicines, then Gear actually achieves complete immunity to the poison. Well, to get to the bastard's lair, fast, the hero uses the Royal Tiara's flow acceleration, developing a flight speed that is almost supersonic. Approaching the dragon, Artal Gafil comes across the plant, which, sensing great danger from the Dragon Slayer, it unleashes countless monsters against him, but Gear is already prepared to face them, and, having accumulated a large amount of energy, with his sword, he delivers a devastating blow, splitting the entire horde of disgusting bastards in two. Judging by the pile of huge plants, the hero is already very near the goal, which means he simply has to ignore all the monsters. With the help of the silver key, he begins a decent bombardment of the area, but instead of bombs, he uses a lot of golems. Among them are stone golems that spread magical waves in a radius of 70 meters. If you place them 100 meters away from each other, a kind of trail of mana appears, and magic can now be transferred to the end of this trail, but the spell's power will be reduced by exactly half. Meanwhile, the mana path continues to increase its distance, thanks to the mana. His decision. The loser believes the choice is obvious, and decides to accept Moniac's gifts to face Jeff Zumbe. Meanwhile, he tells him to keep an eye on him so he doesn't do anything. Hero. The battle golems he has placed are working stably, have already had the spell upgrade applied, and can be used with the remote control. And this was all prepared 2 weeks before the high raid. He told Daisy that he had read her thesis and that it had impressed the prince, so he asked the young scientist to complete it in 15 days, and Tai would provide all the necessary materials. Daisy was overjoyed because the Magic Tower had rejected this project for being too expensive, leaving her artwork stuck in the design phase. Her creation is a golem, a cyclops that will serve as the eyes for the entire group. The Cyclops is a very massive golem, capable of transmitting images and sounds, and the information it receives is sent to Grea's golem, allowing it to gather information within a 1-kilometer radius. Daisy has created as many as 16 of these beauties. Now that Grea can clearly see Yeti, they can coordinate Dariel's attack. The girl realizes that people come up with surprisingly useful inventions using magic, but Altair does not share her enthusiasm, because through the golem, he sees a blue dragon sleeping under a tree of life. Poisoned, talking about killing it is one thing, but seeing it for yourself is another. Even though they are looking through the golems, being several kilometers away from the dragon, just looking at it makes everyone tense. Kiara comments that 3 years ago, things were different. As soon as they approached the dragon, it would immediately start screaming, but now it is suspiciously calm. This was when Jetty was explaining his plan. He told the elves that there was one thing they had never noticed. The dragon perceives its surroundings perfectly. Its hearing and vision are incredibly keen. The forest of elves is like a bedroom with an open window to him in the silent night. So how is it that they are still alive, wandering around in his territory? It hadn't occurred to Kiara at all. Stupid. He also thinks that Sahak is talentless and dumber than an oak tree, and doesn't even realize that Zumbai locked him in there to create a smokescreen. Thanks to Sahak, the absolute. Who would have thought that the blue dragon had come to the lake because, within a few pages, Jael perches on a branch and cautiously observes the dragon. Everything is taking shape as he had expected the hero to approach that bastard, and he truly doesn't care at all. He can now move within the poisonous fog for a full 28 minutes. It took him 2 minutes to get here, and place the golems, which means there are only 26 minutes left until the battle. He can't waste a single second, so he takes out the black dragon chain made from his own scales and coils it, chain around a branch of the Tree of Life, and throws it towards the blue dragon. As he flies, he thinks about the fact that the blue dragon isn't actually poisonous. Tiara believes that everyone has forgotten what the blue dragon is really like, because the average lifespan of elves is 300 years, and high elves live 500 years. But the blue dragon appeared exactly 600 years ago. The healing power of the Lake of Life is so great that the prayers of all the priests in the world combined wouldn't compare to it. Hence the reason for the presence of dragons in these. The land becomes visible, and at that moment, Artal notices movement and opens his eye. Literally, in an instant, Yatir is completely devoured, and the Watchers fear for their messiah, but there is nothing to be afraid of, because frantic red eyes emerge from the dragon's mouth, grabbing the dragon from the inside. J-Fire separates its jaws with incredible physical strength and says that the dragon has been poisoned with demonic poison and is now dying, which is why it cannot escape from its current state. This thing came here to heal itself and doesn't care at all that it is killing everyone around it with the found demonic poison, which hasn't fully dissipated yet and is taking away a lot of the dragon's strength. That's why Gear has chosen this creature as a target, because so far his strength is only enough to handle a dragon. Commander of the Temple Knights squad has lost his guard. Now they have to sneak into the assault and take all the artifacts, and while they're at it, eliminate the commander of the knights. Like this. With these words, the hero pierces the blue bastard's mouth with the chain, and now its jaw is hooked, meaning he can fish using the dragon's tongue. Yatir orders the chain to twist, and the dragon realizes what the hero is planning, but it is too late. As the chain twists, it abruptly yanks Artal out of the lake, causing him immense pain. Since the dragon itself is suffering from poison, pulling the bastard out of the lake, which helps him regenerate, will start to inflict even more poison damage. Overcome by the pain, the enormous creature begins to writhe, which helps it to throw Jeff away from its jaws, but the hero manages to grab onto his chain, cutting his palms in the process. Pill is overwhelmed by the dragon's power. Although the poison is weakening him, and the power of the dragon heart within the hero has already reached 19%, he still loses in terms of brute strength, but that doesn't last long. The hero draws the great sword, the silver key, and delivers a direct, forceful blow to the blue dragon's mouth. The monster's mouth lacks strong scales for protection and, furthermore, houses arteries and nerve ganglia, which, it means he has to stay as close as possible to the jagged maw to inflict maximum damage. But as he was thinking this, the blue degenerate suddenly started spitting black energy, all while holding the hero between his teeth. He began to prepare a powerful attack, and soon unleashed a dragon breath that began to incinerate everything in its path. Kara is very worried about the commander-in-chief because the success of the operation depends solely on him, and Dariel realizes that it's the same blue fire that burned down her forest 3 years ago. Luckily, Altair remains calm and takes command. He tells everyone to prepare, assuring them that they have nothing to worry about because Yetir is safe. Besides Altair, the dragon also realizes this, even if so that the third diocese ends up falling into the hands of the worshippers of Sane. He asks his comrade to investigate Jeff. He contemplates the hero's use of the fighting style of the card. Due to the pain from the poison, he isn't completely in his right mind, but he is able to feel the emptiness between his fangs. Just before unleashing the dragon's breath, he felt a slight tickle in his mouth, and then, the void remained, its victim gone. Looking closer, a cut could be seen on its flesh, just before the dragon's attack. Jeff used the silver key, cutting into the bastard's cheeks to get deeper into its mouth and then use the silver key, because once it crawls back out, it will be in the same place. Now, the hero had a great opportunity to attack, specifically with the Thunder Palm, which unleashed incredible pain throughout the monster's body. In its agony, the creature decided to use its dragon breath again, and when the flames had already formed inside its breathing sac, Jeff began to prepare his attack and spat out the dragon flame a fraction of a second before the blue bastard did. Their flames reacted, with Artal's, causing its respiratory sac to simply explode, and the creature to lose concentration from the unimaginable pain. Even with its powerful regeneration, it wouldn't be able to spit flames for at least another 10 minutes. This is the perfect moment. He focuses intently on the spot, which means it's time to use the poison-soaked dragon arrows. Gathering a huge amount of mana, Dariel tightens the bowstring and, without hesitation, releases his arrow. He is 100% sure that he will reach his goal. This arrow deals massive damage to Gafira. The target is dozens of meters away, and the arrow hits Artal, crashing into the dragon's chest and piercing through its scales and flesh. The statesmen cheer. Kiar is delighted with his brother, but Dariel has other things on his mind. He remembered Yetir's words. It was not just the equipment that was Dariel's weakness, but his lack of experience in real battles with hardened. The worshippers of the Solo are known only to his teachers and students, implying he was sent by his master. But then, why didn't Jeff contact him through the official channel? Creepers. He had not yet met the one who would awaken the elf's true strength. At night, Ciara mocked Yetir. He talks about experience as if he had more. It sounds ridiculous. After all, Dariel is much older than the Dragon Slayer. Furthermore, after his fight with the Blue Dragon, he will awaken his true strength. They already lost 30 years ago, so what's the point of trying again, Dariel? On the other hand, he says that the meaning of Lord Gavir's words will soon become clear, and during the raid to release the Red Comets, he felt that the hero's words would resonate with him much more clearly. After this battle, he felt that it had something to do with his mission. Tearing the bastard's face apart with his arrows, Dariel tells himself that the Blue Dragon won't be his ultimate goal, but just one of the steps towards perfection, a hurdle that must be overcome. Ciara notices that her brother has always been restless, but now he has become incredibly focused. Perhaps Jeff has set a good example for him, or maybe it is destiny, and he will become the strongest of the elves in this era, the one who will connect with the Tree of Life and manifest the prophecies. Even though he was always a child he denied the objective, the superior refused outright to become king. Meanwhile, Artal was gaining more and more power thanks to Dariel's arrow piercing the scales. The enemy had many weaknesses that Yetir would be happy to exploit, but it was still unclear where their ultimate weak point was. With a cry of, "This isn't going to work," the hero is about to climb inside the bastard, but something stops his hand. It appears to be wrapped in a bunch of iron chains. And then Yetir realizes that the hero isn't the only one who's clever and intelligent. Altair also notices the communication golem and immediately realizes what is about to happen. He shouts for everyone to stop attacking and get on the defensive. Official communication? It's all very strange, and if in the end it turns out that Jeff isn't from their sect, he must be eliminated. Now we return to Anna, in front of whom Gafira has thrown the corpse of the. It's time to transform the mana pathway. The stone golem increases the range of abilities through the mana path, forming mana waves from magic circles, carved into it on all four sides. If all four circles are activated, mana will transfer bidirectionally, making it powerful enough to launch an attack, but in that case, there's a possibility of being attacked by the enemy from the other side. Deactivating one of the circles can protect against that, but the power of their own attacks will be reduced as a result. Meanwhile, all the extras are covered with enchanted shields. Elisa casts a powerful holy barrier to protect her companions, and Daisy deactivates a 5 CUTR mana circle just before the mana path changes direction. But before the path can change direction, Daisy's face shatters as a powerful wave of energy obliterates everything in its path. They didn't have enough time to finish preparing their defenses, and at that moment, the water from the Lake of Life rose up and shot off in an unknown direction, and a powerful black and blue energy enveloped the Dragon Slayer's chain, and then simply tore it to pieces. Tornadoes of water began to appear all around the dragon. Using his unique telekinesis ability, which is incredibly powerful and almost impossible to block, and considering dragons have reserves of practically unlimited mana, it promises the heroes nothing but failure. With only 20 minutes left until the end of the Dracona, what will the evil Babisco do? But until we find out, we are transported to a flashback. Geffel rhetorically asks why the poison that has been threatening the dragon's life for the past 3 years doesn't kill humans and elves. With a snap of his fingers, Dariel says that it's traitor, and Anna can't contain her excitement, saying how cool this thing is. Quickly, she returns to a professional tone and says that she will process the merchandise. Gefira has made his list of the most likely due to the water from the Lake of Life, and he's absolutely right. The water keeps the body alive, but it doesn't eliminate the poison, so you don't die, but the pain makes you want to. Dying to the dragon is the same. The pain has clouded his mind, so in all likelihood, he won't use his unique ability at the beginning of the battle. Kara wondered if that made sense, even once. Installed in the lake, the dragon had suffered through 3 failed raids, and each time his attacks became more and more monotonous, so he wasn't bothered by the threat of the elves. He was simply lying on the lake. His mind was aching, but the new, sharp pain would probably sober him up, and then the real battle would begin. The wounded dragon looks at his annoying opponent, and even through the bloody veil, he can clearly see the enemy who has already drawn his sword. He recognizes the sword Graham. He has fought against its wielder in the past, and due to his inability to think with total sobriety, he confuses Jayfire with the true owner of Graham. And we are transported to the rear unit. Fortunately, they have fully recovered their strength, and no one was mortally wounded, and the change in troop formation was successful, allowing the rearguard to avoid being hit. This pained Amelia because Yatir had believed they would be left with nothing. Nothing would come of it, even if they risked using the path in both directions to increase their attack power. But the most frustrating thing is that he was 100% correct. Now the power of their attacks is even lower, and only Dariel can shoot at long range. But the problem is that the Scarlet Comet takes 4 seconds to reach its target, and if Yetir can't keep the dragon in one place for that long, Dariel simply can't hit it. The door behind which the success of the House of the Dragon was expected was closing, and everyone was waiting for the man who wouldn't let it slam shut. Purchase, which includes potions of the highest grade of divine power, a rosary containing God's medicine, and a bunch of different ingredients. Anna tells him that all of this will cost him 5,000 gold pieces. Finally, this man was already thinking about how he could finish off the creature. Flying around, Air easily dodged its water tornadoes by utilizing the tiara's flow. Real. And these tornadoes are so powerful that one of them shattered a sturdy branch of the Tree of Life, reducing it to splinters, yet it was able to withstand the weight of the dragon and didn't even flinch. The hero thought that he didn't need to experience Artal's fury firsthand, so, dodging all the attacks, he began to retreat. The dragon didn't like that, so when the hero flew past, to the tree, the monster used telekinesis to bend a branch of the Tree of Life and strike Jayfire with it. He felt the full impact and crashed into the ground at an incredible speed. Incredible. The blue dragon didn't hesitate and attacked instantly, but at that moment, lightning flashed for an instant, and with the help of the tiara's acceleration, the hero dodged the bite with the same ease as before and counterattacked the bastard by aiming his sword Graham at the dragon's cheek. Artal's smile widened, and with that, the entire massive dragon corpse plummeted downwards into the lake, crawling several dozen meters along the bottom. Melia was frightened that he had fallen into the water. What would happen now? Would she have to rebuild him? Grandpa Kiara had said that, because of the dragon poison, he cannot recover quickly, and the lake water causes him a great deal of pain, so he will most likely surface. But now, there are bigger problems. The lake water has spread far beyond the shores. The plants that used to produce materials, feeding solely on the lake water, the more water, the higher the quality of the material produced have now. After having absorbed so much poisoned water, spawned the strongest enemies, and hundreds of creatures have surrounded the hero's camp. The golems prepare to receive the uninvited. They wanted to live, but this was nothing more than entertainment for the gods. Merced summons a giant foot that presses the heroes against the ground, telling Jeff to sit down because the gods are watching them, of gold, and that he needs to catch 3 more traitors. Jeffy replies that he will catch them in 3 weeks, and also has something else to ask, but that will be left off screen. We move to a guests, and a fierce battle begins between the artificially created monsters and the golems, with all the magicians shifting their focus and sending all their forces to help the golems. Monsters are literally popping up everywhere. Those closest to the lake need to be driven away so they don't interfere with gear. These golems were created by the most talented magician, Princess Alta. Moreover, if they are reinforced by skilled tower wizards, they will be stronger than many adventurers and have excellent combat training. However, why are they retreating? The remote control isn't working at all. It seems as if they've become cowards, but in reality, Jiran gave them the order, because the night before the assault, he changed the golem's runes, and now they only follow his orders. As soon as Dariel saw which direction the golems were running, he instantly understood everything. Well, there was no time to dwell on it. He realized that an attack was coming towards them, and, reacting immediately, the archer released a powerful arrow that shot down the enemy projectile. The squad's location had already been. It's revealed that if Dariel hadn't blocked the enemy's ranged attack, everyone would have already been killed. Yara states that the distance from where the attack was launched to their current location is 600 meters. They'll have to push themselves because the creature that launched the spear is at least on the level of a dungeon boss. Now, a brief flashback. The narrative flow of the battle is often disrupted. Previously, the raid on the Blue Dragon wouldn't have started for another year and a half. Neither Lucios nor Dragon, her participated in that battle, but Altair managed to assemble a strong team and challenge the Blue Dragon Tavern where, in a casual setting, Gafira's partner, suggests in the first part that the guys get to know each other again to strengthen their bonds as a team. He reintroduces Mark and Dale. Ultimately, thanks to the combined efforts of Dariel and a warrior unknown to us, the dragon was defeated by the coordinated attack of those two powerhouses. He strategically lost, resulting in a defeat. By this time, Jael had already left the cave and begun his supposed ascension. Olden, one of Ned's enemies, sat in the third room. Jeff. He had to become a temple knight in order to approach the brat, bleed him dry, and subdue him. The hero gathered information and, on one occasion, overheard something interesting. It was a princess. Matthias and Olden were arguing about Altair's failure in one of their plans. At that moment, Jeff still didn't realize what those cretins were talking about, or that they were playing a game much bigger than him. Olden had said that the princess had lost influence, power, and money, so it would be very difficult for her to get a vote, even if she participated in the House of the Dragon of Ice. The heart of the Black and Blue Dragon, already in the hands of the sect, as well as Bonus, have a holy son who is under the control of Olden's larva. Holding an old book, Cardinal says that if they obtain the heart of the Ice Dragon, all the brothers' dreams and wishes will come true. And finally, we return to the battle, or rather, to the Silver Key, which Jairi is contemplating. This time is different, and now he knows the plans of these freaks, so screw them and their world domination. The hero takes advantage of the time it took to resurface in the Silver Key and drinks a healing potion of mana, as well as golden tears that protect him from poison, all of which is enhanced by the secret of Hermes. The hero snaps his fingers and summons a Graya Golem to observe the situation. The Great Golem shows the rearguard what is happening with Jairi. He also needs to know what is happening in the rearguard. Unfortunately, golems cannot connect to each other, talking about their roles on the team, and it's Shafir's turn to introduce himself. But for some reason, the three of them sit in an inexpressive and humorless silence. Gott is very concerned that his team will from inside the key. Although the vortex has subsided, it's time to see how the guys are doing, but they are not doing very well. Many monsters are being killed by Dariel's arrows, but the strongest creature is completely unharmed. Furthermore, this monster tears the roots off a tree and hurls it through the air. Immediately after, 2 more trees go flying. That's the kind of monsters they are. Snails become embedded in all the projectiles. Ciara asks her brother how many arrows he has left, and he replies, only 24 arrows, which is far too few, because they also have to kill the Faum dragon. So Dariel uses arrows fletched with griffin feathers, and Kiara requests stone seeds to coat the archer's arrows, and the powerful combined attack soars towards the enemies, developing monstrous speed. The combined technique of the Flame Dance and the Blue Hurricane destroys almost all the monsters, and Yetter realizes that the brother and sister work well. As a team, everyone is working hard, but the problem is that there are too many monsters. However, Dariel has only just ignited the battle. He says that he doesn't care how many monsters attack him, even dozens or even hundreds of them. He personally writes each one a one-way ticket to the next world. And the leader of the creatures says something in an incomprehensible language and begins to use strange magic, and then it simply disappears. But that was only at first glance. A giant worm with teeth, with the leader of the monsters on its head, tries to eat the poor extras, and on top of the worm, a huge horde of monsters emerges, and the main bastard just stomps on people like they're bugs. Well, something dramatically disconcerts him, no matter how strong and powerful a monster he is, because there is someone even scarier than him. It's Ophelia, who stopped his hooves with her slippers. She doesn't like that the bastard's skull is too high, so she orders him to sit down, but he befriend Gafira, which would greatly benefit their team, and the fateful silence is interrupted by Gafil, who declares he won't drink that urine and places an elegant bottle on the table. The men doesn't obey in time, and she delivers a series of blows. The sounds of the fierce battle and the cries for help from the ordinary fighters reach Regulus, who simply sits in one place. He is safe and unmoving, but not because he's an idiot, quite the opposite. His task is to protect the tree branch, as it forms the foundation of the protective circle that keeps the poisonous fog at bay. The Scarecrow fighters understand it's a vital task, but sitting far from the battle, hearing his soldiers' screams, is the cruelest torture for a valiant knight. His assistant urges him to endure, but he realizes the importance of his mission, which only intensifies his pain. The skill, Invincible Fortress, has been passed down in Regulus's family from generation to generation. The smaller the area, the stronger the defense. If this defense is focused on a small barn, it could even withstand a blow from a legendary weapon, but Regulus must never leave the defense circle, or he will fall. Most importantly, no one can enter unless he opens the door himself. Skirk is the most suitable for this mission, and amidst heart-wrenching screams, Help says he must be patient and not give in to the impulse to help his warriors. But then, someone starts banging on the door. Regulus receives a request for help and demands that they open the stinner door. The voice belongs to the princess, says the Scarecrow's assistant, warning that it is a trap and that he must not give in. Regulus realizes this perfectly well, but the screams become unbearable, and if he abandons the princess, he will be executed along with his entire squad. Although he is willing to die for a good cause, he will never sacrifice his men. Because of this, Regulus cannot stand it and abruptly opens the barn doors, but instead of the princess, he is greeted by an old man. The bastard faked the princess's voice using an artifact, an acorn chameleon, which allows him to copy voices. Instantly perk up. They don't need to know that Gafira had received that bottle from a white rose. The tasting begins as the guys have fun. Gafi reflects on the fact that he knows Garon used a flash to blind the guards from the Tree of Life branch. He then used an acceleration spell to rush towards the branch and managed to grab it, and at that moment, Ophelia heard the melody of a piper. It was an alarm, alerting everyone that the core of the protective circle had been stolen, and it would be released in 10 minutes. Retired, but Jerome and his accomplices don't care that they've been discovered because they are going to leave there on golems. Alta turns to Yetir and tells him that in 10 minutes the protective circle protector will fall, but he can easily restore it with the help of a replacement core. However, the sooner the dragon dies, the better, and Gofir understands what the princess is leading him to. He wants her to kill the dragon in 10 minutes, but it is not an easy task, though there is a reward for such a task. If the knight wants a reward, he will have it, and Altair gives her word to the princess that if the hero meets the time limit, they will finish what they didn't finish yesterday. Hearing this, Gafira wants the end of the scaly one more than ever. Now, Jeff's motivation to turning the dragon into powder is an unusual feat, and he channels it because the dragon has returned to the lake. Its respiratory sac has almost healed, so something must be done, or it will start burning everything with fire again. Unfortunately for the hero, the sac has already recovered, and Artal is planning to attack the enemy from behind. Well, unfortunately for him, dragon. An enraged Jep simply slams its head into the ground with a stake of faith. It turns out that in the past, Jep had politely asked Lucius to take the stake of faith, and when the Nesta, Holy Son, asked if the hero was asking for too much, Jep said no, not much, so the Son of God should splurge. Io Lucio tearfully asked him to return the object at the got from a past life and that working with him would be easy. However, Ma and Dee are supposed to be dead, and he knows nothing about them, so he can't decide whether he should train them or simply one, very least someday. Meanwhile, Jep turns to the rear and announces that they are changing the plan. They have convinced him to kill the lizard man in 10 minutes. It's very easy for him. They have to follow the Dragon Slayer's orders, and we are transported to Giron, where his team of traders are furiously discussing how awesome it was to take the lead. But the sorceress, maintaining the protective mana circle, yells at them to slam it shut because it's incredibly difficult to concentrate on such a complex spell. Such a complex spell. His unique ability allows him to copy even the most complex spells, but to activate it, he must witness the technique being used from start to finish. He has been helping Tear and has seen everything he needed to, but the effect of his circle will be 50% weaker than the Shining Princess's circle. Therefore, he reminds his teammates that his technique can only be used once, and furthermore, he must feed the circle with his mana. So they need to hurry because his strength is running out. Their goal is the last sealed chest, which they will use to create a new King Jiran thanks everyone who remained loyal to him, especially over the useless queen, and the merry bullies begin to brown-nose him, saying that he alone is their lord. What bastards! Even more ungrateful, but Jiran fully realizes that they only want to secure a better position in the new kingdom, and we are shown the moment right after the old man's escape. The elves face the monsters. Watching the battle, Philip and Edwin notice that the forest warriors have lost their fighting spirit, and it's no wonder, the elves are not doing so well, prepared as the humans are. The people of Dankill have not yet experienced hunger, thanks to Philip's company. Furthermore, on the side of humanity, you feel, one of the 10 strongest, a talented group, get rid of them. Dale, for his part, keeps his eyes fixed on Geffel, thinking about the fact that the newcomer is clearly not clean. Before the fun begins, God explains the setup to the curler of healers, Surge Fear, owner of the Dragon Heart, and Princess Alta, the greatest mage of this millennium. The fighting spirit of the humans is stronger than ever, and the elves have been abandoned. For their old leader, they have completely lost hope. Edwin wonders why this is a problem, because the elves have Dariel on their side to lead them. But even though Dariel is incredibly strong, even stronger than Ophelia, and her mother is the queen, she is still not who the elves trust. They have entrusted their lives entirely to Heron, and have relied completely on him. An elven king or queen is both a ruler, a priest, and a guardian of the Tree of Life. The tree itself chooses who will rule, and chooses only from the highest-ranking elves. With the help of the tree, the king or queen binds all the long-eared ones, compelling them to be loyal. This is the secret to the longevity of the elven state. All forest inhabitants obey their rulers, unconditionally, but Sylvestia, the current queen, did not want to force anyone to obey her will. She was blind from birth and could not walk, but she was gifted with unprecedented wisdom and generosity, and his body became completely paralyzed after Kiara's birth. Edwin's first daughter brings up a question that interests me. How did the queen conceive Dariel, if she was completely paralyzed after Kiara? It feels like it hints at rape, but Philippe completely ignores this question, and instead says that there are rumors that Kiara was born from the queen's adultery, so the first heir is not treated like a high elf. Dariel is the legitimate heir, and he is loved by absolutely everyone, because of his strong character, strength, and generosity. But he himself, Dariel, wants to become the queen's beau and nothing more. He has no desire to rule the people of the forest. When times were peaceful, the removal of the heir to the throne didn't bother anyone, but boys, and asks them not to show off in front of the rookie. Dale says that as commander, God has the right to accept whoever he wants onto the team, but he hasn't considered asking the team's opinion at all. When the kingdom began to fall apart, the people of the forest needed a leader like Dariel, but he insisted that was not his role. So, after the High Elves abandoned the kingdom and the forest, the inhabitants were placing all their hopes on their elder, and meanwhile, this corrupt man is already making his way to the king's treasury. One of the traitors tries to convince himself that they are doing the right thing because they don't. There is no way they can defeat the dragon, and there's no point in all the elves dying for nothing. They did everything they could, but Dariel didn't give a damn. 4 years ago, the Black and Red Moons, they attacked the humans and started a war that they lost, resulting in a pogrom and valuable objects and territories being seized from the elves. A year later, a dragon appeared and began to ravage their forest, but Dariel had absolutely no desire to take the reins and guide the elves. So now, there are humans wandering through the forest. What alliance can we even speak of? The forest people simply cannot fight against human forces because the rightful heir doesn't care at all about his own people. Even if the dragon dies, if the elves don't have a worthy ruler, the kingdom will simply collapse. He continues to convince himself that everything is Dariel's fault. He may be sorry, but the patience of many elves has run out because everything has its limit. They need a new faith, a new life. With these thoughts, the traitor squad arrived at the tower that guards the royal chest, and within this chest lies the lineage of the Tree of Life. If Jaron, he plants the tree in the new lands, only it can choose him, and then he will be king. The old man's subordinate reports that there is an unknown figure standing in the tower, a huge red monster that scrapes the tower with its claws as if trying to break in. Judging by its weary appearance, it has been there for a long time. After taking a closer look, the traitor squad still couldn't identify. Team. He thinks that Gafiel simply got lucky and somehow cheated because he couldn't defeat the traitor on his own. Got, laughing, asks, who hit him then? Well, if it wasn't Gafiel, what this creature was. We now shift to Philip, who mentions something strange. Many high elves have gone to create new kingdoms, especially the red and black moons. If they had created a new elven kingdom, people should have noticed by now, but for some reason, it didn't happen. And we return to Ion, who says he will take care of the monster. He sends golems into battle. One of them will distract the monster, and the other will retrieve the chest. And, surprisingly, the monster was distracted by one of the golems and, with a furious expression, headed in the direction of the distracting golem. The second golem launched a seed of explosion and tore off the seal from the tower. Then, it took the chest. Finally, the traitors obtained what they had been waiting for. But the mistake these bastards made was that the stolen chest was what the monster had been trying to obtain for several years, so the monster did not hesitate to kill the thieves. And after killing the traitors, the monster grabbed the chest, and it turns out that Luna Rohamasa, the heir to the throne, was the one who started the war with Dan Kill, who lost his mind and transformed into a demon. All that remains of her is anger and feelings of hatred toward the elves, the throne, usurpation, revenge, and a few more words linger in his thoughts, though their meaning now eludes him. We are then shown the head of the sect, who met with the red moon and the black moon, or rather, what remained of them. Disfigured by their wounds, the monsters lay at the chief's feet, as he held out the stone of revelation, which turns cultists into demons, and asks if they understand why he sent his men after them. After a while, we see a conversation between the head of the cult and Frida. The boss says that they give all the cultists the same insects and the same stones of revelation. So why, after demonization, does each one have a different appearance and a different power level? Then it was God who did it. But Dale is more interested in the deal to sell the traitor. He worries that if they get caught, they will go to the guillotine as accomplices. Mark interrupts Dale, and, different? Why does each one have a different demonization success rate? In fact, this is a rhetorical question. Demonization occurs based on desires and the power of hatred, the subject's soul and innate vices. In short, the darker the soul, the greater the power. Despite the red and black moon being disfigured by demonization, the leader reminds them to always remember their former beauty and their hatred of the elves who once bestowed it. Then, a bright flash illuminates the room, and the cult leader is very impressed by their transformation. The red moon, Masa, and the black moon, Ramiel, now appearing as demons, seem to revel in their newfound power and appearance. Alita asks the leader what his plans are for these elves, but he replies that he has no plans, stating that his role is to stir up the swamp, and making plans is the domain of the elves and their six. And, with a snap of his fingers, in the main hall of the cult, he teleports 12 apostles who surround the new messengers of darkness, who eagerly consider them new allies, and we are transported 3 months into the future after the transformation of the moon to black and red. During that time, he had bound countless humans and monsters, and once they were accustomed to their new power, they were ready to begin the next phase. Olden ordered them to kill the blue dragon, even providing soldiers to assist them, and the cultist pack traveled to Mount Kale, which was the original home of the blue dragon. The ancient elves pursued their goals. They realized how difficult it would be to fight against their former brethren, and for the great tree that protects them. Meaning Olden is right. They need a force capable of sending all the elves to hell, for example, the power of a dragon's heart. And they have a dragon they can kill and take its heart from, but unfortunately for them, Artal was not so simple. He realized, observing them. He also specifies that, interestingly, when the gods spoke, they only referred to Gavir. Humans are meaningless to them. The angel explains that if he proves his worth, says that it's already decided, especially since the reward for the sweep will be split between the two of them, so the best way to start is to simply observe Gafiel's work. Immediately that they were low-grade creatures standing before him, but he didn't understand why they were willing to give up their lives. And we are transported back in time to a brief conversation between Olden and a man from the east discuss the possibilities of defeating the dragon with the help of the high elf forces who have embraced demonization. The man from the east comments that even with demonization, this loser wouldn't be able to defeat the dragon. Olden immediately realizes that the man from the east only wanted to fight the dragon himself, so the cardinal apologizes to his comrade for not including him on the raid list. He agrees with his companion, acknowledging he's right. The red and black moons will ultimately become nothing more than a mere appetizer for the dragon, which is why he sent them on this mission. Olden asks if his companion knew that these elves, who align themselves with the legacy of the throne, were nicknamed moons because when they use their unique abilities, a lunar silhouette appears around them, and being ambitious creatures, they aspired to become elven leaders. However, the queen ended up crippled, a blind and paralyzed woman that none of them could recognize, most likely due to their envy, but also because the new queen held overly lenient views regarding the people she associated with. These two brats had gone insane after the demonization. Their egos prevented them from accepting reality. And then the Eastern man removes his mask and asks if they started a war with humans just to be recognized as kings. Olden confirms this is completely true, but it didn't work because they lost due to their recklessness. They were banished, and since they had nothing to lose, they stole the king's chest, but were defeated by a young relative. It was Dariel who defeated these traitors, and everyone became angry with him, as he didn't care about their. Remember these words, or you'll barely be able to contain your irritation. One calling himself a commander and making decisions alone, and the other succumbing to drink. There's no way I can acknowledge that Gafira. Town. Olden asks his companion how he would treat the two losers who disgraced their names and betrayed their people, and the Eastern man, opening his third eye, says that he would eliminate them without a second thought. Olden completely agrees with him. The raid against the Blue Dragon was, in principle, a suicide mission. As far as they're concerned, the Blue Dragon ate the Black Moon without much trouble, but he had no idea that those lunatics would do anything to get revenge on their people. After swallowing the bastard, he felt terrible pain and vomited. Hundreds of liters of blood. That was the cultists' plan. Black Moon could exude deadly poison and turn into stone. In the end, this battle became a race against time. Would the dragon die from the poison, or would its stomach juices stop Black Moon's fossilization sooner? However, the moon's goal would be fulfilled even in the event of its death, because to save his life, the blue dragon will surely go, instead of relying on his incredible healing power, to the Lake of Life, the refuge of the elves. Due to the intense pain, the dragon, he realized the extra passenger tailing him and Masa's actions could only be described as instinct, because demonization had a severely detrimental effect on her intelligence. But perhaps she was guided by destiny itself, because she arrived where she wanted to go. Fragments of her memory reacted to the tower's energy, and she traveled towards it, but unfortunately, she wasn't able to. He was able to correctly determine his landing point, and after a rough landing, he killed the guards, but due to the dragon's attack, nobody noticed him at the time. From that day on, Masa tried to break through the tower's defenses, but all her efforts were in vain. However, the long-awaited feast finally reached her, the flesh and blood of the old man, in which flowed that a leftist guy has joined his team and is establishing his own rules. Dale thinks that if Jeff is just a common criminal, they'll soon find out, and by then, he'll be on his guard. Water of life. This slightly restored Masa's mind, and she remembered the meaning of some words. Looking into the distance with her demonic eyes, she saw a forest settlement a few dozen away, kilometers away, and specifically, the Queen of the Elves triggered a series of associations in his mind: the moon, a party, queen, and bedroom, blood, and thirst. The Masa bugs. The mark gives power to the cultist, and the more he uses it, the more he grows in power. But when the growth stops, the demonized person gains special abilities. Masa Bug's ability is gluttony, which allows him to appropriate the abilities of a single victim. After this display, Masa spreads his demonic wings and takes flight, thanks to the acceleration ability he received from the old man. He flies toward his destination in a matter of seconds at incredible speed. Masa arrived at the remote elven village and silently entered the queen's chambers. The more he looked at the sleeping queen, the more fury enveloped him. He gathered all his strength, which could only be achieved through his demonic body, and with incredible fury, he launched himself at the one who was once his queen. Only, his face, he immediately corrected himself. The hero who saved the queen was actually Ned, who had been hiding there all along. Ned mentions he always wondered why his apprentice sent him to the body, very back end of nowhere, to protect the queen, only to discover there was supposed to be a demon. Ned has a brief exchange with the demons, stating that the creature dug its own grave as soon as it stood in his way, after which the queen's chambers are blasted open with a powerful lightning strike, and we are transported back to Yatir. He, just like his master, utilizes the flow of the royal tiara to make the fight with the dragon easier. There are only 8 minutes remaining until the purification barrier is removed, and Altair has requested that the hero deal with Artal within 10 minutes. The next day, the team embarks on another raid. They arrive at the village, at the Edrin Cave. This village was founded on a rock and has remained intact for several hundred years. The troop is amazed. In fact, he needs to be taken care of even sooner, because the battle doesn't end with the dragon's death. After the battle, the black moon Ramiel, which poisoned the entire forest, will emerge from the squamous stomach. This is the reason the raid failed in the past timeline. In that life, after their victory, everyone rejoiced at the end of the fierce battle. The princess praises Erdis for his excellent work, and he states that, as agreed, the heart now belongs to him. He tries to grab it, but something goes wrong, and a strange barrier prevents him from touching the dragon's body. But how could there be a barrier on a corpse? At that moment, no one knew that a demon resided within the dragon's stomach. Ramiel emerged from Artal's stomach, already holding the dragon's heart in his hands. Erdis realized it immediately, but it was too late. The demon thanked the naive fools for doing his work, and announced he would now use the dragon's heart to destroy the great forest and the tree of life itself. Erdis immediately tried to attack, but Fat stopped him just in time. However, it wasn't in vain, because an incredible wave of poisonous fog swept over them. It spread from Ramiel like a nuclear explosion erupting. Everyone who didn't have time to escape and was caught in the blast wave was instantly melted. That was the reaction of the dragon's heart to Ramiel. Fortunately, Altair and his team managed to escape death, but he was never able to recover the heart. The level of contamination in the forest and the lands of Dan Kill had become so severe that nothing could bring them back to life. Now we return to Jeff, who bounces off a tree and dodges an attack with his tail. He counterattacks the enemy while thinking about the Anherfirsta, the fact that the last raid failed due to a lack of information. Although the plan and the people selected for the raid were good, and in the hangar where two could fight, in his, faced with such beauty, Gott tells them that the inside was even more amazing. There's even an inn where the lucky ones who go on missions here can stay, but now the place has become a past life. Had told J-Ray that the dragon had a weakness, an old wound that it couldn't heal. The key was to strike it accurately, and then it would work. And he found out in battle. During the battle, he felt as though the dragon's movements were rigid, as if it were protecting its vulnerable point. However, this information now seems inaccurate because, despite being poisoned, the blue dragon is quite fast. Although, when he thinks about it, in his previous life the raid only began after a year and a half, so it is very possible that its old wound hasn't opened up that much yet. Apparently, the hero didn't provoke the scaly creature enough. That's when he decided to use the poison-coated dragon scales, which are equipped with handles for safe handling. He plunges one of the daggers into the dragon and uses his tongue to command it to explode. This causes immense pain to the lizard, forcing it to scream, as it was the blue dragon's tongue that caused J-Ray to become paralyzed. His body is immobilized, and he cannot move. But he is not the only one affected. Even the water droplets have just frozen, and the leaves on the trees have also been suspended in the air, as if time. Even though Gear absorbed the heart, the human power of enslavement will never compare to that of a dragon. Artal's word power is so immense that Yetir cannot even amassing power into the silver key with such a wide application area. The dragon's tongue will last 7 seconds, but that's enough to thoroughly fry a dragon slayer. But still, within those same 7 seconds, Dariel manages to fire twice, because Yetir had previously ordered him to shoot at his own discretion, not upon request, and Dariel waited for the perfect moment, but that was not enough. He needed another direct shot to the scaly dragon's neck. The dragon's breathing sac was opened by the last arrow, and Yetir struck with his orb. It was as if his attack had a monster breeding ground. Gefiel infiltrates the dungeon using the magic control and mana perception skills. The hero envelops his body in magic and covers a small area of the ground, aimed back at the dragon, just as when he deflected Dariel's Scarlet Comet, and this time, the hero's slash finally opened Artal's breathing sac. Dariel has only 17 arrows remaining. Dragon-tipped Scarlet Comets require 3 arrows, which means he only has 5 spells and 2 normal attacks, so he must aim for the most vulnerable spots. Meanwhile, as Gefira's fight becomes increasingly heated, remember she has only fought a blue dragon once in her past life. That time, they stole the dragon heart from the sect, and it took Ephyre exactly 1 month to defeat the blue lizard. During that time, he got used to its attacks and managed to defeat it before it went crazy. He fought against it at the blue peak of his powers, but now he is weakened and injured, so the odds are against him. And at that moment, the dragon's giant fist hits Jeff with such force that the scales from the hero's face fly off in different directions, but it's not too terrible. This blow was serious, if not entirely intolerable, and as Ephyre flew away from Artal's attack, he gathered himself into. He flew and landed on a tree. But the dragon didn't remain still either. He used telekinesis to pull Dariel's arrows out of himself, then directed them towards the hero. Jep reacted instantly and took out a dragon chain. Using his dragon tongue, he commanded it to twist all the arrows together. The gigantic clawed paw shook him like an insect, but something emerged. Evil. The dragon's claw disappeared, vaporized, and as Artal looked at his claw, the symbol of a silver key appeared next to it, from which Gear again took out the stake of faith and pierced, with it, the dragon's neck. Then he gathered all the power he had in his body and channeled it into his crushing fist. Using this hero power, he struck the stake of faith, which pierced the around him. This helps him enhance his perception and detect mana-infused objects and traps along the way. Jeff confidently leads the team following him through the network. The hero does not, of the dragon, and judging by the screams, it was incredibly painful. Furthermore, the scarlet comets flew towards him. Now Dariel wouldn't give him a second to rest, so he recharges the spell. After another attack, something fell into the water. It was the dragon's right leg, torn off by Khazar's scale arrows, and the dragon, exhausted and with a stake in its neck, at the blag. His right arm was missing, and seemingly ready to die. He tried to see his enemy through the bloody haze. He could barely see anything, but that sword was unmistakable. That the dragon specifically remembered something, his Lord Khazar, before whom he felt immensely guilty. It was this sword that Juridika's husband used to tear off his head. It's the sword Graham, the dragon slayer, and we have flashbacks again. 1,000 years ago, the blue dragon Artal was grateful to Georgius for freeing his master, but now he is forced to remain in confinement, as he himself was unable to free his master. The Princess Knight tried to appeal to the dragon, but the dragon asked him to leave. As Khazar's servant, he could not. Artal, with tears in his eyes, forgives Georgius for killing his master and tells the dragon slayer to leave, warning that the next time they meet, he will have to kill his former friend. Meanwhile, in the present, the dragon Artal is frozen. Kiara immediately warns Dariel, but the archer is in no hurry to attack because it is dangerous. He senses his father and the Tree of Life tremble. Artal begins to expel a colossal amount of energy from himself, letting out a deafening scream. He turns to Jeff, calling him Georgius, and pulling the stake from his neck. He asks if he really believed that the words the dragon said during their last encounter were a joke. Artal's eyes fill with tears again, and he remembers that he cannot forgive his old friend. It didn't take him long to explain his plan to the team. While navigating the paths outside the dungeon, he immediately realized that a dark steel spider was lurking inside. According to Jeff's plan, inside the Alatine, old friend. Then, he grabs his amputated arm and turns his life energy into something incredibly dangerous. His hand begins to drain a colossal amount of energy and transforms into a sword. Artal says that for once in his life, he will fulfill his duty. Then, the dragon and the dragon slayer look each other in the eyes, and Yatir realizes that if Artal has used this technique, the end will not be good. It will take a while for it to arrive. The hero has 12 minutes of Dracona and 1 dragon's breath left, but none of that matters now, as this is the final push in their battle. The deadly weapon, created by Dragon Tongue, absorbs Artal's life force and defenses in exchange for an incredible increase in his attack capabilities. Therefore, Gefil is going to strengthen himself as well, and with an incredible concentration and his own mastery of energy management, Gefil uses Dragon's Ferocity. This increases his physical stats by 200%, but shortens his Dracona time, Dracona, leaving him with only 3 minutes instead of 12, and once the Dracona is finished, he falls unconscious into a long sleep to finally recover. The dragon strikes the first blow, with a sword. An energy giant is poised to crush the hero, but the hero meets the blade of Artal. Fortunately, with his sword Graham, he has enough strength to repel such a powerful attack. Then, the dragon and the dragon slayer begin exchanging incredibly rapid blows. But even so, due to the difference in size, Ygritte is pushed back a bit. Then, Artal's incredibly powerful attack cuts a huge swath, several kilometers wide, grazing the Great Tree of Life, which splits in half from the impact. Dariel and Kar are truly stunned, and Ygritte recalls her teacher's words, that the royal tiara technique doesn't reside in the complexity of the movements, but in understanding and controlling the flow. Dungeon, being careful not to fall into the spider webs, they will sneak into the cave where the spider cubs are located, after which he will pour a paralyzing potion. Then they will wait a while, and after that, if you can feel this flow, you can unleash a colossal amount of energy from a small source. Thus, even a fallen leaf from a tree becomes an incredibly powerful weapon. Remembering the instruction, Yatir reflects the dragon's energy blade and flies straight to meet it. combining the power of the dragon's heart with the ultimate tiara flow skill. Real, the hero, destroys the once mighty dragon, and when Yetir turns around, he sees that his attack has cut Artal's scales enough to reveal something that looks like bone sticking out underneath, but it's actually a weapon, and it's quite old. It's the same old wound that Erd was talking about. Yetir immediately pounces on Artal to finish off the dragon, but Artal still tries to defend himself and hits the hero with his sword. Although he managed to dodge the attack, it was only a distraction so the dragon could jump into the water and heal its wounds. He winds his chain around the scaly tail and dives with it. He then begins to mercilessly stab the once majestic creature. Suddenly, however, Artal begins to whip his tail from side to side, causing Yetir loses all the air from his lungs. Ciara is unable to advise them while they are underwater, and Dariel turns to his mother and father, asking them to aim their arrows at the comet. The scarlet being hits the tree of life. Felipe yells that he has failed, but Dariel still has 8 arrows left, and he deliberately throws them against the tree, causing it to break. And just when Artal was ready to finish off the hero, the tree of life fell right on his back, and Jeff immediately seized his opportunity, approaching Artal's vulnerable point as Graham began to move towards the dragon with such speed that the water around the sword began to boil. Finally, the incredibly crushing blow reached its target, striking right at the old wound. They will calmly dismember them all. Jeff says that it won't be easy because he will have to use his perception constantly, and Dee interrupts the hero, saying that the problem isn't whether it will be difficult or easy, but the pain made the dragon release the sword along with his life force, and then he remembered the day he said goodbye to Georgius. The dragon slayer had asked for forgiveness, unsheathed his sword, and stood ready. Maximum alert, because as the princess's knight, he couldn't just leave. He had to prevent Yuri from facing this problem. The battle between Artal and Georgius was short. The dragon was careless and missed an attack. He then lost his horn, and in that same instant, Georgius plunged the White Queen's finger into the dragon, sealing Artal's powers for a full 10 years. And then the knight, he said with sadness in his voice that it incredibly pained him that their friendship had been ruined. If he had known then what he knows now, things would have been different, so he wished. Their paths would not cross for as long as possible. Now Artal finally remembers everything. It happened 1,000 years ago, meaning he isn't fighting Georgius now, but who is he fighting against? He begins to look closely, and the bloody veil falls from his eyes, and then he sees the face of the new dragon slayer who will inherit Georgius's power. Meanwhile, in the stomach of the blue dragon, Black Moon begins to feel Artal's life fading away, meaning he can finally break free from his petrification and be released. But he is immediately impaled by Yetir's sword, and Yetir throws the brat out of the dragon's stomach. Then, without wasting a second, he pierces Luna with an even more powerful strike, sending the demon flying towards the Plas Geffel tree. He immediately uses the silver key and locks the dragon's corpse within it to prevent the demon from seizing its heart. The catastrophe that occurred in the past was caused by the misuse of the dragon's heart. Those who absorb it must be equal in power to the dragon. For example, the dragon itself, or a higher-ranking demon could do it. Naturally, Black Moon, the last surviving hero of the resistance, fought with all his might, but even the strongest human's efforts were not enough to defeat Tortar, the Demon King. He will get whatever he wants. He can ask for something for himself or for all of humanity. And there was also one among the gods who requested his return for a different reason. It was Tartaros, the god of, if there really is a dark steel spider inside, then the 4 of them won't be able to clear this dungeon. The dark steel spider is a monster with iron-like skin and possesses powerful striking power. Was neither of those, so he died instantly from the power that overwhelmed him, and after some time, the dragon's heart and Ramiel's magic stone ended up in the hands of the sect leader. Simply put, the Black Moon was merely a tool, used to reinforce the chain wrapped around his fist. Yetir asks Ramiel if he is satisfied with their actions. Is he happy to see what he has condemned his fellow beings to, those who have lost their homes and loved ones? Is he happy to see a cult that has used him as a puppet, a cult that will seize the world, crush it, and discard it like they did with the Demon Moon? However, Ramiel pays no attention to Yetir. He is only interested in the hero smelling of dragon, human. When he escaped from Artal's womb, he expected to see elves, not a dragon slayer. He says he is delighted to meet him, but he doesn't finish the sentence before the chain pins him directly to the tree. Then, the hero pulls out the stake of faith and stabs the bastard with it. After firmly planting the stake, Jeff spins it like a drill, but quickly realizes that something is amiss. Gone. The demon seems to have disappeared, and the rat says that Jerry's actions only demonstrate his ability. It's dangerous to attack an enemy you're seeing for the first time, because can fight back. And if the Dragon Slayer is in such a hurry, his Dracona time is limited to a minute or two at most. Yer realizes his guess, and he is absolutely right. There are only 48 seconds left, and when the Dracona ends, the hero will faint instantly. His body has lost too much energy. He must force the demon to use it. But what is meant by the word it? Of course, we won't see it yet, but it will be revealed later. Ramiel opens his rat-like mouth and says that he will forgive Jeff if he hands over his heart, because he is only interested in getting revenge on his fellow humans, not, and a protection that no knife can penetrate. The Predator is nothing compared to him in terms of danger. You won't be able to clear this place with that group. You'd better call for backup. Has any designs on people, but Gear doesn't care at all about the Spawn's words, and with the help of the dragon's tongue, orders him to stay still, and Ramiel is chained with magic chains bind him, his legs immobilized, and Jeff is already soaring in with a faith stake, aiming to wipe the dirty bastard's face. And then there's a powerful explosion of energy, but the result? The hero is unhappy because the stake of faith crashed into the barrier, and the demon grows even angrier because he didn't finish his thought. How dare someone interrupt the speaker mid-word and rush to attack? Jeff, like a true bastard, doesn't listen to the speaker at all because he used dragon language. His body is completely collapsing. Endurance will be enough to finish off the bastard. With these words, Yetir draws Relshon, the sword of light, and immediately, a shrill voice cries out that it will not allow it. After that, the sword of light in the hero's hands ignites, and Jeff's entire body is engulfed in sacred flames. The hero doesn't understand why this is happening. He could use it back then, but now the physical and magical power of the god's favorite is far greater than before. Now, the goddess simply decided to show off her abilities. Ramiel didn't realize what had just happened, but it was clearly to his advantage. After being petrified, he couldn't fight with all his strength, his movements were restricted, and he could only buy time. But now, while she's distracted, he can gather all the poison he has secreted for the past 3 years and create a spear of pure poison. He used this ability when he was a high elf, but when he became a demon, he perfected it. This spear can even pierce through dragon scales, and it truly does its job by piercing Japhira's chest. The spear causes the hero incredible pain, and Ramiel is glad that both the dragon and Yetir were. Jeff says that's not a bad idea. If you aren't sure, it's better not to go. A hero can clear the lair alone. Japhira's words allude to Dale, but they only further convince him that the rookie is stronger than him. But in the end, the dragon has already died in agony thanks to his poison, and Yetir will soon join him. This feeling of superiority, Leda didn't become a demon for nothing. The words that it's time to end this are spoken as he gathers the remnants of poison from the surrounding space to forge a new spear. He will now kill the hero as an act of mercy, but his rant is interrupted by a strange sound. It's the roots of a great tree emerging from the crystal-clear water, piercing the arrogant brat from end to end. He can't understand why this has happened, and Yeti mocks the stupid demon, revealing that he himself sucked up all the poison from his surroundings, including the great tree, and now the lake of life and the tree are free from corruption. The stone, left by Ramiel in his past life, could absorb the poisonous mist and expel it. Yeti reasoned that if the stone left by the Black Moon could do that, then the demon could do the same, making it the fastest way to cleanse the forest. Now, absolutely the entire great forest will begin to regenerate, thanks to the tree's roots being completely clean. Originally, Yetir had planned it that way, but he was supposed to end the fight with a single strike of the light sword. However, even with that failure, the goddess Arya and the tree supported the hero. Meanwhile, with his last strength, the demon tries to spread his poison, but his heart is pierced by the roots, so he cannot control his mana. But no matter, Jeep brings his clawed hand to the bastard's head, saying that this tree has protected the elves for centuries, and this ungrateful degenerate didn't even pay attention to its power. Until he himself felt the wrath of the tree and destroyed him with an epic phrase. The final blow annihilates the degenerate's skull, turning it to dust, and then, just some charlatan. Neither the fight with the traitor nor the fight with Sahak was witnessed by Dale in person, and now Japhira claims that he alone can clear the dark steel spider's lair. He immediately placed the silver key into the Black Moon demon crystal and Ramiel's corpse itself, intending to use them as weapons in the future, even before Yetir's message arrived. Having reached the rear, it was already clear to everyone that the Tree of Life, which had been desecrated for 3 years, had finally been resurrected. Then, With the help of the eye golems, Yatir transmitted to everyone that the dragon had been defeated and they possessed its heart. They only had to deal with the remaining monsters. The entire crowd was incredibly happy at this news, and Altair asked his knight if he could hear the cheers of the crowd, but the hero did not answer because Dracona's time had already passed, and he fell unconscious into the lake of life. But fortunately, the roots from the tree did not abandon their savior and pushed him to the surface. The tree thanked the little dragon slayer for saving its life, promising to reward him for this feat. After these words were spoken, the roots of the tree dragged the hero inside and enveloped his unconscious body. Meanwhile, in the remote elf village, the roots of the tree began to moving, which made the injured Net realize that Yatir had succeeded in his task. Although severely wounded, he had managed to single-handedly kill a demon who was formerly a supreme. Although he had won the battle using his own martial arts, his opponent had used the ability to copy techniques because it had eaten an elf who possessed that ability. Ned had lost too much blood and strength, and he didn't even have any elixirs left. Unless he could recover his health with chi flow, his musings were interrupted by a brilliant vine that enveloped his entire body. She was a queen who used the vine as limbs. He had protected a completely defenseless queen, so she was in his debt. She rose. If that were true, why would he need vegetables like Dale? This leads him to believe that the dungeon isn't much of a threat if this rogue is going there so confidently. Dale wonders how much longer, using the vine. Net took in the beauty of the elf queen, who then introduced herself to her savior as Sylvesta. From the scent of blood, she immediately realized that her hero, he needs treatment, so he asks her to come closer to him. And here, we're transported into Jafir's memories, specifically to his childhood, where he met the same girl who taught she is high up. She tells the hero that his father is now farther away than the stars, but that he can find what his father seeks. Then, we are shown Jafir's mother, who doesn't know if she should, having given it to that girl. The mother doesn't know what would have been better, because now she won't be able to protect her son with her own strength, so she will have to use the sword and defend herself at that moment. The hero opens his eyes, memories flooding him. Although it was so long ago, it feels like it was just yesterday. Jafir quickly regains his senses. Emotions will have to wait. First, he has to understand where he is and how much time has passed. And then a mysterious voice tells him that 72 hours, 18 minutes, and 29 seconds have passed, and that his body is still recovering, so it will be. Better not move. The voice belongs to a tree, explaining that the surrounding space is within its stem. Then, the branches intertwine and take the shape of a man. His name is Eagle, and this body is an illusion created by Jeffel's mind. Finally, they meet face to face. The tree couldn't be saved in the past, so Jeffel has never known him. However, he's heard about him from Dariel. Only his wife has seen Eagle in this form. His human incarnation can't leave the tree body, so the children haven't seen him either. They haven't seen him either. Jafil immediately asks if he can read minds, and Eagle replies that he only reads body language, and then guesses what the hero is thinking. Jeff's clowning around will last. While he was scraping, he hit a spider web that he can't get off his arm, and no matter how hard he tries, the web won't come off, and Dale realizes that, thinking, it's something like his special ability. But if Jeffel feels uncomfortable, the tree can pretend to know nothing. Jeffel is very stressed by Eagle's eyes because they are glassy, making it impossible read emotions in them. The tree, however, reads Jeff's emotions very well. It says his caution is unnecessary because it intends no harm, only gratitude. After these words, a fruit appears before the hero. It is a concentrated fruit of the tree's sap, and it will help him regain his strength. Jeff had to sleep for a week, but thanks to the treatment, he woke up after 72 hours. Eagle was bound with dragon tongue and poisoned, so he couldn't move, but he could observe gear through the children. The hero helped the tree, he helped them, and most importantly, he protected his beloved wife. He sees it as a two-way contract. You get something, you give something back. That is the order, and Igdi Wrestle is the one who established that order. Jeff chews the fruit and thinks the tree doesn't know what it's talking about. Did he establish the order? Really? In any case, it means that the tree now owes him. Furthermore, the hero feels no hostility, and in his past life, Dariel told him about his father, Eagle. According to Dariel's description, Eagle is a demigod who is close to the Almighty, but still cannot be compared to him. His words may be vague, but the possibility of dealing with such a powerful being cannot be ignored, and naturally, the deal must be favorable to Gafira. A cure would level their bilateral pact, to which Eagle replies in the negative. Not only did Eagle cure him, but he also got rid of the dragon heart's side effect. In fact, Gefil realized this as soon as he woke up, but he wanted to act proud, and this tree man is good, so he goes through it. Eagle says that even with 10% of the dragon's power, Gefira's body would constantly rebuild itself. But now that the dragon's power had reached 23% after, the spiders instantly pounce on their victim, but Gefil notices in time and extends his powerful arm, launching Dale away from the reach of the spiders that are digging into his arm. Defeating the demon, the hero's body should have collapsed, but Eagle rebuilt it again and again so that it would be strong enough for another dragon heart. Now the tables are aligned, but that's not the main point. The tree offers to make a new deal. It will join the hero, providing a new heart, but in exchange, the hero will have to fulfill a request. And then, we are transported to 9,990 years, 8 months, 27 days, 12 hours, 11 minutes, and 9 seconds ago, which is when the seed of the tree first appeared in this world. On that day, it heard a mysterious voice telling it to prepare. Over time, Hedel began to grow and realize the meaning of that voice. The tree had a mission to look forward to, as there was a reason for its existence. It was meant to change the air around it, spread magic with its body, cleanse the water of malice and primordial hatred, and its companions did the same on other continents. In 1,000 years, the world had changed, the land had become fertile, and the world had turned green, and a race of people had arisen who were brothers and sisters of the tree. Time passed, its mission was nearing completion. It waited, but something happened that changed everything. The sight of a happy wife, grateful for having a child, was an incredible thing to witness. At that moment, he swore to fulfill his mission, no matter the cost, and after a brief introduction, Ygd, Rezel, and Yetir returned to discuss. The hero doesn't realize what he can ask for in exchange for relinquishing his dragon heart, surely something unimaginably difficult. Furthermore, things aren't so simple. During the ritual, he will be completely defenseless, so he can't entrust his life to just anyone. He needs to make sure he finds out what Eagle is plotting. He interrupts the hero's meditation and asks him how he will die in the future, and this question leaves Jeff dumbfounded. The thing is, Eagle has been closely observing the hero's actions, and his plans make it seem as though he knows the future, so he looked into the klezmet, but after a moment, the spiders realize that they can't bite Gefil. The hero, with a sarcastic smile, asks why the spider is so surprised, and with a powerful, Jeff's dreams. The first thing he suspected was a connection with that woman, but he was wrong. She was just a page-turner in Jeff's life. She probably wasn't telling him the secrets of the universe, but she noticed something even more interesting, a vivid and precise memory of the apocalypse, and a face that Ygritte wouldn't mistake for anyone else, a face she would recognize above all others. There is absolutely no doubt. Whether it's prophecy or prophetic dreams, Jafar can see the future. The Dragon Slayer believes that, because the tree's abilities are similar to Jurid's contact, there's no reason for him to lie, so he tells Ygritte that her future companion destroyed the great forest with his actions, and the tree was unable to eliminate the poison and died. He thinks he doesn't have to tell her the reason why the hero knows the future. After all, the fact that he is a prophet, and the fact that he has jumped through time, doesn't change the fact that he knows the future. However, these ways of knowing the future are incredibly different. It's not worth Ygritte knowing the whole truth. The tree senses that Jere hasn't told everything, but his caution is not surprising at all. However, just as he had hoped he would die before the world's end, Eagle shows Jeff his hand, where the magical patterns begin to shift, and tells him that even if he had foreseen a future, in which he would live until the end, it still wouldn't have been possible to save the tree. Eagle's hand seal is very similar to a promise ring, a seal that allows one to fulfill a contract between two people. However, Eagle's seal appears much colder than Gair's, and suddenly, an incredibly intense, sharp pain shoots through Afir's head, and the tree tells him not to look at it for too long because his mind can't handle it yet. Because of this seal, he can't reveal much, but what he is allowed to tell, he will. The great tree and with a blow, he smashes the poor spider into dust, whose pieces fall at the feet of Dale, who has wet his pants. Gefira asks everyone to gather, and the team becomes defensive. A little earlier, Gefira foresaw. 7 dragons are bound together by this seal. It is an absolute mission, and as long as they bear it, they cannot escape their destiny. And Jeff already knows what that mission is, which is why he had no choice but to kill the blue dragon. When the end of the world arrives, the surviving dragons will lose their will and begin destroying everything around them, becoming servants of the one who has entered this world. This is the future I have foreseen, hero. meaning that when the time comes, the world tree will turn against humanity, just like the dragons. He never questioned his mission, and never understood the value of this world, so he simply did as he was told. But then something happened. He met his wife. She was incredibly Manstons, excited that her lord was giving her a son. Even though she knew his birth would further weaken her already fragile health, she was determined. But when he offered her the conception cup that the elves used to create new life, she requested a child conceived in a different way. Even though to him it was just a bundle of twigs, she believed their child should be the result of love between a man and a woman. Taking her lord's hand, she asked him to teach her about love, but in reality, she was the one who taught Regressed about love and showed him the value of life. The tree tells the hero that he must understand it. Well, he also has someone he loves more than life itself, and for whose sake he is willing to do anything. And then, Gefil obtains the dragon's heart. This deal will. The tree will help as much as possible to absorb the dragon's heart, so that Jeff has enough power to prevent the apocalypse. But in exchange, when the time comes, the hero will have to kill Idril so that she doesn't harm his wife. That is the tree's request. After making the deal, the hero immediately sank into his own consciousness. Now he's even a little that things might not go as planned. So he tells the boys to wrap their weapons in cloth. After all, the steel spider's web cannot be cut with a blade. So, embarrassed that he had planned to threaten Eagle if they couldn't reach an agreement, but if you look at it from an outside perspective, he's the one who looks like a complete idiot in this situation. In any case, if the tree had ulterior motives, he could have manipulated Jafir's body while he was unconscious, but he didn't, so he can probably be trusted. His help would be invaluable, because even Hedel himself had realized Altair's inexperience in this matter. If he performed the ritual, the hero's plan would be accelerated many times over. In that case, Jafir would leave the Erdis heart transplant to the tree, and he would do the rest. Putting on the armor from his past life and taking up his sword, he says that now it is his turn to earn his bread. This space exists within the hero's mind, so, if he doesn't defeat the dragon here, even if the transplant is successful, he will either die, or the dragon will take over him. In the last life it took them a month. I wonder how long the battle will last this time. And, fully prepared for battle, the hero summons the dragon, who in turn takes note of Jeff's final, improved form. Well, judging by the hero's look, he is incredibly surprised by what has appeared before him, as it's an unusual blue dragon form. This is the first time J-Fire is seeing Artal, and she offers him some. Instead of a battle, the hero is clearly dumbfounded by this outcome. We are shown Dariel telling us that we don't have to worry about Jeffy. He is now with his father, and since Dariel's father is a tree, this doesn't reassure them much, because from the outside it looked like Eagle had just eaten a dragon slayer, but the archer says that everything is fine, and that Gefira is only healing his wounds. But Felipe, being the pragmatic man that he is, doesn't rule out the possibility that, seeing Gefira's strength, he will take him hostage, but there's no need to. Destruction. Until this moment, he had never sustained such damage from a human. Because of his pride, he wants to do it all over again. Gefil is perplexed that they want to give him a chance because of that they should defend themselves from the spider web with their weapons. They may not be able to remove the cloth during combat, but these creatures are quite weak and light enough for worry about it, because along with the hero, the dragon's heart fell into the tree. Maybe when Jeffy returns, he will be a completely different person, and at that moment, we are transported to inside the hero's mind, where he was supposed to battle Artal. The dragon instead offered him a cup of tea. It is a great honor for Yetir to witness the dragon's human form, something he had never seen in his previous life. He had never been able to witness such a sight. Any creature is only truly comfortable in its original form. Transformations in higher species, such as dragons, occur only in the following cases. The first is when the the opponent is superior in strength. The second is when the opponent is equal or slightly weaker, but the dragon respects them. And the third is when the dragon wants to deceive the opponent. It is unlikely that Artal is attempting to deceive the hero. This dragon possesses a very strange mentality, but she is not the type of dragon who would deceive someone simply for the sake of victory. She asks the hero to accept her as a tribute. Even though Artal was poisoned, it does not change the fact that Yetter fought her face to face and emerged victorious. Furthermore, the location they are currently in is imbued with Kaisar's energy makes her feel quite comfortable. She can't help but respect the one to whom the Dragon Master transferred his power, and at this moment, the space is overflowing with black dragon energy. Kaisar doesn't recognize the man. If he could, he would have finished off Yetir a long time ago, and Artal is only reassured by the fact that his master is so enraged by Yetir's actions. Yetir's behavior, on the other hand, is very stressful for him. In his past life, when he fought against her in the subspace of consciousness, he became stronger, but the power was unstable. He was only able to overpower her because she was mentally unstable. Every time Ardal beat up the hero, she said that fighting him gave her pleasure, so she decided to heal him and give him time to. Guys, don't hesitate to wield your weapons. Got wonders how many of these creatures there might be. Dale swings his sword in a panic, and one of the spiders lunges at him like a rest so he could fight again. Over the course of endlessly repeating days, she continued to beat him over and over, then heal him, and so on. Until finally, Jfire was unable to defeat the psychopath, but upon waking up, his fighting skills had grown exponentially. In a sense, she had become his teacher. Now, when the question that had been hanging over Jafira's head her entire life, creatures like that, came to mind, she grimaced so much at the memory of her training that Artal was shocked. She immediately noticed his bad mood and asked him why he was so bitter, and Jeff responded by asking why she was so happy. And the answer is actually obvious. With his death, he was freed from the burden of his mission and reunited with his master before the other dragons. He simply has to observe how the hero will wield the new power. It's a kind of retirement for the dragon. Furthermore, the final battle to the death was worthy, and she departed with honor. It is said that the work of one's hands reveals the character of the soul. Whether it is the tip of an artist's brush or the fingers of a musician, even the tip of a warrior's sword, their training, the time dedicated to them, their character, the masters they learned from, the life the warrior sacrificed for greatness. All of this is his soul. His battle revealed the soul of a hero to him, and the soul proved worthy, so he decided to entrust his power to a worthy man. And there is also a sense of tenacity, experience, and self-improvement. Who has he fought before? This excites her. Who knows, maybe this man is capable of reaching where dragons could not. With those words, Artal takes out what he can. Described as the physical embodiment of his power. A hero deserves everything a dragon has, but even so, Jeff will need to learn to control that power, to use it to its full potential. Bullet, wounding him in the shoulder, but the boys have already gathered all the spiders into a pile, and Jeff kills all the bugs at once with one powerful blow. Finally, the team can relax for a while. She will obediently observe the Dragon Slayer's adventures, hoping he won't change his life for insignificant things. Up until now, Jeff never thought that she would agree so easily, but she is. Something good is happening. He's got his hands full, but is finally getting what he came for. Finally, the hero asks if he likes any of the food, saying he's not a bad cook and would be happy to make his favorite dish for the memorial meal, but there's no need for that. She already trusts his taste. Furthermore, she will feel everything the Dragon Slayer eats, and on that note, Yetir left the subspace of consciousness, and at that moment, the trunk of the eagle tree shone and began to open. It was as if Altair felt that her beloved had returned to her again, and turning around, she saw her. Gentlemen. Jeff immediately smiled upon seeing the princess and asked why they were standing there, and Altair replied that they were waiting for him. The hero instantly jumped out of his seat to hug his beloved, who was about to cry with happiness. But on this sweet note, we decided to remember the gods. Mercedes informed the higher-ups that another part of the old god was transferred to a new owner, meaning the future of this world is about to change even more drastically. And then we're thrown into the Temple of Light's fourth pavilion, which has already received news that Olden is dead. Naturally, this means his followers and knights are also dead, and there's only one person capable of doing this, Lucius. Of course, many of the opportunists sensed glory, because if the paired knights have vacated a spot among the top 10 strongest, they have a chance to replace them. All they have to do is harass Lucius, and then decide, among themselves, who is the strongest. Meanwhile, at Lindell Castle, belonging to the Tear, the one who ruined their best knights, Herd, asks if he is now worthy of, but Dale's wound turns out to be very deep. He finally realizes that he was wrong, and that upsets him even more. Jeff hands him a bottle. It's a restorative potion mixed with an audience with the princess, but we're transported back to our heroes. While Jafir was unconscious, everyone was busy with their own affairs. The purified Egress sent him the code of activating with the initial surge of mana. This plant takes root near bodies of water, storing and filtering the water of life before spreading magical energy into the air. It greatly aided in purification. The poison district and the surviving humans destroyed the remains of the monsters and headed toward the Tree of Life. It was probably one of the most beautiful sights that humankind had ever witnessed. The capital of the Elven Kingdom, Penim. The elves never thought they would return to their home, but it was too soon to celebrate. The elves stared in astonishment, mouths agape. The queen herself, brought by Ned, had turned her gaze upon them, and the children were finally reunited with their mother. Their reunion was deeply moving. But many elves faced a less fortunate destiny. Much work remained to be done in finding the missing, those who were left of loss. Battles and marching to heal the wounded and bury the dead, as well as scavenging for carrion, continued. The need for manpower was high. They couldn't place all the burden on the shoulders of Eagle was busy cleaning up the area as it was. Furthermore, this work helped everyone overcome their despondency and forget about their pain, at least for a little while. The threat of the blue dragon had finally was gone, and hope returned. But it also made everyone realize that this was nothing more than a temporary reprieve. When they left the past behind and truly understood the tragedy, the assault on the blue dragon had officially ended. The queen was immensely grateful to the Tyr, the people of Dankill, the Temple of Light, and, of course, Sir Eigil, for saving the healing herbs. Dale finally realizes that Jeff is really strong and must have foreseen that Dale would be the one to mess things up. Realizing all of this, albeit reluctantly, he admits, Elf village from extinction. They would always remember this, and because the elves respect the bilateral treaty, they will repay their saviors with a reward of equal value. The elf forest is from, now and forever, an ally of Princess Alta, and agrees to sign a non-aggression pact. Edwin finally received an answer to his question, the one that had tormented him throughout the preparations for, quote, the raid. He had been worried that humans and elves would hate each other, but the princess didn't care in the slightest. After all of this was only playing to her advantage during this crisis. It was a great opportunity to seize the Elven Kingdom and the lands of Dankill. Edwin even thought that the princess wanted to take them by force, but Philip immediately told him that it wasn't like that at all. When Polari saved the people of Dankill from the Red and Black Moon invasion, he became the hero of those lands. But when their fields were poisoned, Pease said he had no strength left to help, and sold all the bonds of the Dankill estate. In other words, he came to the conclusion that this situation was hopeless. Dankill, they were abandoned, and the elves were in an even worse state. Having long severed all diplomatic ties with humans, where could they possibly find allies? This was the perfect opportunity. They will help them, not as humans or royalty, but as Princess Alta. It's time to diminish Pice's political influence to ensure victory in the approaching war. Thus, the power of the elves and the elfi, abundance of food in Dankill's granaries, along with the restorative power of the Lake of Life, would be in the hands of the heroes. This was Altair's true objective, and it turned out even better than expected. Eagle and the Queen initially shared similar goals with Gear, and now that the Queen has awakened, she will rule the elves through mind control. The Wood Elves, that he has been let down, and expects more from Jeff. But Jeff can make mistakes, and Dale should be more careful next time. In his past life, the hero trained, connected to the Tree of Life, will never betray anyone again. On this uplifting note, the banquet. Everyone was getting drunk and having fun, except Ciara, who is worried about something happens, and she leaves the banquet, with Dariel noticing his sister's downcast face. After a couple of minutes, she's already on the steps, away from the noisy crowd, and her brother asks her why she is sitting there alone, but Ciara doesn't want to talk about it. She asks him to leave her alone and go have fun. Dariel throws an apple at his sister to lighten the mood, and she is startled because he had told her not to play with his food. This helps his sister to open up and talk. She finds it hard to believe everything that's happening. It has only been a month and a half since Yedir arrived to them, and he has already killed the dragon and returned the Penim to them. Who would have thought that day would come so soon? Thanks to the gods, the Queen and the tree have also been saved. Now her brother can return to his duties and become the Queen's beau. Dariel doesn't quite understand what his sister is talking about and asks why Ciara is behaving like this, as her behavior is very disturbing too. Dariel and his sister teach him the language, telling him he can behave however he wants because he's leaving the forest. As night falls, some of us sleep, while others are kept awake by worry. Gethel heads to the princess's door, as he has important business to discuss. He nervously knocks, and Altair immediately knows who has come to see her. She has been desirable since birth, blessed with both beauty and talent. Everywhere she went, she was surrounded by admirers. Her admirers were willing to pluck stars from the bright heaven for her and sacrifice their lives to protect her, all for the chance to get a little closer to that beauty. They talked a lot, but if they knew what she really wanted and who the princess needed protection from, often it was insignificant fighters, and there were many times when, no matter how hard he tried, there was no way to get anything through the head of someone so dim-witted. Well, Dale is a different case. Princess, those cowards would run away. Altair realized this long before she came of age. Not many would have willingly walked this thorny path with her, though she did have good companions who shared her. Desires wasn't attracted to the opposite sex. Apparently, She was destined to be alone her entire life, but it didn't matter. She needed a good sword, not a man to love. From the terrified one, the day he saw who his brother really was, the day he escaped from a crazed killer who wanted to destroy the world, his ordinary life ended. He had chosen to defeat an enemy far too powerful. For her, emotion had become a luxury, and love was just a sign of weakness. So all she had to do was choose the man who would lead her to victory and enter into a marriage of convenience with him. That's what she thought, until the day he walked past her window. Everything changed the instant their eyes met. Let's cut to the romance and move on to the other couple. Ophelia is already quite drunk and says she's sorry. Ned, who was keeping her company, thought that she, like Felipe and the nun, had decided to mess with him, implying that the elf queen had charmed him while they were alone, but that's not what worries him at all. The princess has changed a lot since Sir Geofire's arrival. Before, Ophelia was always close to the princess, but now Geofire has taken her place and spends all her time with Altair. But today, the princess, usually with an innocent face, told Ophelia to have fun alone and not to stop her from having fun, or she would go crazy. Ophelia considered Altair her sister, and Altair left her for Geofire. Ned did not expect that the reason for her sadness was jealousy. Realizing this, Ned decided to cheer her up and told her that everything would be fine and that Altair hadn't turned her back on Ophelia. And, of course, he offered her another drink. It's the second time he's alone with the princess today. And he has already realized his mistake, and you can at least place some hope in him. Besides, with a temperament like his, words won't do any good, and it's better to let him learn from his. He should be fine, so he's hardly nervous about it. But it turns out that everything is the opposite. The man who, just a couple of days ago, defeated one of the most powerful creatures in the world. Now he hesitantly scrubs himself in the upper room. The thing is, he asked him to kill the dragon in 10 minutes, and as a reward, he promised to continue their night together from the previous evening. He has thought about it carefully and is getting worried. Jeff has no idea how things might end up that night. Alil questions him about where the hero got so much power, and then he is told about his past life. Jeff doesn't even remember how many times they kissed back then, and the atmosphere gradually heated up, but they stopped halfway. There is no doubt that Alil feels something for Jeff, but for her, it has only been a couple of months since they met. She's probably not as in love with Jeff as he is with the memories of their past life. It's probably not a good idea to lash out at her. He can make her pay for the dragon later. He knocks on the princess's door, thinking that she doesn't care if this meeting is a strategy discussion or an inspection of the Pala, heart of the dragon. But above all this, and at this very moment, the hero is left speechless because, before him, stands his beautiful beloved in a very revealing outfit, and judging by the expression on Mano, her face, she had been waiting for this meeting just as much as Geofire. He had been thinking for a long time about what to say, but he couldn't think of anything. But they didn't need more words. Jeff takes the first step, kissing Altair with complete confidence, and a couple of moments later, he is already pulling her onto the bed. She thought she would be alone forever. She thought she wasn't made to love. She always believed, but now they love her so much. Altair always believed that she would walk her thorny path alone, but he was by her side. Now they will reach the end together. She has finally realized that she too mistakes himself. After clearing this dungeon, he will draw the correct conclusions. A little later, the boys encounter larger arachnids. Mark punches a giant spider, loves J-Ray as much as he loves her, and in this delicate scene, we are transported to the third pavilion, where the blockade has lasted 44 days. A barrier has been raised that no one can overcome. At least, that's what everyone thought. Someone has managed to get inside and is now threatening White Rose, and it's Fate who wants to find out where the poison came from. A poison that only he and his deceased guildmates from Persephone would know. And we return to the elves, where the archer is perfecting his aim. Dariel can't shake a thought from his head. One day, when he was 15 years old, his mother woke up. Briefly. Then she told him something. Kiara had been born with a destiny different from wielding the queen's bow, so one day she would have to leave the forest. Everything was fine, except Kiara didn't want to go alone. Although he didn't have the best relationship with Kefira, he even laments that he will probably never see her again. Although she doesn't want to, if she leaves now, she will finally fulfill her destiny, but Dariel won't believe her words. If she has accepted her fate, then why was his sister so sad in the banquet hall? Maybe she was sad because of the words of the other elves who thought that she was a curse. They hated her messy hair and her mismatched eyes. They believed the forest's power was waning because of Ciara. These rude lunatics were simply hoping that Ciara would leave the forest. Dariel remembered this and smashed one of the arrows with excessive force. He had an audience. The queen sensed Dariel's presence and decided to visit him. She apologized for interrupting his training, but it was all right. Dariel was finishing up. Her father had told her many times that his son trained every morning, but she herself wanted to see it and feel it, to hear the voice of her favorite son, which is the best thing she has ever seen in her life. And how nice it is to see mom again. Thus, she is awake, and her father's incarnation is once again present with the children. Dariel reports that the paralyzing potion worked, and Dale attacks the spider's belly, its weak point. Of course, our hero Dale thinks that everything Jeffet says turns out to be. Incredibly grateful to Jfire for that. But mom interrupts her son by asking if he is too tense while shooting. She points out places where his mana flows are slightly interrupted. However, he can shoot however he wants. He is not fighting alone, so he should rely on everything around him. And with his mother's touch, he knew that she could feel everything that her son was going through and what was worrying him at that moment. A magical bird landed on Dariel's shoulder. Now, in addition to his training, he has something else to do. He has to get out of the last forest with Ciara. We move to Felipe, who runs as fast as his legs can carry him to the princess's chambers. He has a very urgent matter to discuss with her. They open the door, but it is not the princess, but Jeffrey. Felipe is very surprised, but he quickly realizes what has happened, so he congratulates our lover. But there is no time for that. He still has to wake up. Princess. He tells him that the matter is of the utmost importance, shows the letters, and Jeffrey immediately recognizes what these seals are. After a while, all the important members of the alliance is gathered around the table. Ophelia is still suffering from a hangover, and Altair apologizes for calling everyone together so early. But before the meeting gets underway, he has an important announcement to make. Ciara and Dariel are now the new permanent members of the tribe. They are happy that the humans have accepted them and are looking forward to learning a great deal from them. Dariel reminds Kara that she originally wanted to go alone, but now she's excited about her position. However, something has changed since their last conversation this morning. Her mother visited Ciara and asked her, "Do you remember your mother's words? She was born with a destiny different from that of the others, so she will have to leave the forest to nurture a new life." With these words, the queen handed the tree of life to. She is so foolish and selfish. Angel asks the hero if he agrees, and Jeffy replies that since the bastard wants to die, he will grant his wish. The sending to the past begins. The point of true and wonders how he knows so much. With these thoughts in mind, he tears open the spider's belly, finishing it off. The boys are happy about their victory, and Dale has already caught a star and says that her daughter, one of the last of the families, only she, the one with a weak connection to the tree, will be able to withstand the power of the new tree, like an empty vessel. Her weak connection to her father made her appear small and vulnerable, but they did it on purpose. She wasn't a mistake, but a miracle that both parents desperately hoped for. To think that all the rumors about her were true, that she was afraid to talk to her mother, and what if she confirmed all those rumors? But now that she knows her father and mother wanted her to be born, she no longer believes she is wrong. Hearing this, Dariel is happy. Sincerely happy that her sister has finally found her way and accepted herself. But let's get back to the meeting. From now on, brother and sister are official members of the group. They will have to attend all the meetings, and they will also be given tasks. But now we need to get to the main topic of the meeting. They're in big trouble. They've been sent letters from both sides, and Alta wonders where they want to start. Philip says he'll explain it in a moment. The first letter shows a map of their troops stationed near the 3rd Ward. As everyone knows, St. Lucius defeated the 8th indestructible warrior in the world and sealed the 3rd Pavilion, but it was merely a distraction, preventing anyone from noticing he didn't possess the dragon's heart. Dragon. Naturally, no one is aware that Geofire traveled from the future, so everyone can only consider 3 possibilities. First, Lucius absorbed the dragon's heart and is currently recovering. Second, he secretly sold the heart and is now covering up the evidence. And third, there was no heart in the tomb to begin with, and he is buying time to conceal this fact. In any of these cases, investors are going wild. If the dragon heart is auctioned off, the state's purchase would generate a fortune. But what if it was absorbed, or simply discarded? Did it even exist, or was it a Mabera? It's easy for him. Jeff, who has been observing everything, comments that it wasn't a bad performance for a first-timer. The hero is sitting atop a massive pile of corpses while the boys dance with temple scheme to collect massive donations. Because of this, a special group of wealth hunters has appeared. The parish financial council also wants to determine what has given Lucius even more reason to see them as investors. The Holy Sun team, a team specializing in the management of holy relics, has been dispatched to file a lawsuit against Lucius and to recover the stake of faith, which he previously stole. Actually, he claimed he had rented it, but we'll ignore that for now. The Iron Lady, Gertrude, commander of the 3rd District Sanctuary Knights, wanted to see him for herself, but she was unable to contact Lucius. However, when word spread that the paired knights and Olden had died, the adventurers decided to challenge the Holy Sun for the position held by the paired knights, and this week, the Temple of the Third Parish will assume the siege position. The temple's forces are dwindling after the tomb assault, as many warriors perished then. Even a saint without support won't last long under siege. And in another, a letter, a map of Lindell Castle. A knight participated in the duel in Ophelia's place, and it's said that the winner has finally been decided. However, the weapon he used is very famous and is related to. She is wielding the Reem, a legendary sword belonging to Yon Jiawei, the strongest of the top 10 warriors, and we are immediately transported to Lindell Castle, where Gefil has arrived and is already expected. The hero remembers the Reem, the weapon he chose as equipment in the last battle, but now it belongs neither to him nor to San Lucio. Erdis is the last apprentice of the sacred sword, and he is surprised that Gefil, his warrior, has come to him instead of Princess Harris. He asks the Dragon Slayer who he is. All Gefil can think is that this bastard is nothing, a tambourine around a spider. Jafir kills all the remaining spiders. He orders Got to bring provisions and refreshments for snack time. The boys wonder who. More than a problem. Maybe he should finish him off right now. We are then distracted by the narration, which explains that there are 10 of the strongest men on the continent, including the one who is the absolute strongest. Transported 5 years into the past, the nobles were congratulating Sir Aaron Lucas on his victory over the mercenary king, asking him how it felt to be the strongest man on the continent. But the commander of the Knights of Leon of the Kingdom of KN claims that he is far from being the strongest, citing the countless powerful individuals he has encountered, including saints and children of God. Even excluding monsters, he says he would only rank 6th, with the mercenary king somewhere around 9th. Then the king of KN joins the conversation, the third in line, Leo, even he, third, even he wondered who could be stronger than Sir Lucas. Well, since the king himself asks, the knight has no choice, he will say it. The strongest man in the world is a saint, Huan Jiawei, who wields the sword. The second strongest is Henrik, a great mage and head of the magic tower. The third is Roland, the knight of blessing in service to the celestial temple. The fourth is Blueblade Decarn. The fifth is Galatea, the witch of the burning forest. The sixth is Sir Lucas himself. The seventh is Dariel, the son of the elven forest. And the eighth is Damon and Say, the mass of faith from the temple of light. The ninth is Gladys, the king of mercenaries. And the 10th place is shared by the twin knights of the Hugo family. Then, for some reason, we are transported to Baud, Philip, who says that all these people are known as the 10 strongest on the continent. Because Ophelia is able to defeat the twins, she conditionally takes 9th place, but that's not official. And Dariel says that 7 years ago he fought with a very strong human knight, but he didn't know who it was at the time, and the fact that he himself is in the top 10 ranking, Jafira was. The hero answers that he was an adventurer, but Marx wonders if he was an apprentice from some important guild. Jaffe remembers his master, but decides to remain silent. He says there is one room left. Strong is also new information to him, but the man Dariel fought was much weaker than Serge Fear, and they question why Ned is not on the list. And the Dragon Slayer says he is just a official status. In fact, there are people stronger than those who are actually in the top 10. Ned says that to officially be ranked in the top 10, you have to defeat one of the current top 10 inches a match. Everyone, but no one, from this group has done it yet, although in fact, all the fighters in Altair's inner circle are likely strong enough to be in the top 10. Yer believes that in his past life, the problems, they started as soon as Erdis appeared. According to him, his master had passed away and bequeathed the sword to him. Around the same time, there were many fighters who showed up to try and take a spot on the top 10 list. Same time, Ned stole a heart and was declared a wanted criminal. It's even painful to remember how crazy he was back then. Altair interrupts Jeff's musings and says that this man claims to hold the title of the strongest, and if his words are true, this information is very important. Yon Jiawei is the cult's most important target because he is the closest to foil their plans. But there's a slight mystery. Yon Jiawei is a woman, also known as the Omega Sorceress. She lives up to her past title. She is the White Queen, a title that suits her well, because she was a white dragon and taught Altair the magic of Medea. It's the first time the nun, Elis Bren, has heard you mention such a precedent. She kept wondering how Altair learned the ancient magic. Now everything is clear, even the fact that Dariel and Kiara are children of a demigod, which is astonishing. Once every 100 years, a white dragon creates a mentor incarnation to train a new apprentice. The problem is that, after learning from the mentor incarnation, it dies after a period of 6 years. Why then does this person claim to have learned from with the boss? The men ask what the plan is, and Jeff silently begins to cut off parts of the spider, specifically its claws, which the hero is going to use as a weapon. Jeff says that the men have already the holy sword. Ciara argues that perhaps it was a personification of the person rather than the white dragon itself, but Alta realizes that it is not a personification at all. Geofire said that Herdy was indeed Yonja's apprentice, but if the princess wasn't already suspicious of him, she will be now, because there are people who have known for a long time who her real trainer was. That's why they joined her. Only Alter and Net know the future. It's dangerous for the others to know. So for now, the princess will continue to pretend that she doesn't believe Erdy's words. Philip says the problem is the sword. Maybe it's fake. Maybe Erdy is just a common imposter. Yer says the situation is complicated, and Al supports him, so we have to think about this. From a confidential standpoint, the cult's plan to steal the dragon's heart has failed, and the paired knights are dead, leaving them with few options. Even the best friend of Saint Matthias turned out to be a traitor and leaked the information, but who handed over the board? Since the worshippers of the being constantly incited suspicion, doubts will go directly to the church, but who is to be suspected? Exactly. The real culprit will most likely try to find a scapegoat to divert suspicion. The demonic church will never believe that Ned stole the heart alone, and the first person that comes to mind is Lucius. But only a fool wouldn't look at everyone involved. The real culprit would have to have power comparable to that of the leader of the demonic church, and would have to be cunning enough to manipulate Saint Yanet into carrying out the plan. No wonder suspicion would only fall on one person. On whom will it fall until we find out? Philip says it could be a trap for Princess Geofire. She agrees and says that everything has had enough and that they should get out of here. It has been 4 years since Gott became a hunter. Many of his companions have died in those 4 years, and he has survived by only one thing: to be checked. He asks the princess if there is any way to verify the sword's authenticity, and of course, he already knows the answer himself, but for everyone else, they have to play along. He replies that the sword reacts to the heart of the dragon. If Serge Ofer touches it, he will know immediately, so Gafira will only give it to Lyndall to verify the sword's authenticity and confirm if it is real. It will have to be obtained, otherwise, the Dragon Slayer will simply destroy the trap. So, Gefil arrives at the castle before sunset, and Erdis's subordinate tells Gear that Erdis's apprentice, the Holy Sword, has fairly won the duel, and that the princess must be brought before him. But Erdis interrupts her and comes face to face with Gefil. He knew he could fight many tough guys, and apparently came here looking for one of those guys. He offers to take on Gefil right now, and Gefil would love to beat him up. However, instead, he orders the upstart to crawl after him like a dog with the help of a dragon's tongue. Erdis doesn't even realize what's happening and falls flat on her face. She is incredibly furious. He is powerless and trails after Jeff like a loyal dog. Reason being, if there's a dangerous path somewhere, he'll choose a different route. Of course, he couldn't ascend because of it, but before, there was no one to protect him. He realizes that Gafira had planned this. From the beginning, the plan was to kill the boss alone because, with his skills, the others would only get in the way. Gott agrees, but Mac says that since they came together, they should also reach the end together. Gott freaks out and thinks Mac is talking nonsense, but Dale joins Mac, wanting to go all the way to the end as well. Gott, on the other hand, thinks they'd rather die than face such a monster. He looks at Gafira, the men, and the hero. He says the guys misunderstood him. He told them to go out, not orate, and now he will assign tasks. Arrival will be random, but Gefil will make it a little easier. The hero, however, plans to take revenge not only on Tartaros, but also on the rest of the gods, and so he travels to the past. Gefil, Gott cries out in relief. A little later, Gafira advances deeper and deeper into the cave. After a while, he stumbles upon a group of spider queens guarded by spider knights. Jeff also sees the queen spider takes a step closer, positioning herself at a safe distance so the queen can lay her eggs undisturbed. The spider knights eliminate anyone who dares approach their den. Jeff uses a silver key to retrieve a pile of flour sacks, which he then scatters throughout the lair, creating a veil of flour dust. Jeff pulls out a crossbow, aims, and shoots an arrow, with a metal tip that strikes a rock, generating sparks. These sparks react with the flour dust, triggering a powerful explosion. Jeff, like the true badass he is, doesn't even glance at the explosion and declares that it won't kill such formidable bugs. The spiders, ablaze and enraged, chase after the hero, who gets hit in the face with arrows. Jeff had previously lubricated the arrows with poison number 68. One of the spiders leaps over its companion's corpse and nearly reaches the hero, who is taking cover behind a corner. The spider charges after him, but instead of finding Jeff, it stumbles upon a dense spiderweb. A little earlier, the hero had explained to the boys that if you squeeze the spider's gland, you could follow its web, and he ordered the men to set up web traps in certain places. And since Gafira had burned a special enzyme onto the spider's legs, they now stuck to their own webs as well. If Jaffe had to fight the spiders inside, their cobwebs would get in his way too much, so they had to be lured outside. Inside, their cobwebs would get in their way too much, so they had to be lured outside. Jaffe pulls out the spider claw from the silver key, and, with a swift movement, pierces through the skull of the arachnid, tangled in the spiderweb with a single punch. Punch the skull of the arachnid, tangled in the spiderweb. There is one more spider knight left that the hero wants to draw out, just like the others, but it turns out to be the queen, who gathers a huge amount of poison in a kind of mouth and spits it in Gefil's direction. He wakes up in a cave, surrounded by sweaty, half-naked men who are glad they didn't impale him. The hero sees the mark on the shoulder of one of the men and realizes that he has amount of poison in a kind of mouth and spits it in the direction of Gefil. He remembers a conversation with Fad, who told him that the most dangerous thing about this poison is the curse it carries, which blocks abilities of regeneration and defense, and a person with a low defense stat will simply melt from the poison, so he must avoid it at all costs. Gefil gets up from the ground and jumps out of the cave, and the giant monster flies out after him. Gafira gives the boys orders, yelling at them to take their positions. Then, she dives down and rises into the air, striking the monster's back with a series of lightning bolts, causing it to emit a piercing howl of pain and begin attacking everything in sight. But Gafira, with a display of pathos, draws the queen's attention to herself, and the creature, in flames, and with its mouth full of drool, becomes distracted by the hero. Since Jeff is the only one who can fight the queen head-on, he will tank, and while he distracts her, the rest of the trio will finish off the monster. He reflects on the fact that he has never risked his life, always choosing the safe path, and the boys have always followed him. Standing in front of the gigantic creature, he wonders if they will be able to subdue it. The boys recall how the most successful hunters used to mock them, saying that cowardly equipment like theirs was useless. So, let them cook and serve as errand boys for the normal hunters. Dale exclaims, "How long can we endure this mistreatment?" He says they've come a long way, and now there's nothing to fear. There is no fear. It's time to fight. Gate is moved by Dale's speech, and thinks that fighting such a monster would never have occurred to them. But with Jeff's appearance, everything has changed. Mark says everything was working perfectly before, as long as they listened to Gafira and trusted him again. Got realizes that his team is completely disobeying him, which fills him with incredible shame, and he can't just stand by. Gone back 10 years, to when he served in the temple as a slave. The half-naked man tells Jeff to mind his own business, and Jeff demonstrates that he's not afraid of the jerk, doing nothing. God attacks the monsters just as the outer layer of the shell cracks from the flames. After all, this creature isn't so invulnerable. Inside, Mark plunges his dagger into the spider's claw and strikes it with his powerful hammer. Before the fight, Jeff explained to them the location of the nerve network running through the center of the legs and instructed them to cut it with a blade lubricated with paralyzing poison. Dale is incredibly happy to be able to injure such a massive creature, but the spider's enormous leg abruptly attacks him from behind, and upon realizing he obviously can't dodge it, Jeff strikes the monster's skull with all his strength at that moment. This thwarts the spider's attack on Dale, and the hero reminds it who's in charge, telling the queen that she only has the right to attack him, and they begin exchanging blows at an inhuman speed. Dale is surprised by Jeff's abilities, unable to even follow his attacks, and the reckless newcomer dodges all of the monster's blows. He said they didn't have the strength to take down the queen, but Jeff disagreed. He argued that when he destroyed the queen's eggs, she would be so furious that she wouldn't pay attention to anything around her, except for the murderer of her children. More importantly, this is a key characteristic of Queen Dale. Consider the fact that everything is proceeding according to Jeff's plan. 5 minutes have already passed since the battle began, and the queen still hasn't moved from where she initially fell. Because she produces young while confined in a narrow egg-laying chamber, she has a habit of not moving her hind legs much. Hind legs, making the area around them relatively safe, with the exception of a web attack or a stampede. The most effective attacks will be against the opponent, who is. The former hero defended the young boy who was being beaten by the other slaves. Although these events occurred 10 years ago, Jeff doesn't remember the details at all, but he does remember the gift of, directly in front of her face, and Jeff is distracting her. Now, if they can immobilize her hind legs with a paralyzing potion, her death is only a matter of time. Mark excitedly shouts that they can do it, and even Got believes it. Using his strength, he bravely attacks the spider, but his spear gets stuck, and the queen begins to raise her leg, lifting poor Got along with it. To overpower Gefir, the queen uses her extra leg, sending Got flying. The spider is enraged by the death of its offspring, and Gefir takes advantage of its loss of composure, reaching through the neck area to grab the poison gland, which he twists and tears apart. The hero removes his belt and bandages the gland. Now, for a few minutes, the queen won't be able to release her poison. Jeff somersaults and, using the power of rotational inertia, delivers a powerful blow to the monster's head. This battle will be won by whoever remains focused, and the hero and his team clearly have the advantage, allowing them to take down the giant. Mark and Got are glad they did well, but Dale realizes that, in essence, they haven't done anything, and the monster died at Jeff's hands. Dale realizes that the hunt and their success depend directly on whoever is in charge of the operation. Now realizing Jeff Dale's importance, wants to become his follower. The hero says that he will not be able to take the queen without a trace, as he did with the traitor, because he will be able to steal even the smallest spiders whole and give them to the White Rose, and from the queen he will take only the essentials. Before he can finish speaking, someone yells at him, Gefira from Korean, as the company director. That's what Dale calls him. He says that Junin has done a good job, and that he needs to rest now, and that he should leave all the routine work to Dale. He starts doing all kinds of favors for Gefira, having the boys help him. The hero thinks that these three are not so bad, but that is where their powers end. Their powers are not enough to help him. The gods and heads to a secluded place to check it out. He casts a spell to unlock a special perk, and upon seeing the gifts of the gods, Gefira is pleasantly surprised. Some slaves, to face the cursed zombie. Skill level, equipment, and team members, none of that is enough. Right now, he needs some kind of replacement immediately. We are transported back. At the temple, a nun is selling the resources Jeff has mined, managing to run an illegal business in broad daylight, while making it appear to be a temple fundraiser. He contemplates the direction the world is heading, even though no one in this era believes the temple solely serves holy men. The temple collects money from the faithful, along with the 18 mountains, and the city adjacent to the temple was constructed solely to protect its inhabitants from monsters, using knights and battle slaves. Security also comes at a price. At least for now, it can be bought with money, but soon things will change, and security will have to be won with blood. A little later, the White Rose mentions that Jeff has brought some large corpses, and that they managed to sell them for a high price. She begins to tempt him, showering him with compliments, but Jeff asks about the money. The nun immediately becomes. Syria informs him that he has raised 48% of the required amount, but that the church's debt payment will also be deducted. She also signs him up to clean the lab, and gives him a costume and an entry card. An alchemist's kit was on the hero's shopping list, but White Rose can't simply steal it, so in 7 hours the laboratory will be completely in Jafil's possession. The hero is very happy with this, since it is a much safer option than stealing, and while the nun began to sink her teeth into Chafir again, someone called her. It was Net. Zumba. Shefir thinks that he is very unlucky to meet him now, since he is the only one of the Inquisitor's 12 confidants who is considered a top-class fighter. White Rose. They notice how quickly Gefira works within their team. The hero, meanwhile, remains shocked by the gift of the gods, because after unlocking a special perk, all of the information, puts her Santa mask back on, and says she's a little busy right now, and inwardly thinks Zumba has spoken to her, but her target is Gavir. She understood that sooner or later, he wanted to take revenge on Sahak, but he didn't think that the insolent bastard would decide to have a confrontation in front of the temple servants. She offers to chat with him later, and then, he will offer him goods at low interest because the temple trusts him. Zumbe asks an important question and invites the nun for a cup of tea, and is even willing to invite Gefira as well. Zumbe asks if Gefira is a stranger to Sahak, to which the hero replies that he has become senile and his memory is failing, so he doesn't keep any rubbish in his head. They stare at each other, and they begin to emit powerful auras that seem to sink into the nun's skin. She realizes that Gefira certainly doesn't seem like a fighting slave. Her skills are at the level of a temple knight, or even higher. Zumbe understands why Sahak hasn't moved on from Gefira and wasn't planning on fighting today. but since the conversation has gone that way, they can have a little fun. But the manja shouts, causing them both to fall to their knees, and due to the stigma of being a slave, which forces them to obey the minister's orders, they both kneel. Rosablanca slaps Jeff in the face. Rosablanca slaps him in the face, reprimanding him for causing a commotion, and takes him away. She also tells Ned that Jeff is her toy, and that if he touches him, she will beat him up. After taking the hero away, the nun asks him if he can't help but be fooled by such stupid provocations, and tells him that Zumbai is very dangerous, noting that even her hands are still trembling with fear. The nun begins again to reprimand Gefira for such concerns and adventures of the hero, and asks him to be more careful, since he brings her money. Rosa Blanca's expression changes, and she puts her hand on Jafir's cheek, the same cheek she had just struck. The nun says she won't be able to, was in his head. The gift turned out to be a repository of the best skills, including some he didn't even possess before. While Sefer was distracted, the shift supervisor noticed, protect him in the temple, so she tells him to act more carefully. Jafir moves her hand away and says that it was just a friendly greeting and that if Ned really wanted to do something, she wouldn't have had time to react. To intervene, the hero figures that, since Ned has revealed himself, it must mean they are nearly finished, and he should hurry as well, so he rushes toward the laboratory. But, before that, he has a request. The nun is clearly unhappy with his constant requests, and we return to Ned, who has experienced the power of a slave's mark for the first time. He remembers how his master asked him to enter the temple disguised as a slave and brand himself with the shameful stigma. Ned tried to refuse, as he harbored a great hatred for the god's servants, but the master says that the two worshippers they sent to the temple, disguised as priests, were suppressed, and now they have intensified priestly control. So this method is no longer appropriate. But the temple doesn't monitor the slaves at all. They believe the slave mark is enough to control a person. So the master asks Ned to, he marks himself as a slave to infiltrate the temple and steal the raid artifacts. After all, only he will be able to complete this task, and the temple priests of the light will never guess that they have learned how to eliminate the stigma of the slave. Ned, however, cannot take advantage of it now. He will have to wait for the opportune moment, and we are transported to a town that is too poor to afford the temple's protection from the monster, so they constantly have to rebuild the fence surrounding the town, as the monsters are always destroying it. The townspeople find out that someone from the temple has come to see them. The uninvited guest turns out to be Sahak, who asks the villager how many people live there, and who is so arrogant that he heals the hero in order to chat. But despite the difference in their power, Taros recognizes the hero, and even remembers his name as he was slacking off and decided to teach the slave a lesson with a whip. But something went wrong, and the hero grabbed the whip with his bare hands and calmly returned it to the supervisor. He replies that there are about 50. Sahak says, that is enough, and takes out a demonic whistle, with which he summons a horrible-looking monster, whose gelatinous and slimy tentacles fly out towards the civilians, tearing them to pieces. The anguished Sahak bathes in the blood of the villagers with a smile, reveling in his newfound strength, thinking that he will never forgive Jeff for the shame he has suffered, bursting into hysterical laughter as he watches the peasants die in agony. Now, we are transported to the alchemical laboratory of the Temple of Light, where Gefira has gathered enough ingredients to prepare Sagan's poison number 61. Later that night, the hero finds himself in the White Rose's room. This was the request he made before departing for the laboratory. If Zumbei's henchmen found him at night, it would cause a commotion, and he wanted to avoid that for as long as possible, while Sphere prepared something. The nun, scrutinized, leaves marked with acupuncture points. Gefil prepared the wood for the steel harness and stored some of the mana in his hand. Then, with a powerful blow, he broke the bar into small splinters that he would use. Like needles, he immerses them for 10 minutes in the poisons of Belen and Sagan, diluted at a ratio of 1 to 100, ensuring they are thoroughly soaked. Everyone thinks that poison only serves to weaken and kill, but after the apocalypse, people have learned to use it in other ways. Gefil sticks a needle into his shoulder, then lightning stabs a dozen needles all over his arm, and he writhes in pain. Rosa Blanca tries to help, but Gefira stops her. Shortly before, he warns her that she is now doing something reckless, and when he gives the signal, she will have to do something. With the help of poison, he will become stronger. 72 of Fat's powerful poisons can change their properties depending on their concentration. If calculated correctly, they will become a cure. Due to his combat experience, he doesn't bother trying to track every enemy movement, yet somehow, he doesn't even receive a scratch from the whip. He's trapped. And it's all thanks to the Iron Wall ability. and said cure will raise skills above the limits, but the problem lies in their combination. Belaine causes acute pain, and Sagan provokes drastic changes in the body. Due to the hellish pain, the resistance is decreasing, but to make a more stable potion, the hero doesn't have enough ingredients or skills, so he has no other option, and Japhir uses a small celestial circle. Controlling the flow of mana can repair internal damage, and by chasing magical energy through the magic circle, it provides resistance to poison. If successful, Japhir's skills will advance to the next level, but if he makes a mistake, his body will fall to pieces. All this pain doesn't scare Japhir, because compared to what he experienced in his past life, the pain of the poison feels like a mosquito bite. Mosquito. He remembers everything he has experienced up to the moment of his death, and calms his flow of mana. The nun notices that the hero's veins are returning to a normal color. Japhir had previously told the White Rose that he wouldn't be able to move, so she must observe his condition and, as soon as he gives a signal, stick the needles into him as indicated in the image. Japhir gives the signal, and White Rose prepares to stick the needle right into the hero's head, but hesitates, doubting if she can do it correctly without killing her best client. We then jump forward a few hours to the northern forest. Not far from the Temple of Light, someone has launched a red signal flare into the sky, apparently sounding the alarm. A squad of battle slaves is fleeing from a dozen monsters. They are the ones who sent the signal calling for reinforcements. The one who sent the signal is bitten by a giant bird. The monsters slaughter almost all of the battle slaves. The temple is about 5 kilometers away, and the road will take another 20 minutes, but the slave will die in a couple of minutes. The giant creature is already preparing to kill the poor man, and he closes his eyes, awaiting death. But suddenly the iron wall completely negates damage below his own defense stat, guaranteeing great resistance. Jeff realizes that if he uses his abilities wisely, he can benefit greatly. Birds are attacked by someone in the air. Like a comet falling from the sky to land, a completely strengthened Gefil, filled with maximum pathos, stands before the winged creatures that are. They rush to attack the hero. One of them tries to bite Gefira and grabs the rooster by the neck, wriggling violently. The salty creatures have exactly 12 vertebrae. Jeff Fear focuses all his will and kills all the salty creatures at once, piercing right through them. The rescued slave is shocked by his savior's power. The hero asks where the nest is, and the slave points out the address immediately. Jeff instantly jumps towards the lair and disappears in a flash. As if the slave had heard an order from his superior, he felt tremendous pressure from his savior and immediately gave, almost reflexively, the location of the entrance to the monster's lair, and now he greatly regrets it. After all, that dungeon was extremely dangerous. Of the 7 men, he was the only one who survived and should have convinced his savior not to go there alone, but as he scolded himself, a bright flash of mana illuminated his. The sounds of a fierce and lightning-fast battle, along with brilliant flashes of incredible mana bursts, reached the rescued slave, culminating in an extravagant explosion, after which, Jersey drags the dungeon boss's head behind him and shakes his hands pathetically. The hero notices that his body has become incredibly light, and that his skills have increased about 2.5 times. If he grabs some normal equipment, everything will go smoothly. The hero takes out a flare. A green flare means the emergency is resolved, and we are being won. We see Sahak sitting, surrounded by demonic shadows, already anticipating the massacre. Boss single-handedly cleared out a nest of black basilisks and finished off the 9-meter creature guarding the brood. At the end of the day, he delivers all the coal he has dug up in the mine, and all the brigades check the rankings. Thanks to him, Jeff's brigade is in first place. We find ourselves in the Cathedral of the Temple of Light, where 2 men argue as they walk down the stairs. They say that this slave has been doing well lately, and that, apparently, he wants enter the assault group. Matthias Giem, Senior Inquisitor of the Heresy in the 3rd District of the Temple of Light, says that he is worth interrogating to see if he is a worshipper of, but Lucius Giornetti, commander of the Knights of the 3rd District of the Temple of Light, decides to leave the suspicious slave alone. Matthias objects that, if they don't find all the worshippers of, in their ranks before the raid begins, Lucius doesn't let him finish dwelling on his fears, and says that it would be better if this guy turned out to be one of them. He wants someone in the Lang raid who can be used. Venerables or devils will never reach the main one on their own, since they are nothing more than thieving freeloaders, so it would be better to take advantage of them, and then massacre them all along with the boss of the gang. Matthias warns that, as commander of the guard squadron, and as an old friend of Lucio, he is against this dangerous plan. The grumblings of heresy inquisitors greatly amuse Lucius, and he says he knew Matthias's reaction to his plan, so he will only show it to him since they are old friends. Lucius opens wide. He opens the enormous doors wide, and Matthias is stunned by what he sees. He has read about them in books, but he never thought he would see them in person. They are the legendary artifacts, the Spear of Light and Shield, next to Michael, for which Lucius spent a third of his fortune. With them, they will finally be able to destroy this dungeon that they have been raiding for 11 years, so Matthias should not worry, because Lucius will be invincible on this raid. We are transported to the Battle Slave Barracks, where a trio of Jeffy worshippers return from training. Dale asks, according to the mine's rules, the money and food of the lowest-ranked brigade is distributed among the first, second, and third place brigades. Everyone begins to pray to the goddess Arya, but Gafira doesn't share there. What caused such pandemonium in the training field? And Mark responds that it is the imminent raid with only 2 or 3 slots available, which is why everyone wants to demonstrate what they can do. But anyway, it's none of our business as poor people. Got notices a nun coming out of her room. The boys immediately bow their heads and greet the nun, who seems kinder than La remembers. Scum, don't forget to pay the interest. When Dale passes by, he wonders what he was doing in his room, and the boys encounter Gefira and the ring. Naturally, the boys, they feel discouraged by Jeff's new acquisition, and ask him where he got such a treasure. The hero remains mysterious, and doesn't directly answer the boys, saying that the White Rose gave him a ring of purity that increases the wearer's magic resistance and mana circulation, and once a day, the wearer can use a release of a curse. Rose said that he should get some good equipment after the upgrade, and decided to give him the ring since it wasn't too difficult for him to obtain. Gafira was very glad that he still, without an assignment, she would have taken the initiative, thinking about how clever she was. Roz, meanwhile, walks away from his client, contemplating what he learned from informants at the market. Black about the Pipon Assassin Guild, legendary mercenaries who enhance their skills with poisons and are trained in the deadly martial art. They know how to kill, and they do it damn well. Suspicious professionalism leads to the House of Skill improvement with poison. Now it all makes sense. The client was Persephone's hitman, which means the big shots are involved, willing to shell out a fortune for their skills, and now is not the time to earn mere pennies trading monster corpses. Now that he has the opportunity, he should take care of enthusiasm. Of the 3 great deities, Arya has the most followers and is the biggest lender. Almost everyone who lives here lost their homes to monsters, or, like Jeff, were client properly, and to start, he will find the best equipment for his client. Gefil realizes that he has misunderstood the reason why he is so well trained, but as long as she gives him, the free team will be better off this way. If White Rose spreads those rumors about Gafira, they should go to the hero. God interrupts Gafira's contemplation. Since when did he develop a relationship like that with a nun? The boys, for their part, say they respect their enemy as a man. Jeff tries to change the subject, but they are already distracted by the sound of a knife being stabbed into something. The boys stare at the door, and Dale decides to see who dares to bother Jeff. When he goes out the door, he doesn't find anyone, but he does find a pamphlet pinned to the door with a knife. An order is written on it. Urgent, for Gott's group to go to the indicated location and assess the situation. The boys crowd around the order and discuss the document's authenticity, even though this zan was delivered in a strange way. It has the seal and signature of the chief of the hunters, which means that the document is official. Jeff takes the order and examines it carefully. He discovers that the signature does indeed belong to the headhunter, but the handwriting is Ned's, meaning Ned sent him an invitation, and Jeff will go alone. After a while, the hero runs towards the indicated place. As Jeff runs, he contemplates the fact that there are only 20 days left until the assault. The dungeon they will enter is called the Tomb of the Disgusting Princess, one of the world's 8 great problems. Due to the dungeon's complexity, no one has reached the main boss in 11 years, which is why the requirements for raid members are so stringent. To arrive there, a group of hunters must be at least 5th in the rankings of the previous year, or they can obtain a letter of recommendation from a slave, directly subordinate to the adventurers whom the temple saved from death, only to plunge them into debt by forcing them to work as slaves. As long as the hero is branded a slave, he won't be able to move freely, because if he goes to priest participating in the raid. Therefore, Jeff is using Ned in this life, as he is a slave in direct subordination to the Heresy Inquisitor. If Jeff tricks Ned and obtains a letter of recommendation, will guarantee him 100% entry into the raid. The hero, with his highly complex mission, cannot ignore the fact that Jeffy masters the martial arts style of the cultists, and I'm sure he's eager to test Jeffy. Meanwhile, the hero lands like a comet in a different location than the one indicated on the map, his silhouette barely visible behind the clouds of dust. And, Once everything dissipates, Jeffy confidently awaits Neat's next move. A mysterious figure praises the hero's epic appearance. Jeffy recognizes that voice. It's Sahak, who asks if he has come alone. The hero says, with a displeased expression, that he doesn't have time to play with a loser, because Sahak is determined, and he has been tormented all these days by that humiliating defeat. He draws his sword, preparing to show Jeffy his new strength, but the hero instantly overtakes his opponent, knocking him out with a slight wave of his hand, and expresses his opinion of Sahak. Jeff thinks Ned is meticulous and unlikely to be testing him personally, only using Sahak. It's more likely that he sent someone else. Jeff yells for anyone who is preparing to attack to come out and fight him, and from the dust cloud created by the recent skirmish, crazed laughter can be heard. Behind Gefira, he finds the awakened Sahak, who has already summoned the ugly creature with the tool of the followers of Sahak. He doesn't appreciate Gefira's attention. The summoned demonic monster envelops the madman's body, lifting him above the ground, and Sahak shouts that he will finish off Gefira, ordering the creature to attack the hero. Its tentacles fly towards Gefira, who does that thing he does and unleashes a powerful, piercing attack against the hero. Sahak is anywhere without permission. His heart will simply stop. The hero decides he needs to get out of here as soon as possible. Jeffy remembers his lover, Teo, and promises that this time he will protect her. Delighted by this act, with childish excitement, and wishes that Gefira would die as soon as possible. But he soon realizes that his summoned creature is being torn apart by a powerful wave of energy surges. But Sahak doesn't understand what's happening, seeing Gefira through the hole he made in the monster. What Sahak is using is a living tool belonging to the demon followers. Sogat, the hero, didn't expect to see that scum here. Sogat sleeps in an egg-like form, and when he hears the hypnotizing sound of a special instrument, he awakens. The hypnosis ocarina, a musical instrument that, by playing various combinations of notes, can control Sogat. The instrument also protects the wearer from soul contamination. Gefira walks in, silence towards Sogat, thinking that the monster has no mind, only hunger, since the monster grows stronger by absorbing the mana of the people it consumes. The artificially created scum is embedded in almost every part of Gefira's body. Her soul is overwhelmed by simply touching Sogat, and she begins to feel fear and experience hallucinations at 100% contamination of the soul, establishing a state of madness where reason is lost and allies are attacked. It is an artificial monster created by the followers to kill indiscriminately. Gefil approaches Sahak slowly but relentlessly, but he does not fear the hero, as his red eyes indicate that he is nearing 100% soul contamination. Well, then, from Gefil's gaze, it is clear that not everything is as the crazy fanatic thinks, and the hero envelops himself in divine light, creating the faint appearance of angelic wings around him, because he used a purity ring that removes any curse once a day. Yogot instantly scatters in different directions away from Gefil, then grabs Sahak by the neck, and tells him that before night, in the bar, Mayet, for whom the hero intervened, wants to buy his savior a beer, but Jeffy doesn't appreciate the gesture. After listening to the boy for a while, he realizes he only cared about his own skin and the lives of his men. However, at some point, other thoughts began to occur to him, such as, how would things have turned out if he had more comrades than they could fight, and if he had better integrated with the other survivors, perhaps then the people he cared about could have lived a little longer. Sahak doesn't understand what Jeff is trying to speak, but with a hand gripping his throat, he can't utter a word, and the hero declares that in this life, he is determined to save everyone he can. Then Sheffer becomes enraged because Sahak has fed Sogat 100 people, and he demands to know how many more people have to die to entertain this stinking garbage. Saying that he has no right to live, the hero prepares an attack, accumulating mana around his fist and converting it into electricity. His fist flies like lightning, piercing Sahak's chest and causing him to spit out at least half a liter of blood. But that's not enough for Jeff, who then hits the bastard's face with an equally powerful punch, preparing a pose in the style of the Royal Tiara flow fighting technique. The Thunder Palm technique accelerates strikes by using a magic palm on the bloody mist, dispersing the enemy with the preceding blows, and then generating a lightning bolt. Schaefer strikes the brat with a powerful electric shock. Sahak dies. Schaefer says he probably died instantly, but suffered incredible pain as the shock coursed through his body. The whole body. This is the kind of death that would suit such a rotten man. The hero then takes the scales and executes a death cord, which severs the magical bond that connects the monster's cells, and the creature dies. Someone calls Gefira, who recognizes the song as the secret song of the cult. the one who calls, that the boy was beaten to remove his brigade from the program and secure last place. So Jeffy declines the free beer and instead approaches the bartender, asking for a recovery potion. Jeffy turns out to be Ned, who says that the hero knows many things. Jeffy realizes that he must make Ned believe he is a follower of the cult, because that is the only way he can change the future. Furthermore, later on, they are haunted by memories of the past, where he failed to repay a debt of honor to his master. This time, the hero wants him to experience the other ending, and to achieve that, he needs to get close to Ned and deceive him at all costs. Ned reveals that he has been observing the hero all this time and has reached a conclusion. He draws his sword and declares that Gefira attacks with superhuman speed and finds himself facing Chefir, who is already prepared to fight. Ned rushes in, unleashing a series of incredibly fast blade attacks against the hero. But once he's behind his opponent, he realizes that, judging by the sensation in his hand, none of his attacks connected. 3 stones of charged electrical energy then fly towards Ned, who barely manages to dodge them and realizes that Gefira can match his speed. The hero mocks Ned, telling him that it's inappropriate to attack an unarmed man with a sword, implying that he will be inferior to Gefira in close combat. Ned falls into. He provokes her by throwing away his sword and adopting a combat stance. Jeff is also ready for combat, and they both begin to circle each other, never breaking eye contact, as if. Ned performs his first attack using the same principle as the Thunder Palm. He surrounds his body with electricity, utilizing explosive acceleration. The lightning that surrounds him grants a huge boost to his strength and speed. There is almost no defense against this technique, but students familiar with it know how to defend against it. Jafil applies the cloud technique, floating. There are yin and yang electrical currents. Opposite currents attract each other, but the same charges of electricity repel each other. This is the essence of the defense technique. Jeff adjusts his pisa. As the strongest man, he should understand the Demon King's attitude towards weaker beings, and suggests that he join the King's army, leave Earth, and conquer other worlds, for which he only has 1.5 gold pieces. He decides to borrow the rest, to which the little man shouts that it will be unrealistic to pay off this debt, since with strikes to counter the Yang current attacks, protects the targeted areas, and repels all of Ned's attacks. During a break between attacks, Ned thinks that it's easier said than done. Shortly after everything, he attacks at a speed exceeding human capabilities. If he doesn't envelop his body with enough energy, the attack won't be deflected and will hit the target directly. When the defender's energy is greater than or nearly equal to the attacker's, the blow will miss. This technique can only be used if you've perfected it to the point where you reflexively adjust the amount of energy at the point of impact. This technique cannot be copied through any trickery. This is a good reason to believe that Gefira is from the sect. However, it also makes Ned doubt even more, since only he and the senior apprentice have inherited the royal tiara technique. So Ned dares to ask who Gefil is. In the 9th level of the hierarchy, the follower of Qin, Liang is the cold dragon. He alone has traversed lands where no man has ever set foot. He traveled from the east to the continent of Aslan. Qin Lian had 2 disciples, those directly privileged to learn the true flow of earth, unlike the hundreds of other disciples who only superficially studied the martial arts. The first, the disciple, was Qing Liang's son, named Qing Gan, the mighty dragon, and the second disciple was Enet Strahl. Only 2 apprentices are needed to learn the royal tiara technique through duel. No more are necessary. After all, it is a secret technique. Ned says he's never even seen normal Gefira, and that's not the only suspicious thing. After all, in addition to everything else, has destroyed valuable properties of the Sogot demon cult. Enet can't be sure that Jeff is really a member of the cult. Gefira sarcastically points out that the master did not. The gold has already been paid, and mine's salary is meager, but Gefil says he will pay for everything. If you drink a lot of restorative potions, you can gain the hidden effect of increased energy. Told Inet that in reality, there are not 2 students, and if he had put more thought into it, he would have figured it out a long time ago. It takes 2 to learn a technique, but what happens if one of them dies in? In that case, there wouldn't be an equal opponent to learn the technique through dueling, and the busy master wouldn't be able to guide the student all the time, making it take too long to raise a new one. For sparring, that's where Gefira comes in, a shadow apprentice who is raised to replace Ned. The shadow apprentice is a reserve apprentice raised in secret, even kept from those within the community. They are trained, in case something happens to the official heir. However, if the official apprentice never dies and takes the master's place, the shadow apprentice is destroyed. Jeff, of course, cheats. Although not a shadow apprentice, this apprentice exists, but is unable to appear at the temple until the raid is over. as Altair and his comrades have tied his legs, preventing him from doing so. The hero takes advantage of the situation. Ned observes that if he is telling the truth, then his existence is being kept a top secret. Why then did the master send him here in that case? Furthermore, Ned has already contacted him, and the master claims he didn't send any student like that. This is, of course, a bluff. Ned hasn't contacted the professor. He just wants Shafir to start making ridiculous excuses and get out of there. Given the circumstances, there was no way for Ned to contact the master from the temple, and in this situation, he must make the decision himself without asking the master's permission. If he doubts Gafira's words, even for a second, he will do everything possible to kill him. The hero says that, initially, he was ordered not to approach anyone from the cult and to join the raid himself to replace Ned on the mission if anything went wrong. Ned asks what he even knows about the mission, and Jeff says he feels betrayed. Magical. If you drink even 10 potions, the effect is insignificant, but the skill, the secret of Hermes, which the hero inherited from the gods, increases the effectiveness of potions by 500%. By this contempt towards him, he knows he must steal the dragon's heart. Inside the dungeon, there is an artifact called the Dragon Stone. This stone will grant the wearer the power of a dragon, thanks to the acceleration of the royal tiara's flow ray, happens the moment Ned's hand touches the stone. No knight can catch up to him, but Gafira keeps pace with Neat. The master refused. He was certain that Neat would disobey his orders. Gafira tempted him and contacted him because the requirements for joining the raid party were too strict. Gafir dislikes complexity, so he chose the easiest route. Furthermore, the heroes had something personal to tell him. Gafira approaches Nadia, suddenly closing the gap between them, and whispers in his ear that this information concerns the tears of blood. The bloody tears are weapons that were stolen from Ned's family. In order to retrieve them and get revenge on the temple, Ned follows the master and demands that Gafira, in turn, says that she will reveal everything once she is sure that he can be trusted, so she offers to make things easier for him and asks him to be accepted into the group of comrades. Assault. After that, Ned can't help but believe Gafira's words. In an abandoned building near the temple, Ned introduces the brothers to a new comrade who has been sent to assist them. A personal instructor and his information are verified according to protocol. The enigmatic figure states that he was expecting a remarkable participant, and he hasn't been disappointed. This figure turns out to be Matthias, who holds the 36th rank in the cult's hierarchy, and he says that it would be an honor to work with a disciple of this caliber. The members of the assault group, under the condition of being slaves, who will follow the heresy inquisitor, consisting of 40 people, became followers of the cult, just like the newcomer in the ranks of humanity's traitors, Matthias. Gefil realizes that he won't make much money in the mine and starts planning his next move. He says that he has heard about monsters in the mine and that he will escort a group of hunters. He explains the plan once more because mistakes are not permitted. Gafira wanted to know beforehand who would turn out to be the traitor within the assault group, but it turns out that the 40 men, they are all followers of the sect, unlike the Sakfir losers in his previous life, who prioritize ambition. They are an elite group assembled to execute a strategy and are willing to die for the cause. So why, with so much power, do they follow Ainet? He worries that if Gafira has revealed something, does the master not trust him? And he also knows about the king's tears. King. He wonders just how close their relationship is, considering the master shares such secrets. Ned hides his thoughts, telling himself that he shouldn't doubt, because the master made him a promise. If Ned becomes important to him, he will carry out his revenge. To get revenge, Ned needs the master's help, so he, not the shadow apprentice, must obtain the stone. And, with the shadow apprentice being disposed of to replace Ned, he likely wants Ned to screw up in the dungeon, since only after Ned's death will he obtain the status of Tustav, official follower. And while Gafira is in her thoughts, Matthias tells everyone to divide into teams and finish explaining the plan, where a squad of defenders will watch over Ned and provides him with a safe path, while an assault team confronts the commander of the Lucius Knights. Ned suggests that Jeff team up with him, because, if the Shadow's apprentice wants him dead, Ned had better keep him close to watch his every move. He extends his hand to the hero, saying that he hopes they can work together. Jeff thinks that in a past life, Ned, blinded by revenge, trusted the wrong man and ended up losing his life. Ned is loyal and patient by nature, so Gafira shakes his hand, hoping to gain his trust and secure a powerful ally instead of to the location. Gefil plans to earn money in the dungeons. When one of the slaves discovers a dungeon, the hunters are sent there. The hunters are slaves with fighting skills, a powerful enemy. He met his end tragically in a past life, so Ned will be the first one he saves. He remembers being attacked in a cave by a master who almost killed him with a staff. Mago gave him the choice between learning the strongest martial arts techniques and helping him escape, or dying and becoming just a lump of meat. The next day, the list of participants in the raid was announced. The raid group members would meet at 6 a.m. the next day and live in a separate location, training for the upcoming expedition. Additionally, for the safety of the raid party members, they were prohibited from contacting anyone other than their fellow hunter party members. Jeff thinks it's time to take care of something. A dungeon of black steel spiders, a nest of basilisks, and a village in a narrow ravine that Ned described as a goblin camp. Using falsified documents, Jeff managed to gather achievements for his boys for clearing 3 dungeons, as he had promised, something for which the boys are incredibly grateful to their genin. Jeff says that now they have achievements and opportunities thanks to the 40 slaves they sent on the raid. So, advancement is just around the corner. However, things are going to be much more difficult after the advancement, so the guys have to get quart. The battery's charged. Gefira's speech impresses Dale, who doesn't dare to say that he wants to follow Gefira, whom he hasn't known for very long, but in the time that they have spent together, Dale has realized that this man has a purpose, and that purpose is so grand that ordinary people like Dale can't even imagine anything similar. Dale realizes that he is too weak to follow Jeff. The hero, as if reading his thoughts, tells him that if he works until he collapses, there will come a day when he will be able to keep up with him, and then Dale can. Of fighting, specially selected to face the monsters. Gefil doesn't understand why. As an adventurer, he's been sent to the miners while they've been sent to the hunters. Shortly after, in the store, join him. Jeff walks away, saying that he will wait for that moment, and the boys thank him. Jeff sees how the 2 boys are now full of energy and ambition, and yet, in a past life, they already perfected Bakla. They would be dead by now, and he realizes that his actions to save their lives are not in vain. In any case, they can still be considered as good as dead, because if the cultists, if they manage to perform the summoning ritual within 3 years, many people will die, including these boys. And to prevent it, Gefira of the Dragon, and we are transported to another place, where the White Rose asks if the customer likes the new equipment she has chosen for him. Jeff says, in short, that he is delighted with it. The tomb of the disastrous princess is a dungeon full of living skeletons. The undead feel no pain, and their bodies are made of bones. Slashing attacks, attacks targeting flesh, pain, and stamina-draining attacks do not work, but their skulls are excellent for crushing with blunt weapons. Jael notices the excellent quality of the items and takes everything that the Rose has brought. Among the variety of weapons, there is the sword. Nightfall, which the hero examines more closely, is a relic discovered by a knight 100 years ago in the Sekat mansion. Anna believes that, even though she has found everything client requested, a long sword against skeletons isn't the best choice, so she's perplexed about what the client is planning, unaware that the dungeon isn't just full of skeletons for Jeff to worry about, but also temple knights, who are about to complete a 10-year siege of the dungeon, and cult followers, who are willing to die for the cult's existence, so he must eliminate them all and obtain the dragon heart. In other words, all members of the raid are his enemies, and so far, Ned doesn't trust. They say that he has exceeded his daily credit limit. The hero wonders what to do, and the kindest nun offers him a loan, using a receipt for her organs as collateral. Gefira accepts. Gefira, considering he has revealed many things to her that only his closest confidants would know, and convincing him won't be easy. And if he makes a mistake, a fight will break out that won't end well. The battle will last until one of them falls. Meanwhile, a lab sorceress named Angelina knocks on Jeff and Rose's door. Jeff mentions he's heard of her reputation, as she is one of the most brilliant enchanters in the temple. Angelina begins enchanting objects, and the entire room fills with divine light. Jeff then receives a multitude of enchanted objects. Although he is prepared to face the members of the raid group, he can't neglect preparing his equipment, as the fate of humanity depends on it. That marked the end of the preparations, and White Rose pays Angelina 3,000 gold pieces. The sorceress leaves satisfied with her payment. Jeff remarks that 3,000 is very little for an illegal deal, and it seems that White Rose has worked very hard to secure this arrangement. The hero tells Rosa that he was almost out of commission on his end, and that he did it to grease the wheels for a client. But, of course, she doesn't tell him that. Jeff notices the nun's diligence and thanks her, which embarrasses White Rose. Jeff tells her what she needs to do, since he has no money. The Rose. He immediately changes his expression, and the hero explains that a few coins were given for the basilisk, and that the town with the goblins was a fake, so the money could not be collected for that reason. he pays with poisons. According to Rose, the poison is a Bill Ellis from the Pipon Guild. So, when Jeff asks her if this will serve as payment, she replies that it is more than enough. Jeff warns Rose to sell it more carefully, but she, overjoyed, is no longer listening to him. Still, he is distracted by her charms as he says goodbye to his client and wishes her good luck. The next morning, he immediately buys a recovery potion with all the credit money. Even the nun says he's really crazy, a real man, that is. The hero has drunk enough. Slaves from the Salto group and the rest of the participants gather for training, along with the healers and the temple knights. Now there are about 100 people in the square amidst all of this. A multitude is gathered, but only a minority survived last time, and will probably do so again this time. The group leaders are assembled, along with the commander of the temple knights. Lucius decides to begin. The team composition was as follows: a temple knights squad, officially consisting of combat priest knights, 18, healers, 10, and the lower formation. From the temple knights squad, there were hunters, slaves, 20 people, inquisitors of heresy, officially consisting of combat, inquisitor priests, 12, healers, 6, and the inquisitor's lower formation included custodians of the inquisitor, numbering 20 people, bringing the total number to 86 people. Each person was assigned specific duties. The task of the Close Combat Vanguard Squadron, Gust Path. The rear squad's task was reconnaissance, investigation, and defense. The task of the rear block, long-range attack, achieving recovery, enhancement, magical aid, and so on, are all commanded by 4 men. The healer, leader Arno, the rear detachment leader Ren, the leader of Vanguard Matthias, and, of course, the son of God, Lucius, leader of the assault group. Stigma. God leaves a stigma on the body of someone he especially cherishes. The possessor of the stigmata is called the son or daughter of God. While the son or daughter of God is alive, he or she receives the ultimate authority from God, and after death, serves God as an angel. Lucius received the stigmata at the age of 7. People treat God's children as angels and consider it a great honor to witness them living. Jeff can't believe that such an important figure has approached ordinary workers upon of the recovery potion and says that he is ready. He is greeted by the hunters, whom he leads into the dungeon. Jeff meets Gott, the head of the scout team, and his subordinates. Seeing Lucius, Ned can barely contain his rage, and Jeff fears he will do something foolish. But the Son of God decides to prophesy that this time, they will finally put an end to the 10-year incursion, and they will personally deal with one of the world's 8 great evils. And Lucio delivers a passionate speech about how the participants will be eternally famous within the temple, and the slaves will gain their freedom. Therefore, they must endure 2 weeks of training and embark on the path of honor, as the multitude of ministers applaud their angel's words. After a while, we are moved to a special training location called Screaming Peak. Jeff observes that all of this isn't being done out of honor. All participants will effectively obtain the glory, and the slaves, their freedom, but it's not out of good intentions, it's simply good business. Matthias gives everyone dungeon stones so that the knights can become accustomed to the aura of sinister energy that emanates from the tomb of the nefarious princess, ensuring that their morale doesn't falter when they enter the dungeon. Jeff has an internal monologue about how the preparations for the raid are been underway for several years, with significant resources and energy invested. The temple is now collecting donations at an intensified rate, and once the dungeon is cleared, construction begins. Roads and cities are built in their place, a large-scale business from which the temple reaps substantial profits, including from the overpriced secure land. The main temple of Light of the Third parish serves as Lucius's outpost for the assault on the ill-fated princess's tomb, and those stationed here represent the true elite, selected through rigorous and brutal training. Meanwhile, the priestess dispatches training golems to the combatants. Most of the priestesses can barely manage them, and one of the golems attempts to attack Dale and Mark. He doesn't know the latter two, but he knew Gott before his rebirth. The last time Jeff was transferred to the Hunters was a month after this expedition, in which Gafira warns the hero against using the royal tiara's flow here, and Shafir retorts, asking if he looks like an idiot. Ned and Shafir are already getting along quite well. Together, they attack the enormous stone golem. Working as a team, they tear apart the walking Daquin with a single blow, as if they had been fighting together since childhood. By nightfall, the slaves have destroyed 10,000 golems, and with that, Arno observes that they are keeping up the pace well, and compared to the last raid, these slaves are quite a sight to behold, especially Jeffin. Even, putting their scoundrel skills aside, they work incredibly cohesively. Arno heals the slaves' wounds and relieves their fatigue, saying that, thanks to his healers, the Vanguard squad will be able to have 2 fruitful weeks of training, which will be equivalent to 4. We are transported to the night of the last day of training. No one has abandoned the training, and everyone is allowed to get drunk and rest, because tomorrow they will have a hellish march to the dungeons. Ned is sitting alone on the roof of Scream Peak, but Jeffy saves him from his loneliness by offering him something to eat. During his training days, Ned has barely eaten anything, and today they gave him a large fish soup to celebrate the last day. However, Ned says that he is already full and needs to watch his weight. To accelerate to the maximum, Gefira must also give up food, because if something goes wrong, she will have to replace Ned. He still thinks that Gefira will take his place, and the builder hero of bridges has brought something good. After all, if he warms up, he'll move 100 times better, and he pours a drink for Ned, who asks him how much he knows about him. Ned admits that at first he had his suspicions that Gef wanted to kill him, but in the 2 weeks that they have spent together, he has realized that the hero has no such intentions, which is why he doesn't delve further into what is happening, including the abode of the gods. Gef pretends to agree with Tortar's proposal, thinking to himself that it is nothing more than a mockery. The Demon King wants to see how the man participated, and Dale and Mark were killed. Knowing this information, Gef devised a way to use these poor guys to his advantage. Upon arrival, the hunters and the hero are greeted by a group of Sephir not only knows all of Ned's secrets, but she also has the information that he needs. Should he start blackmailing him? Then Ned asks what that phrase meant. When I know that, I can trust you, so I'll tell you. And what does the hero Gef want? He says the question is wrong. Instead, he should be asking where and who currently possesses the bloody tears. Gef. He leans towards Ned to tell him where the sword is. The Tears of Blood is an heirloom sword belonging to the Stir family. His ancestor acquired it after destroying a desert demon. The ancestor dedicated the sword to God, who in turn granted him the status of a male heir and ordered him to guard the bloody tears from generation to generation. The father says, inspired, to his son, that he will soon inherit both the sword and the honorable mission entrusted to them by the gods, and therefore, he must become an outstanding knight in order to approach the bloody tears, and so that the father could pass on more than just the sword to his son. He decided to invest in a project, and after spending some time at the temple, his father yells at Olden that he only pawned. The estate and the status of a baron investing in the land were part of the deal, but bloody tears were not. Olden asks him with a smile how he dares to cause such a commotion, riot in the temple, saying that the bloody tears belong not to his family, but to Baron Stir, and that the man who gambled his status instead of paying his debt now has no rights. This greatly angers Father Ned, and he draws his sword, attacking Alrin while expressing his opinion of him. His defenders cut off his arms and stab him through. Young Ned, witnessing his father mortally wounded, becomes hysterical. Olden, however, tells him to be glad that his swordsman touched the temple servant, because if Akata, the support he received from all the group members, including Gef. These are the magical bracelets that will light up if something happens to any of the party members, and the party ventures into the commoner were alone with his son. Such a scene was common 12 years ago. Investments in dungeon raiding power spread, and the value of items skyrocketed over other goods. Financial institutions linked to the dungeon flooded the market in waves. Investors initially made a lot of money, but the dungeon raids consistently failed. In addition to investment scams, a fake vagabond guild was established. Then, numerous unfavorable factors arose, causing the financial bubble surrounding the dungeon to burst, and everyone except the temple lost their money instantly. The Temple of Light, which had already made a fortune selling dungeon items before the bubble burst, deceived numerous investors by making them believe the situation was safe, selling them assets that were essentially worthless. Everything was done for profit. Many of the investors deceived by the temple, who were wealthy aristocrats, were left homeless, and despite such a massive scam, the temple faced no consequences. Meanwhile, Ned, he survived to crush the temple, and, more specifically, to avenge his father, who was murdered and deceived by the priest Olden. Ned has been searching the world for a family heirloom. That's why he doesn't understand why the bloody tears are in Master Jeff's possession. He says that a teacher recently revealed to him the faces of the sect leader and the XO, leadership of the 12 apostles. The sect leader and half of the 12 apostles are high-ranking officials within the Olden Temple of Light. In particular, Ned is incredibly enraged by this, and we are transported to the next day, where Ned reflects on Jeff's words, who repeated the teacher's words, "If you become important to me, I will carry out your revenge." And the teacher, dungeon, delving deeper and deeper into the cave. The hunters come across kobolds, which they distract with a rock before attacking from behind, giving the dogs no chance. That is, the scum plans to offer their hearts to the sect leader, and if that happens, they will forever lose the ability to even lay a hand on the sect members. Revenge is coming. Too late, they've been deceived from the very beginning. Enette can't help but believe Jeff, as she knows the words her master told her about revenge. Ned is distraught, wondering what he should do now. Meanwhile, they approach the vile princess's tomb, pouncing on it and throwing open a gigantic door. But once inside, not all the team members appear confident. The healer says that this is a dungeon they've been raiding for over a decade, and there are purification items everywhere, which means that the floor has been cleansed. This dungeon consists of 9 floors. The last time, they were able to clear it up to the 7th, but due to the ominous energy rising from the lower floors, monsters keep appearing here, and horrible skeletons appear in front of the sweeping team, which has prepared for battle, placing the vanguard squad in the front position. The 3 Matthias hype everyone up to get the party started. Simultaneously, at the Temple of Light, the head of Parish Number 3, Alfan Jorni, also known as Lucius's uncle, thanks Olden for providing him with provided fighters. While the temple warriors headed to the dungeon, Olden tells them to use health efficiently, and we cut back to the screaming skeletons who have been facing the cleanup crew. The cultist slaves complain about the overwhelming number of skeletons, confused as to why so many are appearing, and one of the slaves explains that the Princess of Terror was a powerful sorceress who appears only once every 1,000 years, and must have cast a spell on her subjects. Moreover, over those 1,000 years, she must have killed hundreds or even thousands of fighters, hunched over. Based on the data gathered by the exploration team, a sweep team is assembled to eliminate all the monsters. This is the standard sweeping procedure, turning them into the undead, and their conversation is cut short by an earth-shattering rumble. Bone golems, made from the bones of several hundred human corpses, draw near, one of them swinging its grotesque arm and slamming it into the ground with immense force. From there, the vanguard detachment scatters in different directions, and the shockwave continues to topple more and more people in its path, but the priestess conjures a chain of light and binds the bone golem. Experienced fighters don't waste a second and begin to attack the monster, but the golem gains more and more power, as if accumulating magical energy, and breaks free from the chains. Matthias realizes this and casts a spell, unleashing a powerful attack that shatters the golem. The knights admire him, but Matthias tells the idiots not to relax their guard. After all, if there are piles of bones, it means there is someone who controls them, and he is not long in coming, a skeleton mage who can control lower-level skeletons. The commander of the defensive squad tells Matthias to finish off the mage as soon as possible, and Matthias marvels at his comrade's intelligence, finding it much easier under the defensive squad's cover. Multiple discs of light crash into the golem's bone mass. Matthias. He starts blinking and searching, but Lucius has already found what his friend seeks and tells everyone to move aside, preparing a powerful attack that could kill anyone in its path. He unleashes a destructive beam of light that obliterates all the skeletons and strikes the ancient tombstone, powering the wizard's skeleton. If you don't break the tombstone, the magician gets bored with his skeletons. Although Lucius killed the wizard and destroyed the tombstone simultaneously, it no longer matters. In the last raid, it took them half an hour to destroy the slab, but this time, with the Spear of Light, it's said that this dungeon has already been cleared by a sweep team, and it appears that the monsters who didn't make it have hidden and waited in another branch of the cave. For some, did it in a couple of minutes. Ned was amazed by the power of the Son of God, and Jeff fear by the power of a weapon worth 2 million gold pieces, while the haughty Lucius boasts about his subordinates. After a successful attack, the priests and knights rejoice at their victory. They will camp here tonight to heal the wounded and clear the area to prevent new monsters from appearing while they sleep. While the wounded stagger towards the healers, Gefira goes off in search of something important, examining the walls until she finds a brick. This brick activates the mechanism, and we are transported to a temporary strategic headquarters. According to intelligence reports, it will take the group a few days to reach the boss's room. Now they will continue onward, destroying all the tombstones in its path. Rhea objects, pointing out that there are 1,000 tombstones and destroying them all will take 2 days. However, Lucio says that she has apparently forgotten how, a year ago, they took a shortcut and walked quickly, but ended up failing miserably. After all, when they reached the tomb, they had to retreat from the boss's guards. Major. When they retreated, a legion of skeletons ambushed them. They can't afford to repeat that mistake. Even if it takes longer, they must destroy the slabs. Arno believes they will lose many fighters before reaching the boss room, and the fewer they have, the harder the final battle will be. The priority is conserving Lucius's energy. So he's as fresh as possible when facing the main monster. With the current commander, defeating it is possible. A year ago, they encountered a guard who shattered the entire squad's morale with a single glance. The commanders hear a scream of pain, and Matthias goes to investigate. He's shocked by what he sees, a Sogot trying to devour time. God suggests that Dale and Mark not report to the sweep team, and instead handle the weak monsters themselves. The boys don't appreciate this kind of recklessness, and say it's too much. Everyone in sight. Matthias doesn't understand why the 5 Sogot prepared for sabotage are now activated. He wonders what kind of idiot did this, and at that moment, all eyes turn. They turn to a man, the most suspicious of the entire group, whose hand activates the mechanism. A lever emerges from the wall. Jeff asks what they are looking at, and with a sharp movement of his hand, they activate the mechanism. The entire dungeon began to shake, and the ground beneath their feet began to crack and change its structure, and the dungeon began to reorganize itself the day before. Before the list of participants was announced, Matthias explained that the passage to the boss was protected by a powerful barrier, so unless they killed the Guardian, the passage would open. However, once they enter, the door will close and won't open until the main creature is killed. This is learned by deciphering the magical runes within the dungeon. One of the slaves asks if the wall can't simply be broken down, but Matthias says that if it were possible, the incursion would not have lasted 10 years. The further down one descends, the stronger the magic defense, so it can be assumed that the main boss's wall is indestructible. However, Lucius isn't foolish, so he's come up with a plan. He's borrowed the stake of Faith of Saint Pope, a legendary object and an indestructible sacred relic. It will jam the doors, preventing them from slamming shut, even if those doors were created by a great artisan. Sacred object, no one will be able to destroy it. The attack force, led by Lucius, will create a diversion, and the others will carry it as far away from the entrance as possible. After he steals the heart and escapes through the passage, the slaves will have to awaken the Sogot. The Sogot is a living weapon that grows stronger by consuming people. Mere contact with it will slowly drive a dangerous, but God has a plan. He tells Gefira something, and the hero takes out the fruit and leaves of the actinidia. If these are mixed with cobalt, it will smell like a female in heat. The smell is strong, and the person to madness. People like Lucius and the other commanders possess strong defensive magic, so their minds are unaffected, but ordinary priests cannot withstand it. 5 Soots, witnessing the mad priests killing their allies, will cause the commanders to lose focus, and it will take them a few moments to eliminate the madmen when they are interfered with by the Soots. Then, the main monster manages to kill Lucius, and the cultists leave the temple with heavy losses, reporting that the raid has failed once again. Furthermore, the leader has given them an elixir that temporarily removes the effect of the slave seal. They must drink it before entering the chief's tomb. Matthias gave Jeff the Ocarina of Hypnosis, and the Combs hero immediately adjusted this circumstance to his plan. We are transported to the time before the artifact was activated. The hero activates the Sogot, and since there is a large group of doctors here, there shouldn't be any major problems. The Soots begin to attack the priests, and Jeff asks the team to gather together to make it easier for the doctors to perform the purifications. Run towards the device and notices the gazes of the commanders. Matthias remembers how Ned introduced his new brother, and his mind refuses to accept that the man Ned trusted could be handing them over. The mechanism Jeff activated alters the dungeon's structural layout, rearranging the stacks and support structures. Lucius recalls Esde warning him that Matthias wanted to use it if the gray-haired slave turned out to be a cultist, although it doesn't matter since he can't escape with the slave's seal. Lucius tells him to stop, but Jeff disregards the pleasant blonde's orders because, before initiating his plan, he drank an elixir that temporarily nullifies the slave seal Matthias placed on him. The betrayal by one of his brothers in the cult infuriates. The Cobalt will smell it from 100 meters away, and that's exactly what happens. The Cobalt fall into the trap, and the boys are surprised by the cunning of their short-sighted captain, but in fact, it was Gefira who assisted Got in this adventure. The Heresy Inquisitor immensely, who prepares a powerful attack, but Ned pricks his arm, utilizing the deflux of the royal tiara, and his special elastic sword is terrible, causing his skin to shred like it was struck by a whip, and Matthias is shocked by the double betrayal. Ned jumps back. Although Matthias's attack has been interrupted, there is still one more left. Lucius furiously uses his holy spear and fires a powerful beam of light at Jeff, which nearly hits him. But at the last moment, a slab falls behind the hero, shielding him. from Lucius's attack. The blonde doesn't understand what just happened, and Japhira Energia smiles ironically because he used the divine luck skill, which grants him incredible luck, for a short time, and can only be used 3 times a day. The moment Jeff went back in time and looked at the skills, seeing the blessing of the goddess of fortune, this plan immediately took shape. In his mind, the mechanism that the hero activated moves the entire dungeon, meaning that for a short time, a path appears in the place where there was no path before, and the defense spell tied to it. The guard turns invisible. If you're lucky, you can enter the boss room without dealing with them, and Jairi is very lucky, as she now uses flow acceleration. From the royal tiara, Ned catches up to the hero. Despite everything Jairi can do, Ned manages to do it before the raid. Jairi had anticipated Ned's thoughts, that he wanted to go against it. The sect's plan is to steal the heart himself and escape, but the hero says that if he does that, he is most likely finished, and to survive, they need to take down the princess together. Ned, he is scandalized by such jokes, stands up, and says that he is not going to listen to this nonsense, especially since the two of them will have to end one of the 8 disasters in the world. But Jairi says, to get Ned. In a previous life, when the hero was transferred as a hunter, he met Got, who always wanted to distinguish himself but never had the opportunity. Taking advantage of her knowledge, Japhira pulled Got away from. To sit back down, she'll tell him an idea, but Jairi's plan won't be revealed to us yet to maintain suspense. Ned evaluates the hero's strategy and says that it can be carried out, but the problem is that there's a trust issue, and Ned asks what Jep meant when he said he'd be finished if he ran away with the heart. After all, once he enters the acceleration stream, nobody can stop him. He also asks what will happen if he uses the dragon heart. Jep responds that, first of all, there's only one way to take possession of the heart. If you do something wrong, you'll simply die. Jep can't take over the heart's power, but he knows someone who can help with that. Secondly, the person who will be in charge of transporting the heart is Cardinal Olden, who has come to the temple for this very purpose. He's the same bastard who killed Ned's father. If Ned doesn't show up at the meeting point with the heart, the Knights of Olden will initiate a pursuit. The Cardinal's paired knights are some of the best fighters on the entire continent, and the entire cult will hunt Ned down as soon as they discover he has stolen the heart. The hero asks if Ned is sure he can face all of them without Jeff's help, and we return to the dungeon where the hero is advancing at an incredible speed. Towards the boss, Ned remembers again how he asked Matthias if he could deliver the heart himself, but the Inquisitor refused, because he cannot change the plan of action now that they have already entered the dungeon. Ned says that the Temple of Light's suspicions might be aroused by the conspicuous nature of the bearer, to which Matthias responds that it seems his master instructed Olden to deliver the heart, but didn't specify the safest way to do so, so Ned had better just get on with his job. This conversation proved to Ned that Jeff was telling the absolute truth, and that his nemesis, Olden, had been one of the cult's main leaders the entire time. The ears of the others, and told him that she had already gone down alone and knew that there were only a couple of cobalt. He told Got that he had been an adventurer before becoming a slave, and that his specialty was he also got along well with the master, who had even recommended him for such an important mission. Olden had ruined his life and killed his father, and the other one had been deceiving him since he was a child. Jeff and Ned fly past the golem, and Ned smashes it to pieces. Furious and enraged, he wants to destroy not only the temple, but also the cult itself. However, Japhira makes him see reason, telling him that if they slow down, the entire plan will fall apart. He understands Ned's feelings, but now is not the time for sentimental rambling. There are only 15 seconds left until the divine providence ends, but they have almost reached their objective. An ominous aura emanates from the crack that leads to the top floor. As they fly towards it, Japhira and Ned find themselves behind a guard who turns his attention towards the enemies and draws his sword, preparing for an attack. Japhira distracts the guards, and in the air, they notice an opening that leads directly to the boss room. They make a lightning-fast dash towards the passageway. It closes, and they jump through at the last possible second before it shuts completely. Ned isn't sure if he's more surprised or amused, and he can't believe they managed to get in like that, but for some reason, there's no one around. The creature is somewhere nearby, and before they can finish their sentence, they hear a woman's voice saying that she can still sense the Guardian's aura, and wondering how they managed to get this far. The dead but beautiful princess appears before the intruders and asks them to introduce themselves. We then cut to the main sweep team, where the walls have stopped moving. Riona is busy, giving treatment to the wounded. Arno asks a grumpy Lucius what they should do next. He, in turn, is pondering the fact that the gray-haired slave didn't react at all humiliates himself before the one who took everything from him. Jeff reaches out to the king, and they shake hands. But the hero is up to something, and Tartaros realizes it too late. With an inspiring shout, Jeff launches. Explore. Got hesitated at the suggestion, but when Gafira exploited Got's desire to be more respected and said that the decision was up to the commander, Got immediately agreed. He realized that the son of God's command, meaning either he wasn't wearing a climb or the cult has something that removes the stigma, which in turn means there could be many more traitors among them. The Son of God doesn't understand how this could have happened, especially since he assembled a team of his most trusted people and slaves directly under his command. He asks Arno how. He asks what the two escaped slaves are called and who they are subordinates of. The other replies that the gray-haired one is named Gair and the red-haired one is Nephi. He enlisted on Ned's recommendation, and Ned serves. Following Matthias's orders, Lucius begins to understand everything, while the Inquisitor of Heresy mistakenly believes that Ned and Nephi were frightened and decided to flee. He thinks it was a great opportunity to gain acceptance in the cult and success in the temple. But now, because of the traitors, his plan has failed. Matthias orders his brothers to prepare and asks what their answer will be. Will they kill or die? Behind them stands Lucio, demanding an explanation from his friend. Matthias asks, do they need to find something out? And we return to Nephi and Ned, who are standing before a beautiful, dead girl. Ned can't believe that the princess, who was said to have caused the most brutal bloodshed, turned out to be such a nice and sweet girl. Now it's obvious to him that the chronicles lied, that such a beautiful girl couldn't have done something so terrible, and that they dug her grave in vain, disturbing her sleep. Ned is fascinated by her melancholic gaze and feels willing to do anything for her. He steps forward to approach the princess but is grabbed by Yer, who calls him a fool, by the neck, and Ned realizes the magic circle is a trap. The beautiful princess starts laughing like a maniac and emitting a terrifying aura. Her face transforms from that of a sweet girl into a disfigured visage, growing uglier with each passing second, and, with a man like Jeffer on the team, it was obvious that he would gain recognition. Got says he will put in a good word for the miner and hands him the knife. Got completely understands why Jeff is increasing in size, adopting her true form. She screams for them to die and attacks the intruders. Jafir doesn't miss the opportunity to mock Ned, asking him to look at his beloved. But Ned is not amused by this. For some reason, they are dodging the princess's attacks, and she begins to use multicolored hands made of energy. The red hand absorbs physical resources from the body, and the blue hand absorbs magical energy. She can create several hundred of these hands at a time, according to this raid report. Many of the team members were affected by these hands, and they became something akin to feeding vessels for UK. In the end, Lou barely survived, ultimately defeating the princess, who replenished her strength at the expense of her combatants. He can already feel the gaze of the god of deaths upon him. Yara is just waiting for the princess to drain all the mana from the hero, and we return to the main team, where about 40 slaves led by Matthias are standing in front of Lucios and his knights, ready to fight. The Son of God asks Matthias why he is trying to thwart the mission, and when he allied himself with the other side. Matthias realizes that Lucio isn't stupid. First Sagat, and then himself, disobeyed orders. With these clues, he immediately understood everything, and now only wants to confirm his suspicions. Matthias realizes that retreating is pointless because he can't escape, even with the slaves' help, since he doesn't know how the dungeon has changed. And if he returns empty-handed and fails such an important mission, importantly, the cult will simply eliminate him. Any option besides killing Lucio and all the witnesses will lead to his death, and Matthias decides to openly reveal himself as a traitor. He realizes that he is opposed by the Son of God wielding legendary-level weapons, as well as the head of the healers and a group of combatant priests. However, the Inquisitor has an advantage, so servile to him, but he doesn't care. He sees a good opportunity in his new acquaintance. After a while, the hunting party has cleared out most of the cobalt. It's true that the quality of in his favor, since Lucio only considers the enemy side as threats, not realizing that there are also cultists among Rubio's men. Matthias uses sign language to signal his companions who, when they count to 3, they must drink the elixir that removes the stigma. Matthias suggests a duel of honor to Lucio, stating that if the Son of God wins, the heretic will tell him everything, but then he starts the countdown. Mr. Hala indicates 2 with his fingers and says that if he wins, and without finishing his sentence, he tries to give the order to drink the potion, but Lucio interrupts him by ordering a platoon of slaves to attack Matthias and the cult brothers. They drop the elixirs before they have a chance to drink them, and against their will, they prepare to attack their commander, and panic and pleading for Forgiveness can be seen in their eyes as they face their superior, whom they respect, but Matthias calls them worthless scum, because the order is given by the Son of God. The slaves will obey only this order, and even Matthias can't cancel it, because the Son of God is at the top of the hierarchy, and as long as his order is in effect, they will attack until they are killed. Lucius laments that he has to attack his friend from school. Childhood spent together through many battles. He cannot believe that such a comrade would stab him in the back, and the slaves begin to attack Matthias with a ferocity beyond their control. After a fierce battle, all the slaves are killed by the Inquisitor, and disgusting twin tails begin to crawl out from their mouths. It is thanks to the fortification provided by these insects that the followers of the sun are so strong, because the mark of the sun is carved into the shell of the scarab, and not on the human body. Thus the cultists acquire the abilities of both minions and priests. Even though both the slaves and the priests can only possess the divine mark, Lucio crushes the twin wolves in a fit of rage. He is disappointed in his friend. The magic stones from such weak monsters leaves much to be desired, but the exploration party's triumph doesn't last long. They stumble upon what they thought were the remains of wild animals, but the Son of God trusted him to gather slaves for a mission, only for them to all turn out to be cultists. Arno realized that Matthias was incredibly strong, since he had faced more of the 30 fighting slaves in half a minute, but the Son of God was, without a doubt, much stronger than him. Matthias suspected that facing such an opponent would not be easy, but he had no idea. I had no idea it would be this bad. He hasn't even managed to hit Lucius once. He doesn't dare to acknowledge such a vast difference between the Son of God and the Fallen. Then, the Inquisitor begins to drip blood and cough up a strange pill that he clenches between his teeth. But Lucius doesn't notice this, and continues interrogating his former friend. Why he betrayed him. Matthias chuckles, saying that if he hasn't realized it yet, he can put his goddess in a compromising position and demand an answer from her. Lucius and Arno realize Matthias is breaking the capsule with his teeth, but it is already too late. Matthias's entire body begins to emit a blood-red energy and breaks the magical chains. What he has eaten is secret weapon of the sect called the Stone of Revelation. If chewed and swallowed, the stone will combine with the insect and transform the person into a demon. It should only be used as a stone, last resort, because the transformation process is irreversible. Matthias claims that everything that belonged to Lucius should have been his from the very beginning. If a man is destined to be under the power of a god, he cannot resist it, but Matthias has nothing that makes him cling to his human life. Lucius orders everyone to attack. Arno casts enhancements on the priests, increasing their physical strength, stamina, and energy by 120%. A shower of magical projectiles rains down on the demon, but he reaches out and stops the powerful volley effortlessly. They turn out to be cobalt bones, and the creature that left those bones attacks Dale. It grabs him with its huge paw and throws him against the wall. Mark yells for everyone to take cover behind him and activates a straining himself. But suddenly, he notices Lucius jump to attack him, landing a blow with his legendary spear, the power of which should incinerate Matthias. The inhabitants rejoice, kill their commander, but the joy is short-lived. They witness the demon stopping the Son of God's attack with a single hand. Everyone is shocked by what they are seeing. The nun believes that they should help the commander, but what can they possibly do if even legendary weapons couldn't penetrate the demon? Their weapons. And mid-thought, she remembers that Lucius gave her a faith stake to keep safe, which she placed in an object with a vault, insufficiently endowed with faith. They might have a chance. She reaches for the weapon, but then a minor mishap occurs when the stake of faith vanishes from her belt. Ind has pocketed it, initially disbelieving that Gear would have conceived of such a thing, and although it's a bit discourteous to steal from a lady, this plan is, to put it mildly, very good. Let's head to the boss room, where Jeff and Ind are dodging the princess's attacks. Enid is counting down, and when the count reaches 1, the princess's magical arms dissipate. Ned was sure that it would happen just as Yetter had said, and her ability would disappear if he dodged for 15 seconds, because magical abilities utilize all the capabilities of the brain. Using powerful spells multiple times in a row can simply melt your head. But even with excellent equipment, you can easily reach the maximum limit, so this rule should not be forgotten. Meanwhile, the princess has prepared a new attack, but Yetir knows her attack pattern and dodges the first blow before jumping onto its tentacles. Together with Neat, they use acceleration and launch an attack. A huge, frightening hand tries to attack Jfire from his blind spot, but barrier that will stop even a blow from the orc boss. But the creature attacking the group turns out to be much stronger than the boss and punches right through Mark's shield, launching him through the draws from beneath the space a Locaso sword that has the powerful ability to strike from darkness or light, depending on the wielder's mana type. He cuts the princess's stem into small pieces, fly everywhere, and the horrible monster screams in pain, while Jeff and Ned prepare a powerful joint attack and begin to slice the princess with their sword technique, Light of the Royal Tiara. He lands, leaving his injured opponent behind, and the princess begins to act strangely. Jeff and Ned realize that this isn't the end, because she begins to transform, but the hero has been waiting for this very moment. Jeff calls out to Ned, who immediately realizes what he has to do and rises into the air, soaring above the monster before the transformation. Jeff explains that they won't be able to kill the boss if they use all their techniques on him, because he will simply advance to the second phase and become stronger. However, during the transformation, he won't attack or move, so he can be caught off guard. Ned opens a subspace flask, from which a stake of faith flies out and pierces the monster, reacting to the evil creature's energy and releasing an enormous substance amount of sacred energy. The creature tries to tear the stake out, but Jeff cuts off its tentacles. The stake will inflict the most damage, so they must wield their swords and prevent the creature from pulling the stake out of itself. The relic may be of legendary level, but the sacred power it holds is limited. Once exhausted, it will become just a lump of iron. Lucius, who rented it for a lot of money, probably wasn't planning on using it as a weapon. However, since he didn't spend a cent on the stake, he doesn't care what happens to such an expensive item. After a while, the stake begins to lose its power and completely stops emitting sacred energy, which means that the enemy is now neutralized. The hero is dissatisfied with the fact that Ares Got realizes he's the next target. The monster then attacks Got with its powerful tail. The support team notices that 3 bracelets have broken simultaneously, immediately alerting everyone. Because of this stubborn creature, they couldn't even take a break. Furthermore, he used up all the enchanted weapons. Although, considering who they fought, it totally justified the expense. Yer drinks a mana potion and thinks about Lucius's condition since Matthias became a demon. Although with his support of the goddess of light, he probably won't die so easily. Ned notices the Breda. The surviving part of Princess Bill is on the floor, and he wants to kill her. But the hero stops him in time, saying that the creature won't revive in that state, and if they kill it, it will open, and the guardian guarding the boss room will enter. Jafir says they first have to find the dragon heart, throws Ned a healing potion, and tells him to drink it, just in case. Ned, in turn, is surprised that the two of them managed to defeat one of the world's 8 scourges. He, of course, is not a weakling, but such a miracle is beyond him. All this is only thanks to Jafir, and his strategy is beyond admiration and even suspicion, as if he had foreseen everything. At that moment, they are distracted by a sudden noise. The door leading to the boss's room is being battered as the guard tries to break through, sensing that his queen is in danger. With each strike, his sinister mana seeps further and further into the room. The mana flows into what remains of the princess, and with tears in her remaining eye, she thanks her loyal knight, Georgius. Thanks to his mana, she has the strength to complete the transformation. Ned asks the hero what is going on, but Yetir himself doesn't know. According to Lucius's report from his past life, there was no such event, apparently because, unlike Lucius, they did not kill the guard. Her future has changed, and the princess, meanwhile, has entered the second phase. The holy stake sensed the sinister mana and began to drain holy energy once again, but the Brinklimus. This has happened to the squad members, leaving them perplexed about what exactly is going on. Here's what's happening. The injured Got is being protected by Jeff, thanks to his Iron Wall ability. Princess, with a flick of her finger, opened a secret passage and threw the stake to the ground. Without wasting a second, Jeff and Ned took advantage of her distraction and immediately attacked the creature. Ned nor. He doesn't even realize what just happened, but J-Ray has already figured out the ability. Medea's ancient space warping magic. Ned lands on the ground and activates a trap. Magic nearly kills him, but he dodges it, and the vile princess, taking advantage of his hesitation, attacks. Her attack is so fast that even Ned is surprised by its speed, but Gefil saves his partner by using the silver key and unleashing the Spider Queen's web, which he uses to cling to the princess's back with maximum aggression. Jeff distracts the creature, drawing it towards himself, and the princess turns her attention back to the hero, who uses the basic energy management skill, amplification, and with his powerful arms, Jeff pushes the creature away from Ned as a method of defense. The space warp works very well, but because of the distortion, the sorcerer's attacks won't be able to get through either, which means that, for the time being, when the princess attacks, leaving herself vulnerable, and they seize the opportunity to counterattack. As the princess flies through the air, the boss's web clings to the ground with its thorny tentacles. While she is distracted, Ned attacks, unleashing a devastating blow. He can already sense victory as they gain the advantage in battle, but his joy is short-lived as he is seriously and indirectly injured. Throughout the torso, this ability manifests as a black mirror, reflecting damage received up to 3 times. He catches Ned and begins to control his energy arms from the. Ned receives colossal damage and screams in pain, but Jeff's crushing fist is already flying to the rescue, delivering a rapid series of blows to the princess's back while utilizing the Thunder Feather. However, even with this ability, the hero sustains damage because the creature attacking them is this predator. It disguises itself as the baby of other monsters, and once it's strong enough, the creature attempts to cast a spell, but the hero completes his technique, and its sorcery is blocked. This is an oriental technique of blocking energy pathways. By blocking the veins through the mana flow weakens your opponent. It can't inflict damage equivalent to a fist or sword attack, but it compensates by interrupting the opponent's spellcasting. The power of his magical flow is incredible, as one would expect from a great mage. If Yetir didn't possess this technique, he wouldn't stand a chance of blocking her magical veins. It's hard to believe that. Daily battles with Altair were beneficial to him. The princess attempts to increase the distance, but the hero ensnares her with his web, pulling her toward him sharply and striking her chest with a powerful electrical discharge that inflicts significant damage. Jeff retrieves an enchanted rosary from a silver key. Each bead contains a spell from the Temple of Light, but it's impossible to use the same bead twice. The hero throws 3 beads that fly directly toward Ned, and Jeff believes his comrade will now survive, but his thought is interrupted by a powerful blow, unexpected by the recovered princess, sends her attacker flying as he crashes against the wall. Jael is outraged that she broke free from the magical block in a second and is grabbed by thorny tentacles. The creature prepares a powerful shock spell, pinning the hero to prevent his escape. Jeff has no choice but to take the 5 blow to the face as a volley of magical fire is unleashed upon the hero. Somewhere in the Temple of Light, a cup White Rose is holding falls and shatters. She tries to pick up the fragments, but cuts her delicate hand. She wonders if her client is all right and if he's using the items she sold him. He is using the items, but not exactly in the intended way. Luckily, it devours its parents. Jeff borrows Gott's spear and says, with the utmost coolness, that he's going to stretch a little. He states that he will grant the predator one last wish, and asks it, is still alive, but unconscious. He realizes he has wasted the opportunity, which only benefits his adversary, one of the world's great unsolved problems from before the rebirth, the hero. He could take this thing down with just one hand, but now he feels helpless to the bone. He's used up all his items, and his weapons are no longer useful in battle. So what does he have left? Privileges from the gods that look like candy, but are actually useless garbage? The Iron Wall will kill Gafira without mana, and Sara will probably decide to cut off the hero's balls. Sacred animal egg. What kind of creature is it? It is not yet known. Half of the sacred animals reject humans, so if he opens the egg incorrectly, they'll dig in. But Jeff has already decided where he will use his 2 remaining charges. If he doesn't use them at key moments, the plan will definitely come to an end. Regret and despair after a bad decision are the best appetizer. For the gods. Sword of Light. This is a sacred object. Whoever is not authorized to use this sword burns themselves upon lifting it, and it cannot be used unless one is a priest. Because then, the terms of use become drastically different. Rebirth resurrects the user 3 days after their death. Upon activation, the soul becomes the property of the god of death. In other words, Rebirth and the Sword of Light are merely traps designed to strip you of your will and force you to follow orders that have nothing to do with your original goals. Jairo, being useless in battle or otherwise unusable, finds that nothing can change the situation anymore. These gifts aren't really gifts at all. It's all for the gods' amusement. The chains they place around the hero's neck entertain them. They enjoy watching Yetir evolve as he searches for a glimmer of hope. The princess is already preparing an explosive spell that tears off the demon's hand and kills the hero, who calmly departs from life, resigned to defeat. But upon waking, he is surprised to see that all his wounds, how it wishes to die, while simultaneously activating ability number 3, which turns out to be a key that unlocks a magical vault from which pre-prepared, complicated objects can be retrieved. Kill the enemy. And since Jairo is going to die here anyway, he takes a risk. He draws a symbol that the gods will certainly disapprove of, and a bright flash illuminates the room. The angel. Mercedo descends upon the hero personally, demanding to know what the symbol means, and how he knows this blasphemous sign. Gefil is pleased that such a big fish has taken his bait. All Gef knows about this symbol is that it's evidence of the gods' shameful defeat in the distant past. The gods once forbade this symbol, so its representation carries a punishment. Heavenly punishment is instant death for anyone who breaks the divine prohibition. The hero will die as soon as he finishes drawing the sign. Mentally, Gefil doesn't sense Juridika's magical trace, which means the angel has erected a barrier. This works to his advantage, and as he speaks, his teeth slowly regain their strength. Mercedo repeats his question, asking how he knows the symbol, but Gef counters with a question. Superior creatures cannot enter the world of inferior beings. It's a fundamental rule. So, how did the angel arrive here? Mercedo answers that, since she sent Gefira to this world, she remains connected to him and can use that connection to manifest. The angel allows that the hero to break the established order of questions, but insists it won't happen again, already annoyed. Mercedo then asks him again how he knew about the symbol. Jeff interrupts him, simply saying, money, and the angel doesn't understand what he means. Jeff clarifies that if she's so interested in learning how he found out, she should pay up. The angel is taken aback by the pathetic man's insolence and displays her power, putting him in his place. Now Gefira doesn't even need to lift a finger to complete the symbol. Macedo says that, while the hero might be flattered, even considering the gods favor him, he is still not. Anytime, any place, the hero pulls out a rag and the dragon heart herb, which has a calming effect. He tells God to restrain himself by handing him the rag and tying it to his spear. God says, Chefir, a saint, nor even an angel, and because of him drawing this symbol, many gods are already debating how to kill him. Then Yetir tells the angel to kill him, and she immediately turns away. Kala, the hero points out that she won't have to deal with the problems that will arise after his death, and she most likely doesn't even have the right to kill him if one carefully considers the other side of the privilege granted by the gods. It's clear that each of the gods wants something from the hero. Some want to see Jephthah enjoy fighting and die in battle, while others want to give him strength, have him in their ranks. Those who want him in their ranks simply won't surrender his soul to the god of death, and such a conflict isn't favorable for either side. And Merkos asks what Jephthah needs. The hero asks to be given something more, as he won't last long with his current privileges, and it would be more entertaining if he died right now. He shouts to the gods that if he dies, they will gain nothing. What will happen then? Also entertaining, right? If Jephthah irritates all the bidding gods, he gives them an opportunity to get closer to obtaining a human toy. Cool. And the Far, the goddess of light, responds to his peculiar prayer, unleashing a divine stream of light upon the hero, bringing forth something magnificent. The angel's raised defense crumbles, releasing a colossal amount of energy. Yuri notices Yeti's silhouette through the dust clouds, who asks if he has been waiting for him. Then, with a deadly smile, the monster directs all of his more powerful attacks directly at the hero, who remains motionless. Yeti is ready to finish him off, but his hand is torn apart by a burst of holy energy. Looking closer, he sees, through his severed magical arms, Gefira wielding his new weapon. This weapon turns out to be the Sword of Light that Yeti received under special conditions. Laughing at the hero's audacity, he is a fighter and should be allowed to die, but his pride won't allow him to hide behind the miner's back. But suddenly, an animalistic fear chains his body. This is due to the predator's ability. Goddess grants him the sword, saying she didn't know its true worth, and is therefore giving him one of her best weapons in exchange for nothing. Yara intervenes, stating that the goddess of light should not, giving a sacred artifact to an ordinary mortal, but the goddess says it shouldn't matter to him because this sword isn't from her collection. Furthermore, one of the three supreme gods, Aquiro, takes the side of the goddess of light because it irritates her that the god of death, who has never interfered in the human world, is suddenly interested in Jaire. So, he won't give the guy. The hero launches a powerful thrust towards the monster, and she applies spatial warp, but the holy sword reaches its target despite the protective spell and blows the monster's head off. Princess. Even if she is a great mage, she won't be able to defend herself against the sacred artifact of human magic. Jeff activates Jor's sword's active ability. Let the light pass through her. After a short time, the sounds of battle have already faded, and the unholy black substance surrounding the princess has begun to flutter away, revealing the beautiful girl, who, like a true gentleman, places her on his lap, even though he had previously beaten her mercilessly. Georg, in addition to attacking with a beam of sacred energy, has the effect of cleansing him of a high-level curse, but to be honest, the hero didn't know whether it would work or not. He sees the princess's true appearance for the first time, and she tells him that she thought she was having a nightmare, a long and horrible nightmare. The princess asks Jephthah who he is and how he was able to free her from the curse. The savior responds that he is her follower, since she is one of the 12 heroes, Juridica. Now we delve into the girl's memories, where a knight gives her the heart of the black dragon, Khazar. The princess thanks her faithful predator, which paralyzes its victim with fear. God remembers his boss telling him about predators. Their victims are so paralyzed by fear that they can't even blink. They can only knight Georgius, and asks him to address her by her first name. Georgius remembers that she wanted to tell him something after they defeated Khazar, and Juridice removes the helmet from him, brave knight, and gives him a kiss. And then we return to reality. Juridica informs us that, on the upper floor of the tomb, there is a hidden magic circle that contains the elves' tree of life. This circle is necessary to lift the curse on the dragon's heart, and thanks to the magic of the tree, she has remained alive for millennia. And even though he managed to purify the heart of the dragon, he lost his human form in exchange. Jafir and his companions helped her awaken from her nightmare, and she doesn't know how to thank them enough, even though she isn't even sure if she can do anything for them. Her body has reached every imaginable limit, and she will soon pass away. Juridica asks the hero why he wants the dragon heart, to which Jafir replies that it is too long of a story, and they need to speed things up. So, he asks her to read his memory, and she uses the skill of contact. This is Juridica's exclusive skill, with the who can read the memories of anyone she touches. She witnesses all the terrible hardships Yatir has overcome, essentially falling into the memories of the hero's past life. World where humanity lost the war against evil. We are transported to Lucius and Matthias, who are engaged in a deadly battle. Matthias, who has taken on a demonic form, taunts his former comrade, telling him that Lucius is too serious. The Son of God realizes that, even with Arno's support, he is no match for such an opponent. With each contact with Matthias's energy, all of Lucius's reinforcement spells dissipate. Matthias relishes his newfound power as he revels in it and unleashes a barrage of fireballs at Lucius. Look and wait for it to come for them. But, instead of his demise, a surprised god sees a completely different scene. He sees Chefer fighting the traitor. The monster's ability, which erupt in a powerful explosion. Fragments from this explosion strike the priests observing the battle. Arno contemplates how he can assist his commander, while, in the background, one of the priests, loyal to the cult, admires the power sought by all the followers and contemplates finding the opportune moment to attack the temple attendants and to take down a couple of bastards. If he can kill the chief healer or the vanguard commander, perhaps he, like Matthias, will obtain the Stone of Revelation, which will transform him into a demon. With the words, "They will die for their religion, and it's nothing personal," the traitor draws a knife from his sleeve, but suddenly, dark energy begins to emanate from him. A magic seal appears on his stomach, and 2 tails erupt from the bellies of all the cultists. Arno witnesses this and realizes that there were many traitors among the priests. Demonic energy is being sucked from the insects, and he runs toward the demon Matthias. It's an exceptional ability of demonic beings called withering, which drains the energy from the demon followers nearby. He says he is using their meaningless lives for a greater purpose. Lucius, on the other hand, shouts for everyone to defend themselves against this spell. Matthias unleashes a colossal explosion, in which Lucius protects Arno and the nun Riona, but the rest of the priests are not so lucky, and almost all of them die containing the demon's onslaught. With his legendary shield, the Son of God demands that these atrocities stop, but the demon only becomes angry at Lucius's hypocrisy. When he received the stigmata at the age of 7, everyone was scandalized because he did not even die. He did not even claim the sanction of being a son of God. Adolescents train until they are 15 years old, and then compete for the right to the stigmata. This is the oldest tradition, but has no effect on the hero, as he has eaten a sedative herb, and thanks to Hermes' ability, which gives a 500% bonus to the effects of potions, it has an even greater effect. Lucius already has the stigmata. But then, what would happen to Matthias? He had claimed to be the Son of God from the beginning, and everyone thought he would be the next chosen one, investing in his family. Now, when it became obvious that he wouldn't achieve the status, everyone wanted their money back. According to ancient manuscripts, when the child of a son of God falls to a man who wasn't on the candidate lists, an era of disaster and destruction begins, and so, the days of hell return to the temple. Matthias tells Lucio that his father, after his son became a son of God, began deceiving people by selling them Lucio's blessing, claiming it would save them on the day of final judgment. Of course, it was a lie. With the help of this money, he successfully secured his position. Many people were ruined because of his father, and even more simply took their own lives. Lucius's family are the real scoundrels, but they are more accurately described as murderers, because if that's not evil, then what is? The people from the Temple of Light are even bigger bastards. At first, they simply turned a blind eye to his family's machinations, and then, they joined forces, and after committing so many horrible acts, Lucius's father went unpunished. The demon screams in rage, declaring that the true evil is the Temple of Light, and now we are transported to Jeff, who has finished showing his memories to Eureka. She is quite disgusted by this future, and wonders why people lived like that. The hero, becoming serious, tells her that the demonic invasion that the princess wanted to stop is going to start in a couple of years, but this time, Jeff is going to win. So he has a request. He was thinking of doing it another way, but now that Eureka herself is in front of him, the circumstances are different. She has experience and can handle it much better. The great mage Eureka once conjured a dragon heart with. Gefel thinks to himself that, among all the special abilities of the gods, he only has one weapon, which consumes a lot of mana, preventing him from using it now, but a special gift can handle it. Georgius, the first dragon knight. So Jeff wants her to do the same with him, but the princess says she can't do it, and Jeff, angered by her refusal, goes back about 1,000 years. Years ago, the world teetered on the brink of total destruction. Caesar, the strongest of the 7 dragons, had engulfed most of the world in flames. Caesar had once been one of the 12 heroes who, they fought against the demons, but a blood curse stole his mind, drowning him in his own madness. Death began to consume the lands and the horizons of those who were equal in power. Caesar was opposed by Princess Georgius, and the Golden Dragon, who sided with the humans. The 11 heroes had to fight against their former comrade in order to protect the world, and after a long confrontation between the heroes and the Black Dragon, a blow from Georgius closed Caesar's eyes forever. Returning to the heroes, Ear says that in the Nustafis, time of Georgius and her era, all the problems stemmed from the demons who wanted to invoke the poor. An inviolable rule states, the gods cannot descend to the lands of the worlds, except for those worlds that already belong to them. But one of the gods broke this rule, Tartaros. His ability to summon demons of all kinds allowed him to infiltrate the world of men, and those worshippers who helped Tartaros accomplish this have now formed a cult and assist in summoning the bastard. 1,000 years ago, Jerdika's goal was the same as Gefira's. He realized now, after seeing the hero's memories, aristocratic priests and so many powerful people who didn't care about this world, only caring about the fullness of partively one, their pockets, and greed pushed them to collude with the cult's followers. In the end, their indifference shook the resistance's position. The only warriors who attempted to counterattack. This dog is the powerful poison of the 7th Poison King, Fat, number 66. In a past life, Varel learned from Fat about this recipe, which Fat had been cultivating his entire life. Fat easily parted, were Year, and his companion. So, the hero didn't return to the past to have a good life, but only to fight again, and win. So, once again, he asks Princess Jerdika, the most powerful mage. Strong, she led a squad of 12 heroes, convincing them to fight side by side against a common enemy. She must give him the strength to defend their shared home. Jerdika listens to him attentively. He listens attentively and immerses himself in his thoughts, thinking about how Jeff and Georgius are so different, yet somehow so similar. He remembers his conversation with Georgius, who was feeling confident before the ritual because Jerdika and the Golden Dragon had been able to break the dragon's heart curse in just a few years, and had performed the fusion ritual many times. Georgius says that his enemies are very strong, and now have the power that can protect the light. And he not only wants to protect everyone, he dreams of giving Jerdika and his daughter a world without wars, so he asks them to believe in him, but during the ritual, something went wrong. Tainted energy began to fill the knight's entire body, lifting Georgius into the air, writhing in pain from the portentou. Ares Jerdika tried to intervene, but her reaction wasn't fast enough, and the skin began to peel off her lover's face. It's the same energy that Cesaro possessed, a demonic curse. And he thought he had broken it. Someone enters the room, remarking that his face is exactly as he anticipated. It's the Golden Dragon who tricked her, creating only the illusion that they had broken the curse. It was amusing to impersonate the companions, but she's been assigned a mission, and Jerdika is bound in magical chains. This ability is the dragon's tongue, which has silenced her, and now will shut their mouth forever, preventing them from revealing the worldly secret they've learned. The dragon says that if they hadn't hunted the dragon's heart, They could have lived out their remaining days easily with the recipe when he realized that the world had already come to an end, and he would be delighted if his poison killed as many monsters as possible. Air manages to wound the in peace. He acknowledges her skill, stating that it is impressive. She performed the ritual flawlessly and purified the heart, but now all that remains for her to do is watch her lover be destroyed. His entire life, Georgius lived with unlimited power, but he was completely consumed by the curse. The monster he had become, no longer Georgius, brandishes his enormous sword against his beloved and attacks her, the princess herself. She ripped the heart out of Georgius's chest, and since then, an entire millennium has passed. Along with cleansing the curse, she has been waiting for a hero to whom she can transfer the power of the Felde dragon. She realizes that Jeffer is worthy of her heart, but his body is not ready, and after the ritual, he will be left in pieces or paralyzed forever. The hero realizes he has used all the rapid growth methods. There is no longer any poison to reinforce himself, and if he doesn't take a break for a few months, his energy flows may become confused, but there is still a chance for success. Juridica assumed that he wanted to take advantage of divine luck. If there was even the slightest chance of success, then, with the support of the goddess of fortune, that chance would become a certainty. However, he miscalculated, and divine fortune will be needed more than once. The hero doesn't understand what she means. Juridica tries to convey important information, but her throat is constricted by a magical chain that begins to choke her. Jeffy doesn't even know how to help her. Even though 1,000 years have passed, she is still bound by a dragon tongue spell, cast by a golden dragon, but, even though the spell prevents her from speaking, she can still transmit knowledge when he needs luck. He will have to choose between his most loved one and another person, and this phrase seems to paralyze the hero. Juridica tells Jeffy to take all her artifacts and become stronger, and she will get him out of here, avoiding the priests. But if he needs a heart, Predator, with a spear, smeared with the strongest poison, causing the creature excruciating pain. Now, the hero only has to wait 3 minutes for the poison to completely spread throughout the poison. In his chest right now, he will have to kill all 4 dragons within a year, and she asks him, can he do it? Jeffy retorts by asking if she thinks he is weak. A year to kill 4 scaled ones are more than enough. He promises to show her the world he and Georgius wanted to raise their daughter in. 6 months is enough time for him, so she can assign him the mission. He finally realizes that Jeff isn't just a hero, he's the only one who will save the world. She regrets entrusting a mission to another person that she herself couldn't fulfill. She opens a stash from which a dragon heart flies straight into Jeff's hands. He finally sees what he has come for, and Juridica sees the determination of a worthy hero. She begins the ritual by bringing the heart to Jeff's chest. Fortuna activates the divine luck skill, and the heart begins to sink into his chest. After a couple of moments, the hero finds himself in total darkness. He is inside his mind. He has felt a similar sensation before. Besides Jeff, there's someone else here. Behind the hero, a huge eye opens. A sudden attack catches Jeff by surprise. A giant claw envelops his entire body. The dragon is extremely displeased that its power has been stolen by a pathetic human. Jael is astonished by the powerful presence of Cesaro's lingering mind. In the heart of the dragon, it leaves such a powerful feeling of presence. It seems as if the hero's soul is being expelled from his body, and he can't even believe these are the thoughts of a creature that died 1,000 years ago. The dragon notices that Yer smells like the gods. It wonders if these splinters have sent his puppet again, declaring that it will not pass its power to someone like Yer. The dragon closes its enormous jaws, devouring the hero, and we are transported to Lucius and his squad. Madia takes turns killing the rest of the team. In the end, besides, have healed, and his armor is intact. Looking around, he sees statues of the gods, but he has never seen temples like these before. Jeff speculates that this is the afterlife, but a voice, monster's body. When the predator hits Gefiel and throws him against the wall, he realizes it will be the longest 3 minutes of his life, so he detonates a bubble of poison in Lucius. Only Arno and Riona remain, who are grabbed by the demon by the throat. We are not shown their deaths, and now only the Son of God remains, who is struck by a barrage of balls. Of fire, Lucio is covered by a shield. He says the same attacks won't work on him and launches a powerful attack against the demon, but Matthias gets behind the blonde and says it's too slow, and launches an attack with his claw right at Lucius's back. It seems to do some damage to him. He becomes completely exhausted, his speed is reduced, and his reactions are dulled. The Son of God thinks about the fact that Matthias is using demonic powers more and more, and his regeneration abilities are unimaginable. Both have been hit But only the blonde is feeling the effects, and while Lucius was reflecting, Matthias landed a blow on his jaw. Lucio quickly recovered and counterattacked the bastard, but the demon grabbed his weapon. Now the Son of God is trapped, and Matthias prepares a powerful fire attack. An incredible blast hits the blonde, but he withstands the attack, and then Matthias snatches the legendary throws and sends his enemy flying after they crash into the wall. Lucius has a second chance and thinks that Arno and Riona are gone, so there is no escape, only. He has no choice but to use it, but using his trump card will put him in mortal danger. Meanwhile, the demon prepares another powerful fire spell. His paw is filled with a ball of fire, and just before the attack finally occurs, something flies through the ball, scattering and dispelling the attack. It turns out to be a feather imbued with sacred energy. A bunch of these feathers float next to Lucius, and behind him is a prae, very real angel. It's Lucius from the future, who has become an angel, and he asks the past version of himself how much he is willing to sacrifice this time. The blonde decides to sacrifice the monster's mouth opens, and he dodges the bite. Gefil continues his assertive attacks and is nearly struck by another tail attack, but he manages to intercept it in time, and uses the momentum to fly. Month of his life. But the angel says that 1 month is not enough to win, and therefore it will take 6 months. A brilliant flash of sacred energy overwhelms Lucius's body, granting him immense power. Incredible. Matthias doesn't understand why he was scared. He can't even believe what he's seeing. But he doesn't have time to accept reality, as Lucio pierces his chest, turning the demon's body into a strainer, using the power he exchanged for 6 months of his life. A half-dead Matthias rebukes his former friend for hiding such an ability for decades. This ability is called Flash of Honor. The Son of God takes a portion of the angel's power that he will become in the future, and, in exchange, gives a portion of his life, and only the Pope and the Cardinal know about it. It is because of this ability that the children of God live about 30 years. They try to use it as little as possible to live a full life, but sooner or later, they still face an enemy for which they have to use this ability, and the Church sends them on incredibly dangerous missions. The destiny of the Son of God is cruel. You are just a jester dancing to the temple's tune. Lucio asks Matthias if he really Tempelone. He wanted this power so much that he was willing to betray his friend. The dying Matthias replies that the blonde only says that because he was chosen to be the Son of God. That's the only difference. The difference between them is that the goddess recognized Lux's life, while Matthias's life was not recognized. The demon doesn't understand why Lucius was worthy of this power, what made him better, and then with the goddess's cruel words, being cruel, Matthias crumbles into dust, and we transition back to the main characters. Ned slowly begins to regain consciousness, wondering what happened to the main monster, and sees Juridica conjuring Jafir, and is amazed by what is happening. The scene transitions are becoming more frequent, transporting us back to Lucius, who prays to the goddess Arya to heal the leaders. Soaring through the air, he ends up behind the monster's head. He stabs the spear directly into its eye, and breaks the spear in an attempt to hit Jeff. He grabs a fragment of the spear, stabbing it, of the squad, and it works. Arno and Riona are breathing again. The Son of God reports desperately that they are the only ones left alive. Their raid is over, and they are now permitted. Returning to Geth, the energy of the goddess of fortune appears again. The dragon's jaws open, and the hero is freed. And the dragon senses the energy of the gods, a silhouette of the goddess. It appears before Geth, a result of divine fortune, as if fortune is personally trying to protect the hero, and he, in turn, already knows how to use his luck. This is unreality, and the labyrinths of his mind will succumb to fear. Then his mind would be immediately absorbed by Kaisar, and this cannot be allowed. The hero rests on the dragon's paw, remembering who he was before being reborn. He slides his enormous paw in with incredible ease and begins to don the armor from his past life. Like a bullet, he teleports from the dragon's paw to the eye of the monster and delivers a precise blow, then jumps back, increasing the distance. Gefil asks if the dragon really thought he had him first, if he remembers correctly. He remembers correctly, Cesaro. It will be his 5th time. These dragons really like to complicate things. He died 1,000 years ago. He could have let a human perform the ritual, but he insisted on doing it himself, worthy or not. So now, with a slight movement of his hand, Yetir will strike his jaw and then begin his re-education. It's time to teach that arrogant dragon a lesson. Cesaro gets excited about such an interesting opponent, and they engage in an incredible fight that we aren't shown. Instead, we look at poor Ned, who is looking down at Legal with disdain. He realizes that Pasa Gear is unconscious, and Legal is so busy doing something with the passed-out hero that she doesn't even notice Ned is awake. He gets up and thinks, this is a good. He stabs the fragment into the monster's other eye, and then takes out a knife, which he immediately plunges into the predator's eye, causing the monster to writhe in agony. Jeff is almost dislocated, but he restrains himself. Opportunity to attack, but a sharp pain runs through his entire body. The mana freeze that occurs when all mana is exhausted, causing savage pain throughout his body. It arrived at the worst possible moment, but it's an opportunity that can't be missed. Juridica doesn't even turn to Ned, telling him that he can't get up right now and needs to rest. She sends a stream of mana that envelops him, and suddenly, Ned starts vomiting, spitting out the demon bug larva. Ned doesn't understand why this is happening, but Juridica tells him that she removed the demonic lump, and judging by the fact that the insect is in its larval state, Ned has barely used his power, which means he has been fighting with his own strength all this time, which is truly impressive. Even though it's just a larva, its body managed to damage his internal organs a bit. Juridica shared mana with him, and after a good night's sleep, he will recover. Inette disconnects, unaware of why herself is helping him, and we are taken back to Lucius and company, who are trying to figure out where they are. They find themselves after the dungeon's reorganization and must search for the exit again because the catacombs' layout has completely changed. A couple of days have passed since the last battle, and they are still not close to the exit. Arno asks the Son of God what their orders are, and Lucio responds that they have to find the stake of faith. Arno argues that there are too few of them, and it is too dangerous. Perhaps they should look for a way out. However, Lucio refuses because it is the only way they will have a chance to escape, so they run off in search of two slaves who, even though they were in open combat with Matthias, still attacked him. Most likely, they are members of different, feuding units within the cult, and they mention that Matthias and Lucio, thanks to the knife, he jumps again onto the monster's head. All the preparations with magical energy were for this very moment. Using the control technique, will kill each other. At least it sounds logical. If the Son of God dies, then all the money invested by the temple will go down the drain, considering an entire decade of raids has failed. Then the dungeon will definitively decide to sell the dungeon to two slaves, even though the Great Thought faction was interested in this tomb from the very beginning, in order to obtain the dragon heart. When the cult buys this dungeon back, these two will return with the stake of faith and silently sweep through the dungeons with a better trained squad. If this is really the case, they should have an escape route prepared. As Lucius pondered this, two slashing blows flew towards him from behind, which he blocked with great difficulty, protecting Arno and Riona in the process. The two do not realize how the slaves pass through the guard without killing him, and the guard lets out an enraged scream as he delivers a powerful blow to the Son of God, tearing the legendary shield from his hands. Arno worries about his commander, but he, along with Riona, is thrown backwards by the shockwave. Lucius survived the attack, miraculously surviving the explosion. He can only use the Flash of Honor once a week, and he used it 3 days ago. He no longer has any trump cards left. It looks like he's going to die. He is very sad because he will not be able to see his wife and her son. But at the right moment, Dad leaves his room, and everyone is distracted by him. Jeff says that Lucius arrives just in time, having been asked to come, so he will help the son of a god. Jeff clears his throat and orders the guards to fall to the ground. He uses a dragon language skill that became available to him after the implantation of a dragon heart. The former dragon hunter falls to the ground chained with magical chains, and Lucius does not understand what just happened because the monster obeys the slave. Jeff starts the countdown, and the undead knight, harnessing magical energy, the hero releases a blast of mana and pulverizes the traitor's skull. Barely alive, Got, witnessing this, remembers his thoughts. Gafiro realizes how she messed up, tries to free himself, and after 10 seconds he breaks free of the shackles, attacking the hero. But Jeff easily dodges the attack. He just wanted to test the power of the dragon tongue. Well, considering that, he has not yet mastered the power of the heart, and the dragon tongue only lasts 10 seconds to protect him. Due to the difference in magical powers between J-Fire and the heart, he will only use 1/100th of its power. Although limited, it is still the power of a dragon, and Joris grabs his sword, storing energy within it. This sword, called Graham, is especially powerful in battle. It is made to kill the strongest dragons, wielded by Georgius, the strongest ancient dragon slayer, along with the sword Graham. One cannot imagine a worse alliance. He launches incredibly powerful slashing attacks, powerful, and tries to kill the hero, but a surge of sacred energy with unprecedented power courses through his body. Jeff used the Sword of Light given to him by the goddess Arya under special conditions to carry out her orders. The first order is to save his son. Jeff prepares his strongest grip against the cursed creatures and, with the words, that dragon slayer who has lent good service, you can leave now. The Gephira, let there be light, and completely vaporizes the cursed knight. Lucius recognizes this weapon, which only chosen priests can lift, which it means that the gray-haired slave was not a cultist. Even if you are a priest, you can exercise all your powers as a member of a cult. However, Lucius perceives the energy of the goddess of light, of J-Ray, and not only that, he felt similar sensations when he met the golden dragon, that feeling of unbearable pressure. The hero hears the sound of a body falling behind him, and it is Lucius who falls to his knees, greeting J-Ray and calling him my lord. And we are transported to a flashback of Jeff's fight with Khazar, which lasted 30 days. After the beating, the dragon recognized underestimating him, he realizes that Shafir would have achieved status and respect sooner or later, even without his help. But since he is just an ordinary miner, he needed a ticket to the dungeon, which happens to be Got Jeffley, hero's strength, but did not agree to submit to him completely. He will observe Gear with curiosity. When he opened his eyes, he saw Nya unconscious, and Juridica dissolving into ashes. He thanked the princess and assured her that he would not regret his choice. Among the princess's remains, he discovered 2 items. The first was a magical crystal, a grimoire created through the crystallization of basic mana flows, allowing one to master skills through meditation. It contains the ancient magical power of the Kingdom of Medea, which was wielded by Juridica to learn the ability. You need to master the 2nd level of Medea's ancient magic. The second item is Juridica's master key, which allows you to use all the functions within Juridica's tomb. Now, currently, the power of the dragon heart is only at 1/100th, but when it evenly fills Jeff's body, the safe usage threshold can be increased. However, if the power of the heart increases and exceeds the threshold of 1/10, 1/4, or 1/3 of its maximum, a physical reconstruction of the body will become necessary. Therefore, Gephira must find Altair first. She will be able to help him. The hero uses the magic crystal left behind by Eureka. The gods he encounters throughout his life are few, and only a handful are on the hero's side. But he can't trust anyone. What if those bastards decide to pull some trick on him? Tayyir wants to find her right now, but unfortunately, she still has unfinished business to take care of. Lucius distracts the hero from his contemplations and asks Jeff and Annette to show their shoulders, and then he applies a rupture seal, freeing the heroes from their enslaved state. Jeff teases Lucius and asks him to take care of his debts as well, and the Son of God is very grateful for having his life saved, so he agrees to give the hero the money, even without knowing the exact amount. Lucius can't believe they were in the enemy's camp for several years. He gives her a death glare and tells her that they need to talk. Meanwhile, elsewhere, we are shown a brutal scene. 2 strongmen from the temple attack ministers suspected of worshipping to destroy the sectarians' plans. He is delighted and even a little ashamed to admit it, but his saviors are the most ardent opponents of heresy, especially because, for the Son of God, eliminating the goddess's enemies, specifically the cultists, is his most important task, so he is willing to help in any way possible. Ned suspects that the blonde, he is simply trying to join forces with the new owner of the Dragonheart to prevent the rival faction within the Temple of Light from unbanning him. This ill Lucius is a weapon created by the temple at the expense of people like Ned, and the only thing one can feel for him is revulsion. However, despite this feeling, his power, status, money, and connections can be utilized and are invaluable to defeating the demon worshippers, so it is better to maintain a good relationship with him. However, just as with Jeff, Lucius interrupts his thoughts again, saying that it is not very pleasant to talk in this environment and wants to take them to the temple. In reality, he just wants to see his family as soon as possible. Jeff says that nothing is over yet and that the real carnage is still waiting for them. Now, the Temple of Light has already become a breeding ground for cultists, as evidenced by the combat groups that Cardinal Eden has brought to the temple, along with the knights, paired men who are among the 10 strongest on the continent. Lucius hears for the first time that Yuen is a cultist, and Jaire says that although he possesses the power of the dragon, he has serious limitations, so he needs extensive training. Knowing Yuen, they won't be finished with just one battle. The hero takes out the master key and begins to rebuild the dungeon. The columns and walls begin to rearrange themselves rapidly. The tomb reveals Juriel's secret room. It's time to acquire some truly useful artifacts. The entire company stands in front of the breeding. The poor men cry, begging to be believed, but this has no effect on the boy's decision. Then, with a mighty blow, the thunderous Morgenstern, gigantic treasure gates that no one has entered in 1,000 years. Yer pushes the door and, with a bit of effort, opens it completely. They see hundreds of artifacts that are already imprisoned in magical crystals. It's immediately obvious that these artifacts are incredibly powerful. J-Ray uses the keycard and retrieves the blink ability from Lucius's crystal. He thinks to himself that they don't even know how to open these crystals, let alone that they haven't done anything to defeat the boss. These artifacts clearly belong to Jeff. Who else could they belong to? Who is he even helping here? How arrogant the hero was. He asks who possesses the appraisal skill. Riona and Yarno finally prove useful and say that they have this ability, which is incredibly useful for entering a dangerous dungeon. The appraisal skill recognizes the characteristics of the artifacts. The higher the level of the skill, the more information it provides. Riona thinks that the ancient state of myths, which existed 1,000 years ago, possessed incredible magic, because these objects are dozens of times superior to current artifacts, likely due to the fact that no one sells Medei artifacts anymore. They are priced, and he notes a very useful artifact. It even lifts his mood. Ned acquired a raven robe, mist bracelets, and a mirage sword. Jeffrey, of course, he took the best items, Graham's sword and god-killing armor. Lucius brings up the battle with Olden again, not because he doubts Jair's words, but because they have no way to identify a cultist. In the temple, they are only detected when using cult skills or during interrogation, but if the suspect denies everything, their hands are tied. Ned says there is another way. If you kill a Beld cultist, an insect will emerge from their mouth. The Son of God says that whatever method they use, the problem is Olden's lineage and status. His family wields great, passes through the head of the suspected heretic, from whose mouth, after death, a centipede emerges, which the second monk explodes, and now they are sure they were not mistaken. The Inquisition brings influence since his father took over as head of the fourth parish, and now that he has been appointed cardinal, he has also taken over the central parish. Furthermore, also, he has good relations with Lucio's family, and due to his neutrality, he has no enemies. Therefore, such a man cannot be arrested or killed without evidence. Enet suggests that he can be killed, and then the evidence can be falsified. Even if Elios says otherwise, Ned thinks that he simply doesn't believe Jairi's words and demands proof for himself. But the hero, with his Fafter, characteristic sarcastic smile, says that there is evidence and takes out the same artifact that lifted his spirits, and we are transported to another place where some kind of ritual of subjugation of the will is taking place. Lucius's uncle tells Olden that he is fine, but you can't tell by looking at him. Olden says it would have been much better if Bishop Alphonse had listened to him right away. Lucius's wife wonders why Olden is doing this, and Olden turns his attention to her, telling her about the insects in the bellies of the followers that allow you use demonic power, and the more you use it, the faster the insect grows. Once the growth stops, it grants special abilities. Saying this, Olden puts a few fingers in his mouth and takes out a disgusting worm. His insect's ability is called Hive Beetle. The beetle has evolved into a queen and produces larvae. If you feed a human with a larva like that, you can control them. In fact, that's what he did to Avis. Olden leans over the mother and child, asking if she understands why he's telling her this, and asks her to convince her husband, Lucius, of something. She asks what she has to convince her husband about, and the baby starts crying for attention. Olden approaches the baby and asks his name. It's Marius. The cardinal asks Marius with a mysteriously corrects him, saying that it is the lower level of the pantheon of gods. A beautiful girl with wings descends towards the hero. Jeff, on the other hand, tries to summon his sword, but then the centipede reports the incident of the conversation to the head of the Inquisition. We learn that the church is preparing a very important raid in a month, and disgusted smile if he likes bugs and wants to be fed his food, which he almost crawls into the baby's mouth, but the mother grabs the bastard's hand and pushes the creepy thing away. Insect. His son, upon looking at his arm, realizes that his body is covered in disgusting worms. This makes Olden incredibly furious, and God only knows what he would do to the family of the Son of God. If only he hadn't been interrupted at that moment by a priest who said, "They're in trouble because Lucius is outside." The bastard looks out the window, thinking the raid must still be in full swing. He sees Lucius, along with Riona and Arno, destroying almost all of his men, and a furious Lucius remarks that it has been a long time since they last saw each other. Olden tries to continue pretending to be a cardinal, shouting that Lucius is crazy and has attacked the Temple of Light. Lucius remembers that the elixir Year gave him is the Eye of Truth, and thanks to it, Lucius can see that all the members of the cult have insects in their stomachs. It's some kind of X-ray potion. Lucius yells at Olden that he is arresting him on suspicion of belonging to the cult of deception within the Temple of Light. It's a grave sin, and that bastard will have to spy on him. Olden is furious because Lucius is an arrogant son of a, and judging by the look on his face, he's planning an escape. Lucius gets into position. He stands firm and announces that he's arresting Olden on suspicion of involvement in cult affairs. The human-faced man doesn't understand why the Son of God is present. The leader predicted that Lucius would survive the raid, but he couldn't have cleared the dungeon so quickly, meaning Matthias was defeated and exposed before the boss fight. If the Son of God is making accusations, that means Matthias betrayed Olden before he died. But no matter, as soon as Lucius crosses the temple threshold, he's trapped. The Son of God's uncle comes out to meet his, that they have to get rid of all the heretics before that date, and we're brought back to our hero, who is already in the personnel department with Gott. Gott is just about to nephew, and tells him that people of such high rank cannot be accused without consequences. But Lucius and his companions see a larva of the Olden that Jeff told them about inside Bishop Alphon's body, which, it means he's already under that bastard's control. Alphon starts accusing his nephew of slander, but Lucius interrupts him, throwing the letters to the ground and declaring that there is proof. The man with the facial scars immediately realizes what that proof is, apparently from the striated seal on the sealing wax of the letter. We now use the power of flashback, and we discover what Jeff said. They shouldn't reveal yet that they have an eye of truth that can expose the cultists, so they need other, equally strong evidence. The Juridica is a six-eyed. Juridica is a huge underground labyrinth with branches that extend to the bottom of the main temple in the 3rd ward. So, if you dig a sewer in the right place, you can end up anywhere in the 3rd district, even in the cultists' secret hideout used for their meetings, which is where they found these clues. It's about the letters Olden exchanged with Matthias, containing everything from plans to steal the dragon's heart to the eulogies dedicated to it. After reading them, he ordered the letters burned, but apparently Matthias kept them, just in case Olden betrayed him. Such is the trust between sect brothers. The cardinal then begins to laugh hysterically. He believes Matthias simply felt indebted to the Son of God, which is why he leaked all the information. Soon, the laughter shifts to a completely different emotion, and he declares that he is one of the leaders of the sect, specifically the 11th hierarch of the worshippers of the. But look at the face he's making. He still can't lay a finger on Olden because that bastard has take him to his team of hunters, and the registrar informs him of all the risks. If Jeffy does something wrong, Gott will be responsible for his actions as his commander, but Gott gladly accepts all these, the Son of God's wife, hostage. Lucius is deeply worried about his beloved, who looks at him with tears in her eyes, hoping he will protect her. Olden presses a knife to her throat, and he says that Lucius won't have time to do anything to stop him. He brings out his special princess larva, which is even more brainwashed than the others. Now he gives Lucius a choice of who to feed it to, whether it's to his lover, or to his son, or if he prefers to eat it himself. The monster begins the countdown, and Lucius desperately shouts that he himself will eat the worm as long as it doesn't touch his wife and son. But Olden was not willing to keep his word, and with the horrible smile of a true rat, shoves the worm into the mouth of the Son of God's wife. But suddenly Ned escapes and appears behind him. Back, the surprised knight cannot understand how he ended up here. The entire floor was controlled by magic, so no one should have been able to get in, and all this is thanks to the fog bracelets that grant stealth. Wearing a pair of these to detect the owner means he will only be able to use enchantments equal to the legendary level. Ned makes an incision and practically slices the ugly guy in half. The red-haired beauty grabs Lucius's wife, telling her to hold on tight, but one of the paired knights has already sprung into action, and they begin exchanging blows at lightning speed. Ned takes the first blow from the Golden Knight, who is incredibly powerful, as the paired knights are among the top 10 strongest warriors on the continent. But their fight is interrupted by an enraged Lucius, who takes advantage of the opening and attacks Olden. The Golden Knight notices this and covers his master from the attack with his legendary spear, albeit with difficulty, managing to save Olden's life. Enet, with the aggressive beauty in her arms, attacks the second knight, saying that she has no time for him either. Conditions. He realizes that with Jeffy, Gott won't report the traitor. Gott immediately asked if he was going to collect the corpses of the monsters. 2. He crushes his jaw with a clean uppercut, and the Silver Knight doesn't even have time to react. With a sharp tug, Ned activates the royal tiara's flow and leaps away. Meanwhile, Olden's hideous body, composed of worms, begins to regenerate. He assumed the Eastern man's apprentice either died at Lucius's hands or simply escaped. If Lucius discovered, to the cultists before they entered the boss room, then this is the obvious outcome for Neat. However, why is Neat here? The man from the east deceived the cardinal by pretending to help him, and only wanted to depose him. Since Olden has lost his hostages, it's becoming too dangerous here, in case Lucius decides to show a hint of honor, so he leaves everything to his loyal mutt, the Golden Knight Castor, and says with a mocking smile, "Trust him to get the job done." He walks away abruptly toward Lucius, who glares at him, then approaches calmly toward him, drawing his sword. Lucius reprimands the knight, saying he thought he would be fighting two of them at once, as he had heard that they were always together like a couple of lovers, but the conceited Castor says that his power alone will suffice, as he is 20th in the cult's hierarchy. Castor Hugo is about to teach him a lesson. The Son of God, Lucius, accepts the challenge from the insolent Vetus, but we are transported to the temple entrance, where the men of Olden are blocking entry and deceiving the faithful by saying that the knights are now having a training session, and the fight between Lucius and Castor is even noticeable in the slave mine. A group of miners can't understand what's going on. Blanca Rosa also noticed the commotion at the temple. She remembers that as soon as she said goodbye to Jaire, the hero immediately warned her to stay away from the fast, which Jeffy responded that he only wanted the traitor's corpse and that Gott should report that it was just a cobalt lair. If the hero allows Gott to report that he killed the traitor, Gott will be main building because a big shot would arrive and everything there would be swept away. She had a bad feeling and tried to remain in the slave area, but did the client know everything about? Beforehand, she reflects on the situation unfolding there. What's happening is that Arno and Riona are surrounded by a group of snarling priests, acting like zombies, under Olden's control. Arno uses a T-341 petrification shield that, strangely enough, emits petrification. Riona launches several DIVs using a soulstone artifact, and then employs an obsidian bracelet to restrain a horde of zombies. The enemies, who have been brainwashed by worms, are still priests of Lucius. If it turns out that the Son of God will retrain them to Lucius with the unkillable words, Arno throws fainting orbs at the zombies. Rayan wonders where he learned to throw orbs with such accuracy, and Arno replies that he used to be a handball player when he was in the academy. Their casual conversation is interrupted by the collapse of a spire from the temple. It's quite strange, considering the temple was under a protective spell, but not even the protective spell could withstand the onslaught of the battle between the two heavyweights. Lucius and Castor lock eyes for a moment between their attacks. Mutual. Castor is clearly already very exhausted. When sword and spear clash in battle, the spear almost always has the advantage, because the spear's reach allows the wielder to strike before the swordsman can get close. However, Castor is an incredible swordmaster, and was more than capable of overcoming the spear's advantage by releasing sword energy, increasing his attack range, as well as dodging the spear to close the distance with Lucius and strike him. He managed to land an incredibly powerful attack against the promoted, but he won't earn more money. But if he secretly sells the materials from the monster's corpse, it will give him enough money to pay off his debt. Gott reminds the hero that now the group of body of the Son of God, but instead of winning, Castor received a blast of energy to the face. It's a mirrored counter that reflects 50% of the damage back to the attacker. Lucius leaves, deliberately allowing his opponent to get close in order to ensnare him. He questions Castor, asking if he knows why his and his brother's names appear on the list of the continent's 10 strongest men. But, before he can complete his sentence, Lucius leaps up and relentlessly unleashes a barrage of powerful thrusts with his spear, which Castor struggles to evade, but still. Therefore, he seizes the spear with his sword and swings it along the spear's entire length, nearly striking Lucius's head, but Lucius dodges and retaliates by striking the bastard in the side. Castor goes flying, but Lucius doesn't allow him to escape so easily. Flying up to him and completing his sentence, he states that he and his brother only qualified in the top 10 because the Son of God, as a sacred being, cannot be included on a list of people. If not for that, they would never have appeared in the top 10. Lucius seizes the opportunity to slam the disheveled man against the ground, and, opening a huge hole in his body, he then lands gracefully. Yarno and Riona, delighted with their commander, run towards him, but he shouts for them not to come any closer as his armor begins to open. A huge gap was created by the impact. He was attacked the moment he used judgment. Castor managed to land 7 blows. The Golden Knight, for his part, begins to heal, and the hole in his body is filled with horrible worms. He had already realized that the reflected damage did not come from the Son of God's ability, but from the object he was carrying on his torso. After having almost completely repaired the hole in his side, he says that he wanted to delay Lucius, but now he has changed his mind. The Son of God. Really. Castor flashes with lightning and teleports behind the Cuman. Support will send men. making it impossible to remove the corpse without them noticing. Jeff, smiling, places his left hand on the monster and activates the third ability of the gods. Blonde's back. His hands appear to be made of worms. With these horrible excrescences, he brandishes his sword and shouts that he will send Lucius to his goddess. But just before attacking, he hears a called. It transmits the queen's words. The owner of the royal worm can transmit their voice and location to the princess worms. While he is distracted, magical chains fly towards he. Castor, imprisoned by the chains and paralyzed. Lucius releases an enormous amount of holy energy, and his spear should have been enough to vaporize the vile wretch. But, somehow, Castor is still alive and hears the voice of his master, a pulped Olden. He calls his subordinate who is kneeling before Jeff, and the hero asks Olden for a couple of good punches in the face, the presumptuous show-off. Lucius asks Castor what is wrong with his master, and why they purposely stopped this trio, making it easier to take them down when they are right in the hero's trap. This makes Castor become incredibly angry, but instead of a fight, we are transported to flashbacks. The mysterious hand of the doctor listens to Olden's plan, since his ability is mind control. They will simply seize it, without needing to transport it. He will be waiting for the sect leader right at the temple, along with the artifact. The boss accepted the idea, but why did things turn out this way? Olden had planned everything down to the last detail. In the event that the raid failed and the Eastern man's apprentice discovered that they wanted to get rid of him, he had prepared the traps. Taking all factors into account, they couldn't have acted so quickly. But there was one factor he hadn't considered. It was the betrayal of the man from the East. His words, that he planned to get rid of his apprentice due to his uselessness, turned out to be a lie. He just wanted to confuse and kill Olden. If that was true, then everything fell into place. Although Olden is angry about his failure, it completely absorbing the monster's bodies, God is shocked, saying that 3 small objects should be crammed into such a small space, and that Gafira found a complete traitor there. Doesn't matter. He is taken to the carriage, where he is greeted by a catcher dressed in white, and Olden thinks about the fact that even though Lucius discovered the whole truth, he won't cause any problems for the cardinals. The Temple of Light, who have Olden's vote in the election of the next pope, will protect him. Even if he turns out to be the head of the cult himself, Olden's biggest concern is his opponent's strength. He doesn't know how many disciples the Eastern man has, or if he and his son Chingan are involved in this. The bastard is going to have a hard time. Olden needs to go unnoticed and gather more combat forces. He enters the carriage, but his thoughts are cut short when his hand becomes dirty with a strange slime. He examines it closely, and every second he begins to shake and roll on the floor, writhing in pain. It's Fat 68's special poison, Bilal. Its peculiarity is a sharp pain that Olden himself has felt intensely. And finally, we see our hero as the disguise starts to burn. With a mocking smile, he sheds his white clothing, revealing Olden lying on the ground, Olden in all his glory. The bastard asks Jafir who he is, but instead of answering, he gets kicked in the face, and the hero tells him to shut up in front of his subordinate. The Silver Knight Pamu, one of the 10 strongest men on the continent, doesn't like this. Strongest men on the continent, and threatens to attack Jeff, but is stabbed in the face and falls dead. The hero comments that he is too weak to bear that name, and that Olden should have brought the authentic one instead of the copy. Olden realizes this, and telepathically yells at him to come closer. The cardinal tries to crawl away from the menacing Geofire, who advances and attempts to convince him in every possible way, offering to pay him twice as much as those who hired him. He can't believe this poison is so potent that even his regeneration can't, and not a trace of blood remains. Shefir asks God if he wants a promotion. God can take all the rewards and accolades and distribute them among the group, while Shefir takes care of the remove it completely. He suggests Jeff reconsider because he is a cardinal, and if the hero allies with him, he will gain far more benefits. But he thinks to himself that he will simply wait the moment until the real palm arrives. Jeff asks the bastard if he's waiting for someone like this scum, with the bloody helmet in his hands. Olden is surprised to see that the real palm has already been taken down, and it happened 12 hours ago. Jeff, Fire, and company are standing over Pamu's corpse. Although he had fought to the last man, he still wasn't strong enough to defeat so many powerful opponents. Lucius didn't believe that the eye actually showed the minions, but when he saw the artifact's effect in action, all doubts were dispelled. Ned remembers the master's plan, which told him to deliver the heart to the brothers waiting at the meeting point, but in reality, the supposed brothers were only going to brand Ned with the slave mark and kill him, and the disguised Silver Knight was their backup. Ned believed those crazy people. In a past life, Ned had miraculously managed to escape from the Silver Knight. After wandering for a long time with a dragon heart he couldn't absorb, his martial arts senior brother stole the heart and threw an exhausted Ned into a cave where he encountered. Jeff and Lucius were a walking terror after taking control of the worm, but after his death, his wife, having witnessed what he had become, continued to mourn him, even after the death of her son and his beloved. She had no reason to live, so she asked to simply be killed. The hero remembers all of Olden's atrocities, and so he uses all his power to kill him. Here, and now, a huge explosion of energy erupts from Jeff's attack, and all that remains under the hero's sword is a small handful of ash, an amount that seems too small, even if everything had burned. Corpses. God thinks that he and Gefira will settle all their debts and sell the traitor, but he won't leave the temple yet because he still has business to take care of here. Within a month, to the foundations, the ash would have left much more, and, in a moment of distraction, a blow from behind flies towards Yetir, which he successfully deflects, but the force of the blow is so strong that the hero, he steps back a few meters, fully alert, and Jeff sees a horrible creature in front of him. It's Olden, who has taken his true form. He says he didn't trust the Battle Knights because he is weak. In truth, he is even stronger than them. But he didn't fight himself because he didn't want to reveal his true form to anyone. Well, looking at him, it's no wonder. Jeff thought that in such a state he must have already neutralized the poison. It has been 5 years since Olden took the Stone of Revelation and became a demon, during which time he has learned the skill of disguise, thanks to which he has managed to pass himself off as a human and has also acquired stable demonic power. Of those who have seen the bastard in this form, no one has survived, and he is very surprised that the hero managed to make him use metamorphosis, but it was a mistake. The demon delivers a crushing blow to the ground, causing enormous cracks that spread out in a wide radius. Several kilometers away, this noise is heard by Ned, who has saved Lucius's wife and son. He tells them to hide in the cave and not come out until he gives them a signal, and also, he gives them the bracelets that have the strongest stealth spell. And the mother asks Ned how he will manage without such a useful artifact. Well, the handsome red-haired guy won't need it anymore, and he gives a lightning jump, running to Jeff's aid. He thinks about how he has been waiting for this day. The time has come to finally avenge his father's death and all the monsters involved, and one of them is already dead, which means there are 2 left, and Ned is determined to send those bastards to hell. And we return to Lucius and company. Castor is landing dozens of ranged blows to the face,